Well, good day, folks. It's been a while since we've done a live video like this, and it's been even longer since we've done a full, proper Indiana Jones road trip. Now, if you remember back, getting on for a year and a half, 2 years ago when we did our first ever road trip, it was January 2022 perhaps, or 2023, I'm not quite sure. It was, getting on for nearly 2 years now, and it was really an entire week of just me on the road by myself. And I was with nobody, I filmed myself, we did lots of live videos, and we did a film every single day of going out and exploring and doing research. Now, since then, we've done one or two other things, right? We did a trip up to Scotland, which we put out, a video every so often. We did a one-off road trip here and there. We've been to America, and we filmed some stuff in America as well. But I really wanted to do another full-on road trip. So I'm just getting together all of the geological tools and everything that I need here, because we're going to be taking this. We're actually in the Creation Research Centre in Oswestry at the moment. That's where we'll start off from tomorrow, so do tune in. But if you come with me here, this is our new research area that we've just set up. But I just want to sort of give you a bit of an idea as to what I want to do and where I want to go. Now, I've needed a little bit of a, let's be honest, a break. It's been a rather hectic few months from going to the States and doing several weeks of ministry to coming back and launching in to a whole series of conferences and so on and so forth. And I'll be honest, I'm Indiana Joe the fossil man, right? I love fossils and I love fossil hunting, but it's actually been quite a while since I've done a proper research trip to go and dig some stuff up and explore. So this will be an opportunity for me to wind down a little bit and take you along with me and to do some real research and real exploring. Also, another thing which I love to do occasionally is just take off a bit of time to do some Bible study, do some reading, do some devotions and work through. So I also thought it'd be an opportunity every single morning for us to do some Bible study together, and we're going to be working through the book of Romans while you're with me and traveling. So every day we'll have Bible studies, every day I'll be out on the site digging up stuff, and you'll be with me, and we'll be putting shorts up and live videos and summaries of the whole day. So come over here, let me show you my sort of rough plans for the time being. If we have a look down here, we are based there in Oswestry. You can just about see it. That's where the museum is. Well, we're going to head sort of north-ish. We're going to head up through Chester. So if you remember our first road trip, we headed south, right? Went down to the Isle of Wight, which was all the way down here. But this time we're going to go from Oswestry and we're going to go north. And we're going to head up towards Yorkshire. There's York. Brilliant place, but if we keep up going north, we get to places like Whitby. Now, Whitby is amazing for fossils. It's amazing for plant fossils, things like the fossil ginkgoes, the fossil cycads, tons of ammonites and stuff like that. We've got some amazing giant belemnite fossils from there as well, those squid-like creatures all pointing in the same direction. So I haven't been to Whitby for a few years, so we're going to be going to Whitby for sure. And then after Whitby, where you can see we've got the North York Moors here, we're actually going to be heading up again a little bit further north, because by the time we get up into Northumberland, near you see Ashington just there, up along this whole stretch of coast, you've actually got some brilliant Carboniferous deposits. Oh, Carboniferous is where the coal is from. The word geology was actually named by the Bishop of Durham. There's Durham there. So basically everything north of Durham is full of the Carboniferous rocks. And a number of years ago, this would have been in 2021, so a few years ago now, or maybe the late part of 2020, we discovered a whole set of polystrate trees along one of those beaches in Northumberland. And I've been wanting to go back ever since and to map that whole stretch of coast out. So I'm really looking forward to get up there and really seeing some amazing polystrate trees as well. Well, after we've done this kind of, northeast kind of area, what we'll then probably do, if you come and have a look, we'll head back down south again, because there's some places around Manchester I'd like to go and see for fossils. But really, we need to end up around Derbyshire way, near Derby here. Now, the reason I want to end up here is because there's one of the largest fossil shows anywhere to be found. So I want to stop off by there in order to go and actually see that, and that should be pretty interesting by the time we get there and have a look around there and see some of the stuff that you can find around there. Now, I may or may not, depending on how long I am, have time to get down to this kind of area because there's some things I'd like to do down there, but we may have to leave that this time. But we've got a week. A week to sort of just over a week, and I'm pretty free to do what I want. Let me show you why. We've got our trusty Creation Research car outside. You can see it there with our logo on the back, Creation Research Centre, where dragons praise the Lord. And I've done a little bit of converting of that, and it actually will be my campsite, essentially. I'll probably stay in a hotel for one night, maybe Friday when we've got creation conversations. Be sure to join us then. We've got the biggest rocks in the world is what we're dealing with. Uluru in Australia and Devil's Tower in Wyoming. But I'm going to be basically staying in campsites and seeing where the road takes me and taking you with me, of course, Bible studies and exploring and digging. And I'm really looking forward to this. But if you just come with me, because I just want to briefly take you upstairs. We've been working on a whole museum display upstairs to be able to take you around self-guiding. And if you come upstairs, we've got a couple of big geological maps. So I just want to run through some of the geology that we're likely to see on the way. If we switch some lights on, come over here. Of course, this is the original geological map. This is William Smith's geological map, which is a beautiful, beautiful piece of work, but it's slightly outdated. So if you come over here, this is our more modern one from the British Geological Survey. So where are we? We're there in Oswestry. You can see we're sort of on the border of coal land, and we'll head up towards Chester. Now, this whole area here around Chester and Cheshire is all red, and that's very apt because it's mostly the old middle red sandstone and the upper red sandstone and lower red sandstones. It's the Triassic, which is all around here. We'll carry on heading up north until we get up towards Whitby, and you can see that lovely sort of orangey kind of colour. Yes, this is all now Jurassic. Both the upper and the lower Jurassic is found from Pickering up to Whitby. We'll head up to Redcar. Again, some more of the Triassic stuff can be found up here. But as we get up, you notice the colours change, and now we're up into the sort of the blues and the greys. This is all Carboniferous stuff, and the whole coal measures. This grey is the coal measure, and you've got this here, which is the Middle Grit series, and up here you've got the Carboniferous limestone. So we've got lots of Carboniferous stuff all the way up here that comes down. So some really good geology and some really interesting things that we've got the chance to find. And I know that lots and lots of stuff has been coming out of Whitby recently, and I've just not had a chance to go up there and dig it. But if you hit it right, you can get some pretty spectacular stuff from Whitby. This was the first time I ever went up to Whitby area. We found some things like these beautiful cycad fossils here. Absolutely gorgeous and stunning stuff. And of course, the cycads themselves are indeed living fossils. This is supposed to be around about sort of 170 to 180 million years in age, and they haven't changed, they haven't evolved whatsoever. It's the same for things like the ammonites and stuff you find up there. So really, really exciting stuff. So I'm looking forward to taking you on this road trip. And again, I hope that it's an opportunity for us to explore together. I'll be bringing you lots and lots of video content. It won't be like some of the other road trips that we've done since then, where I've just kind of, put out a video every so often. I want this to be a bit of a exciting time for me and a break for me, but I really want to take you with me and show you some of this amazing geological stuff that we can do and really get to grips with some of that geology. So I've got to finish getting packed up. We're heading out tomorrow morning. That's UK time, so be sure to join me. Every day we'll put out live videos and shorts and stuff, but I'm going to try and get a good video out at the end of every day. Do follow along, comment, let me know where you'd like me to go, or make some suggestions or what you'd like to see. But for now, it's time to certainly change over hats, and we will see you starting tomorrow on Indiana Joe's road trip. I think this might be season 3 or 4, whichever one. But anyway, we'll update it all as we go. Goodbye, folks, and see you later. Right, well, g'day folks. If you come in a little bit closer, Sarah Ann, because I think your hand is covering up the microphone, and we're about to head off. And from this point on, I won't have Sarah Ann, and I'll be doing all of the filming. We've got stuff set up, ready to go. And remember where we're headed? We're going up north. So we're down here near Oswestry, and we'll be heading basically up north through Wrexham, Chester, up above Manchester, headed all the way up to Whitby. That's where our stop is going to be for the first 2 nights. And yes, I'll be staying in this vehicle here, so be sure to join me as we go. I'll be filming and going live on the journey as well, so join me for this brand new Indiana Jones road trip. I'm really, really excited. It's time to get going. So I will see you all a little later. What you see? I think I might want to stop and get a new battery. That doesn't sound too good. Pray for me, guys. I've not made that bad a noise before. Okay. I might be calling into a garage. Anyway, you'll find out because I'll be updating you the whole time. Anyway. See you later. Well, g'day folks, and welcome to the first proper live video of Indiana Jones road trip, where I thought I wanted to really show you the North York moors. I've driven up this road many times over the years, and we've got our first real good view of what a moor is. Let's take you over here and give you a good look. So we've been on the road about 3 hours. We've got about half an hour left to go to get up to Robin Hood's Bay and the Whitby area. But have a look at this. Now, most of that brown stuff that you can see is heather. So you just sort of imagine what that's like in when it's in flower and it's all purple and beautiful and just absolutely amazing. So what actually is a moor? Well, here in the North York moors, it covers about roughly 1,500 thousand square kilometres, which is about 550 square miles. So it's pretty sizable. And a moor is a form of biome which is most likely to be found or fairly distinctively found in a grassland area, a temperate grassland area or a savanna. And in particular with the moorlands, we are dealing with stuff that is low-lying vegetation, stuff like you can see the grass, you can see the bracken, you can see the heather. It's very low-lying, and it's also in predominantly acidic soil. So when you get those two things, acidic soil and low-lying vegetation together, you have a moor. And so the wildlife is really unique, the plants are really unique, and you get some pretty amazing stuff. So we've driven up from York in that direction, we've come up through Pickering, and now here we are in the North York moors. So most of this trip is going to be a little bit out in the wilds, right? We're going up through the North York moors to Whitby and to Robin Hood's Bay and Port Mulgrave and round there. And then we'll be heading north again into Northumberland. So again, pretty windy and wild, but we've been very much blessed by the weather. It's about 23 degrees out according to the thermometer in the car, so it's unseasonably warm for first half of October, so we're very blessed with that, and I'm not complaining one little bit. So I'm going to head back to the car now and carry on, and you'll see me at my next stop, which will be at Robin Hood's Bay. We'll catch you then. Hello, and I hope you're all doing very well. I finally managed to get the camp set up. We're just in the last little bits of sorting it out at the moment and getting it all ready, but just cooking some dinner as well. Let me give you a little bit of a look around. So we've got the tent there is basically for storage. We've got a little seat. I've just finished some sausages. I'm cooking some rice to go with it. And we do actually have electricity, so that means that we can have the light, and it means we can have hot drinks, of which I am very grateful for, because it means that I'm able to enjoy that as we go. Right, let's go and have a look over here. So we have the obviously the car, which I've kind of semi-converted, because you can see I've put up curtains. So let me just move this out of the way and take you into the door here. This is basically my sleeping quarters for the night. There it is there. So I've effectively converted the whole of the back of the car. You can see we've got curtains up all around, blackouts on the back, sleeping bag, a little bit of a mattress down there as well, my clothes staying there. So really the tent, which is more, it's not a fully waterproof tent, it's more just for the storage of the stuff, which is all in bags and non-spoilable. The food stuff will go into the car, and then there's this canopy over the top as well. So actually a little bit later you will see that I've put up a slow-mo of me setting up camp, so you'll get a bit of a view. But I think overall it's a good little setup really, and I'm just making up some dinner, which I will certainly enjoy, because I'm quite hungry, having not had a proper lunch other than some snacks on the way. And then basically, once I've packed down and sorted out, I think it'll be time to do a little bit of Bible study in preparation for tomorrow. So join me in about, I suppose it'll be about an hour or so, an hour and a half. I need to start editing together the day video of all the stuff we've done. And once that's edited and uploading, we'll probably do a little bit of Bible study and start working through the book of Romans, and we'll do that tomorrow morning as well, before we head out. So there we are, nice little camp setup, and I will see you in about an hour or so. See you soon. Folks, well, good evening. It is currently 10 minutes past 10 at night. One or two bugs have creeped into the car. You can see my lovely, I don't know what that is, 1980s style, even older, curtains behind me. And behind there is my sleeping area. I'm actually sitting in the passenger seat in the front of the car, which should give you a bit of an idea as to where I am. We've actually had one or two other people arrive, and they're actually set up in a caravan over there, but I'm trying to be a little bit quieter out of respect for them. I finally finished editing today's video. That currently has 39 minutes left exporting. So that went nice and smoothly. If you remember on my first road trip, the first proper road trip, we had a lot of trouble with the laptop, the computer, and it just wasn't going anywhere. So it's been quite nice to have a laptop, which means I can get on with it and do it okay. What I wanted to do as part of this road trip is some Bible study. I wanted to delve again into God's Word, so I'm going to be really studying during this week, especially in the evenings. What I thought would be good would be to once a day, I'm going to try and do it every morning, is dig into the Word with you a little bit. And I thought we could work through the book of Romans. Now, we're not going to get all the way through the book of Romans. It's reality, right? But I thought it'd be good to just dig through a little bit. I love the book of Romans. It's one of my favourite books, if not my favourite book of the Bible. It's up there with the Gospel of John. And it's just a really amazing piece of work. So let's read through the whole of the first chapter. We won't get through it all tonight, but let's read through the whole of the first chapter and dig in a little deeper. Romans chapter 1, starting at the first verse. Paul, a bondservant of Jesus Christ, called to be an apostle, separated to the gospel of God, which he promised before through the prophets in the Holy Scriptures, concerning his Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord, who was born of the seed of David according to the flesh, and declared to be the Son of God, with power according to the Spirit of holiness, by the resurrection from the dead. Through him we have received grace and apostleship for obedience to the faith among all nations for his name, among whom you also are the called of Jesus Christ. To all who are in Rome, beloved of God, called to be saints, grace to you and peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. First, I thank my God through Jesus Christ for you all, that your faith is spoken of throughout the whole world. For God is my witness, whom I serve with my spirit in the gospel of his Son, that without ceasing I make mention of you always in my prayers, making request if by some means now at last I may find a way in the will of God to come to you. For I long to see you, that I may impart to you some spiritual gift, so that you may be established. That is, that I may be encouraged together with you by the mutual faith of both you and me. Now I do not want you to be unaware, brethren, that I often planned to come to you, but I was hindered until now, that I might have some fruit among you also, just as among the other Gentiles. I am a debtor to both Greeks and to barbarians, both to wise and to unwise. So as much as in me, I am ready to preach the gospel to you who are in Rome also. For I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God to salvation, for everyone who believes, for the Jew first, and also for the Greek. For in it the righteousness of God is revealed from faith to faith, as it is written, the just shall live by faith. For the wrath of God is unveiled from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men, who suppress the truth in unrighteousness. Because what may be known of God is manifest in them, for God has shown it to them. For since the creation of the world his invisible attributes are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. Because although they knew God, they did not glorify him as God, nor were thankful, but became futile in their thoughts, and their foolish hearts were darkened. Professing to be wise, they became fools, and they changed the glory of the incorruptible God into an image made like corruptible man, and birds, and four-footed animals, and creeping things. Therefore God gave them up to uncleanness in the lusts of their hearts, to dishonour their bodies among themselves, who exchanged the truth of God for a lie, and worshipped and served the creature rather than the Creator, who is blessed for ever. Amen. For this reason God gave them up to vile passions, for even their women exchanged the natural use for what is against nature. Likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust for one another, with men, committing what is shameful, and receiving in themselves the penalty of their error which was due. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to debased mind, to do things which are not fitting, being filled with all unrighteousness, sexual immorality, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, strife, deceit, evil-mindedness. They are whisperers, backbiters, haters of God, violent, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents, undiscerning, untrustworthy, unloving, unforgiving, unmerciful, who, knowing the righteous judgment of God, that those who practice such things are deserving of death, not only to do the same, but also approve to those who practice them. That's the first chapter of Romans, and like I say, we're not going to get through all of it tonight in terms of digging a little bit deeper, but I thought it'd make a good start. Now, you're going to have to bear with me just for one moment, because I've just realised that the car light is on. We actually have electricity running into the car, but the doors are clearly not shut properly, and I don't want the battery to run out given my issues with the battery earlier. So bear with me, it might be a little loud, but I just need to shut the door properly. There we go, that was better. Sorry about the loud noise. All right, well, let's dig a little bit deeper then. If we go back to verse 1, it starts off by going, Paul, a bondservant of Jesus Christ, called to be an apostle, separated to the gospel of God. So the epistle does begin, this letter begins with an explicit statement indicating that it was Paul who is the author. The word Paul is a sort of transliteration of the Latin name Paulus or Paulus. So with very few exceptions, the church has pretty much universally accepted the Apostle Paul as the author of this epistle. And Paul spent around a decade, probably from sort of AD 47 to AD 57, in intensive evangelism of the Roman provinces from Asia Minor, Galatia, Macedonia, but he hadn't at this point visited Rome. Now, obviously, we know from his later epistles and from the Acts of the Apostles that he ends up in Rome, imprisoned there. And that's where he meets his end and ends up going to glory in Rome. But at this point of writing the letter, he hasn't visited it. And we get that as we go down, because he wants to come and visit. He actually wants to come and spend time with these people. It's fairly obvious that neither Peter nor Paul had sort of founded this assembly that was in Rome. We don't know, we're not told who actually founded the church in Rome, but clearly they know who Paul is, and clearly Paul knows who they are, and so he's writing to them. Also bear in mind the context of this, right? Peter is writing predominantly, and Peter's ministry is predominantly around the Jews. Paul's ministry is predominantly to the Gentiles, and you can really see the wisdom of God in raising Paul up, because he's raised up somebody who is the first in the law, and he states that several times as he sort of expresses his legitimacy, if you will, as an apostle. He is first in the law. He is a lawyer, effectively, by trade. He knows the law of God inside and out, and now as a saved man, he knows that he, despite all of his study and despite having attempted to keep the law, he calls himself the chief of sinners. So here comes somebody who knows the law inside and out, recognizes that the law by itself cannot save him, or rather he cannot keep the law to the point of it being able to save him, and so he knows the beauty of the Saviour, that is Jesus Christ. As a result, he's bringing to the church in Rome what is effectively a legal document. It's effectively a laid out legal draft of God's dealings with mankind and the provision of salvation. And in this first chapter, once we get past the introduction, you can see that he's really laying out the state of mankind. He is showing us why mankind is guilty. He's showing us why we actually need this contract, this legal contract that we obtain through Jesus Christ. I mean, and you know that it's a legal contract because this book here is split into two parts. What do we call them? The Old and the New Testament, right? A testament is a legal document. And in fact, it goes on later as we'll dig through both Romans, and we'll bring out references to things like Corinthians and Ephesians, and you'll find that actually the point that Paul makes is that in order for a testament to be valid, there has to be a death of a testator. And we know that that testator has to be related to the people that inherit his testament. And so you start to see the big picture of who Jesus Christ is and why Jesus Christ needed to be provably descended from Adam, and why Jesus Christ needs to be provably related to us, and why Jesus Christ actually had to die. And then you mix in other things like the life is in the blood, so without the shedding of blood there is no remissions of sin. And all of a sudden the picture becomes so much bigger. But as we work down through, notice that Paul refers to himself as, you come down here in, it states that Paul is a servant of Jesus Christ. Neither servant or slave, because that word there is doulos in the Greek, and it the English term servant or slave doesn't really fit perfectly. The best thing that we actually have is more of a description. It's really it describes somebody who is a willing bond slave, who was conquered and subdued by the overwhelming power of the love of one who died, was buried, and rose again for Paul's deliverance from sin. So I think that bond slave is a term that the modern church should resurrect. Right? We tend to have very negative connotations towards slave or servant today, but bond slave or bond servant describes somebody who has willingly accepted this master who is Jesus Christ. And you'll find that other New Testament writers proudly ascribe this title to themselves. You see this in James, you see this in Peter, you see this in Jude, and Paul, of course, talks about it several times. He talks to himself as a slave, as a servant, as a bond slave, as a bond servant to Jesus Christ. And so really, if you put that into sort of a spiritual term, it reflects a recognition of being born to a life of sin through a physical birth, but becoming a bond slave, a bond servant to Jesus Christ through being born from above. The literal meaning of born again that we see in John chapter 3, with, of course, Jesus describing this to Nicodemus. The cords that once bound us to our old master, who was the devil, right, bound to sin, were completely torn when we identify with Christ. And so the grammar itself that is being referred to here, when it says in the beginning, Paul, a bondservant of Jesus Christ, a slave of Jesus Christ, a servant of Jesus Christ. When we see that here, it indicates this kind of the element of possession. It's Jesus Christ who owns us. It's us that belong to Jesus Christ. So I really do think that it's a really wonderful term that Paul is using to describe himself as here, a bondservant, a slave, someone who is fully and totally given over and committed to Jesus Christ. Work down, we see that Paul says that he was called to be an apostle, separated to the gospel of God. This is still in the first verse, right? And just as a sort of a side note, it's interesting that the apostle. This is something that was very, very controversial through Paul's time, because some of Paul's enemies considered himself inferior to the other apostles, right? The 12 that Jesus chose. And of course, Judas messed up, hung himself, and as a result of that, they appointed Matthias, who came in as the 12th apostle. But Paul is referred to as an apostle and refers to himself as an apostle. And this is in scripture. So some of Paul's enemies that kind of said, no, you can't be an apostle. Paul really made it clear that he actually possessed all the following qualifications to be an apostle, and they were three things predominantly. So, number one, he'd seen the Lord after his resurrection. It's what he states in 1 Corinthians 9:1. Of course, we have that whole experience that Paul had when Christ came to him and experienced the resurrected Christ came, and he experienced the resurrected Christ on the road. Number two, he received his commission directly from the Lord without the intervention of ecclesiastical authority. So we see this in Galatians 1 verse 1, right? In other words, this isn't one of the apostles appointing him like Matthias was appointed. This is Paul, who was appointed to be apostle by Jesus Christ himself. So there's the second point. And thirdly, he possesses all the signs of an apostle. And he describes some of these in 2 Corinthians chapter 12. So he literally labels himself, even though the English doesn't quite line up, he literally labels himself a called apostle. In other words, the fact that he's called, he is a called apostle, he was an apostle who was called, really sort of negates any idea of this being a self-appointed role to Paul. This is something which Christ had called him to, and you can see this in the book of Acts, Acts chapter 9 verse 15, Acts chapter 26 verse 16 and 17 are just some that I've scribbled down here, and you see that Paul vehemently denies him being something that he's just decided to be. He's not a self-appointed apostle. This is something that Jesus Christ has actually called him to. And so that's a really important point that Paul is making, because the whole of the authority of this epistle, the whole of the authority of this book of Romans really hinges on who was the one who was writing it. If it was the Apostle Paul, did it really come then from the Lord? Well, if he is an apostle who was called by the Lord, who saw the Lord in the resurrected form, and who was specifically given a role of an apostle, then we know that what we are actually reading here is indeed God-breathed scripture. Just like it says in 2 Timothy, where it says all scripture is God-breathed, it's an important way of being able to actually determine which is genuine scripture and which isn't. So we know, given Paul's qualifications, and we know, given Paul's background, that we can trust this book. We can trust this word. Okay. Work on down a little bit. So we've got Paul, a bondservant of Jesus Christ, called to be an apostle, separated to the gospel of God, which he promised before through his prophets in the Holy Scriptures concerning his Son, Jesus Christ our Lord, who was born of the seed of David according to the flesh, and declared to be the Son of God with power according to the Spirit of holiness by the resurrection of the dead. So we've got a little kind of summary here, right? But look at what he's saying. God promised the gospel before through his prophets in the Holy Scriptures. Now, Paul is not talking to a predominantly Jewish audience. When Peter stands up on the day of Pentecost and preaches, he's preaching to a predominantly Jewish audience. They're going to know the prophets. They're going to know the stories. They're going to know about the promise of the coming Saviour. Now, at this point, a lot of them didn't recognize that it was Jesus Christ, and that was Peter's point, you crucified him. But what Paul is doing here is he's basically giving a crash course, if you like, of the children of Israel, right? Basically, God, who is over all, has promised before through the prophets in his holy scriptures concerning his Son, Jesus Christ our Lord, who was born of the seed of David. That's an important, a really important point, because it was the seed of David that God had promised to bring the Saviour about. Plus we have that added addition that it can be Jesus Christ, who is the King, because he's descended from a king, the greatest king of all, King David, according to the flesh, and declared to be the Son of God with power according to the Spirit in holiness. So again, we have this reference to the deity of Christ, right? 100% God, 100% man, because he was descended from David. He was born of the seed of David according to the flesh. He was flesh and blood. He was descended from David. He was 100% man. But he was declared to be the Son of God with power according to the Spirit of holiness by the resurrection from the dead. So we know that Jesus was 100% man and 100% God, and the proof of that, Paul is saying, is the resurrection from the dead. And it's through Jesus Christ that we have received, bear in mind that he's speaking to the church here, so they know this. He's saying, through Jesus Christ we have received grace and apostleship for obedience to the faith among all nations for his name, among whom you also are the called of Jesus Christ. So God has not excluded the Romans from the opportunity of accepting the gospel message any more than he excluded any of the other people in the world. This is the point that Paul is making. Some people imply that Jesus' sacrifice was only for a select few. That's part of what the Jehovah's Witnesses teach, that Jesus' sacrifice was only for a select few people. But the Bible declares that it was sufficient for the whole world. 1 John 2 verse 2 states this: for God so loved the world, and the famous John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, that whoever should believe in him will not perish but have everlasting life. So we know that Christ's sacrifice is sufficient for the whole world. Of course, we know that not the whole world is going to believe, and we know that God in his sovereignty will certainly know which are going to believe and which aren't, but the sacrifice is for all. It is efficient, and it is able to cover all sins. And that's why we see that Jesus directs the apostles to disciple, to baptize, and to teach all nations. Matthew 28, towards the end, 19 and 20, he tells us to go out and to preach to all the nations. Paul would later have a much more direct impact on the people in Rome because, of course, under different circumstances than he'd planned, because, of course, he would actually go there as a prisoner himself. And also note that Paul is addressing all the saints in Rome without making a distinction between Jews and Gentiles. Now that's really quite important here. He's not making a distinction between Jews and Gentiles. He's not making a distinction between males and females. He's no rich or poor, bond and free, educated or uneducated, leaders in the church or laymen in the church or anything. They are all loved. And of course, if you know a little bit of that Greek, you know that love is agape, right? They are all agape. They are all loved by God just as we are. They were all called by God himself to be holy. Look up a little study into the loves, by the way. A lot of Christians do know the different sort of kind of loves, and the agape, the all-encompassing, the God love, the one that is above all and the greatest of all. And all these people in Rome are loved by God. And Paul goes on in verse 8 to say, "First, I thank my God through Jesus Christ for you all, that your faith is spoken of throughout the whole world." I don't know about you, but I would love, my prayer is that I'll be able to have that said about me one day. Not for my glory, but for God's glory, because I would love to be known as being a man of faith, being a man who relies completely and totally on Jesus Christ. Now, the reality is I fall far, far short of that. And so I do what Paul has advised us to do, which is to find somebody who's better than you and focus on them, right? Imitate me as I imitate Christ, says Paul. So, of course, the person that I've gone to is John Mackay, and I've been following him. He's got many, many more years under his belt as a follower of Jesus. He's got many more years in ministry that he can sort of impart his wisdom to me. But I follow, I try and imitate John as he imitates Christ. Like Paul said, imitate me as I imitate Christ. But I would love to be known as, and wouldn't that be wonderful for us as a church? Just as the church in England, that it would be known, notice the church in England, not the Church of England, but the church in England, to be known around the world for its faith. Or just the church in general, the church in America, the church in Tennessee, the church in Alabama, the church in general to be known for its faith, spoken of throughout the whole world. With a couple of exceptions like Galatians and Timothy and Titus, Paul's epistles follow the very standard conventional pattern of including a thanksgiving and prayer after the greetings. And so the first 7 verses consist of a sort of relatively formal kind of description of Paul's qualifications as an apostle, and you know, just establishing who he is. That's what we've just worked through, right? This is Paul speaking. This is a legitimate statement from Paul. This is a legitimate statement from God through Paul because of who Paul is and who Paul was appointed to be. But now you can really kind of see his heart beginning to open and that warm greeting coming out. So first, I mean, this is just, you know, this is eight verses in, right? But now Paul says first. It's almost as if that kind of little spiel at the beginning, the first 7 verses, was just to kind of, you know, the formality out of the way, a bit like when you get your letter heading, you know, from so and so. When it comes in first, I thank my God through Jesus Christ for you all, that your faith is spoken at throughout the whole world. He did not write second because his point relates as a prayer for them. He is expressing his desires. He did really come out. He loved to refer to God as my God. I thank my God, indicating that this is a personal relationship that existed between them, and that relationship extended to the believers in Rome, as well as all believers, me, you, all of us included. We have this personal relationship with God, and we can enjoy this with God. It's not an abstract, it's not speculative, it's personal. It's a living relationship. And it's only possible through who? Jesus Christ. That's what Paul's saying. Through Jesus Christ, he is our great mediator, and he's thanking literally that their faith is literally in the whole world and is being spread. People know about this, and he's praying for them. He's praying for them that they would be continue to grow in the faith, and he prays that he'll be able to, verse 10, that he'll be able to have a prosperous journey, and by the will of God come unto you. And so he's wanting to come and to serve. He's wanting to come and see them. He's wanting to come and embrace them. He's wanting to come and serve them. He's wanting to spend time with them if it is God's will. And he wants to build this. That he says in verse 12, I may be comforted together with you by the mutual faith in both you and me. You know, in addition to strengthening God people, this is now a bringing of encouragement from Paul to the church in Rome, as well as the church of Rome to Paul. This is what he wants to desire: fellowship with other believers, and this mutual blessing comes to both parties here. Verse 13. Now I would not have you ignorant, brethren, that oftentimes I have purposed to come to you, that I might have fruit among you, even as among other Gentiles. So notice the progression here in Paul's lists of goals that he wants to do when he visits these saints in Rome. So he wants to impart a spiritual gift. He wants to impart a gift that will make them stronger, so that his faith and their faith would be encouraged, and that the ultimate result would be a harvest of fruit, a production of fruit. And the devil does his best to really hinder this ultimate result, this fruit that comes out of Christians, because it's this fruit refers to souls that have been delivered from the clutches of sin. And so while it can seem, strange or paradoxical, it's sometimes the fact that we are hindered in our work as Christians can help to prove that we're on the right track. And spiritual attacks come because the devil knows that God is working, and the devil knows that we are doing something here. So if the devil is attacking you, be strengthened by the fact that you can trust fully in God. You do not need to fight this battle. It's God's battle to win, and you know that you're actually doing something right here. And the term fruit was a favourite metaphor of Paul's, because his chief ambition was to reap a harvest of lost souls. So that should be where our focus is. And I've said this many times, creation research is not a ministry that seeks to make people creationists. Because at the end of the day, everybody will be a creationist one day when they stand before the Creator himself, right? Our purpose is to produce fruit for evangelism and discipleship. That's the purpose that we want the museums to play. That's the purpose that we want the ministry to play. That's what we want us to be doing and encouraging other people to doing. It's to spread the word of God so that fruit may be produced, so that souls may be won for Christ. And then we come down to actually discipling them and following them up and raising them up in the faith and strengthening them. That's what we want this purpose to be, and that's what Paul wanted to do with the church in Rome. He wanted to see fruit grow, he wanted to see lost souls saved, and he wanted to disciple them. So let us focus on this work as well. I am a debtor both to the Greeks and to the barbarians, both to the wise and to the unwise, says Paul. And the fact that, he's making no distinctions, and he's praising God that God makes no distinctions between us, because I'm a Greek in the sense that I'm not a Jew, right? I'm a Gentile. Barbarian, well, you could quite literally say I am a barbarian because I'm descended from the barbarians that Paul was talking about, right, over in the Western Isles and in the western part of the Roman Empire. So, praise the Lord that he didn't make distinctions, and praise the Lord that God doesn't make distinctions either, because it means that this salvation can come to us. The word debtor, I am a debtor, says Paul, can you know, again, frightening ring to it. You know, I mean, just down the road, we passed today York, and in York, it has one of the best preserved debtors' prisons, right, where they'd throw you in and lock you up just for simply being in debt. But it refers to someone who owns a debt. And so if you were the sole possessor of a remedy for a dreaded disease, would you keep it to yourself? Wouldn't your position be one of a responsibility to spread it? Of course it would be. And that's why Paul goes on to say, so as much as is in me, I am ready to preach the gospel to you that are in Rome also. He's saying, look, I'm indebted to the help of the Greeks. I'm indebted to both the Greeks and to the barbarians, to the wise and the unwise, so that I am ready, so that I am able to, so that I need to preach the gospel to you that are in Rome also. Paul did know this remedy to the disease that was the bondage of sin, and he intends to spread this antidote to every possible creature as far and wide as possible. He exclaims, as much as it is in me, or literally as far as in me lies, as much as my strength holds out, as much as I can, I want to preach the gospel to you that are in Rome also. He's recognized that God has to make this possible. That's why he says, you know, by the grace of God I'll come to you. That's why he knows that it has to be from God so that he can come to Rome. But he was eager to preach the gospel in Rome, just like he had in so many other places around. And these 15 verses serve as an introduction to the entire epistle. Paul could not just write a preface without packing it with theology, right? We've only just finished the kind of the introduction, the kind of the layout that Paul is given, and he's packed it so full of theology just in this little bit. And that's what's so amazing about some of these epistles, and how you know that these are really truly inspired of God. Now in verse 18 to 32, and we will look at this tomorrow morning, Paul is given the reason or the need for the remedy. He's laying out some of the issues that mankind has. He's establishing the fact that the wrath of God is coming upon us and will come upon us. He's establishing the fact that mankind is so evil and so depraved and so far removed from the grace and the holiness that is found in God that we are deserving of nothing but death. In fact, that theme will carry on for the next few verses, to be perfectly honest with you. But we're going to go into verse 18 to 32. We're going to finish the chapter tomorrow as we delve through, because there's an awful lot to get out of this one little chapter here, or this one little section. And you'll recognize so much of it that we use in creation research all the time. For since the creation of the world, his invisible attributes are clearly seen, so that people are without excuse. Professing to be wise, they became fools. They changed the glory of an incorruptible God into that of corruptible man. They exchanged the truth of God for a lie and worshipped the creature rather than the creator. Because of these, God gave them up to vile passions. And there's so much good stuff that we can get out of this next little session, but it's probably time to head to bed, because for me it is now 11:15 at night, and the video is 2 minutes away from being finished exporting, and then it just needs to be uploaded, and we're ready to go, basically. So enjoy the video when it comes out in the next half an hour or so, as I get ready for bed and head to bed in the back here. And join me tomorrow morning. I'm going to try and do it tomorrow morning as we delve through the next section of the book of Romans. Just if you are watching, give you a little quick layout. High tide at Whitby tomorrow is at, I think, roughly at about 1 in the afternoon, sometime between midday and 1. That means that, remember what I said earlier, if you want to be doing want to be going out on the high tide, so you want to start at the high tide as the tide is going out, and then 1 hour after low tide you head back so you don't get cut off. So we'll probably try and get up fairly early, do some Bible study together, get some breakfast, and we'll probably go and head down and have a bit of a wander around the old town of Whitby, because there's some brilliant fossil shops down there, and we'll be ready to hit the beach as soon as the tides allow us. So join us tomorrow, because I'm expecting some big things from Whitby in terms of fossils and evidence. So thank you very much for joining me tonight. in this little Bible study, and I hope it's blessed you. And I hope that as we continue to study through things, God will just appear bigger and bigger and greater than ever to you, and you'll stand in awe of not only our Creator, but also our Saviour. Goodbye, folks. God bless, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. So it's relatively early in the morning here. We're just getting the car partially loaded up. Most of the work will be done at the Creation Research Centre where we're heading to in just a moment, but we're just getting all of the personal effects in before we go and get all the fossil hunting stuff. So this is the car which will be our home for the next week and a bit. So I want to try and make sure it's as set up as possible. So there we are, folks. We're on our way. If you saw the live video, you'll have known that the car didn't sound particularly healthy, and that's the first time that it sounded really quite bad like that. So I don't know whether it's just the fact that I've got all of my stuff plugged in and it's kind of charging off of the car as we go. Might be that, or alternatively it might be the fact that the battery needs changing. So I've got to decide what to do. Do I go to Halfords and get a new battery? Because when we first got this car, getting on for 5 months back, they did say that the battery may need being looked at. Now it has gone through a service since then, but the battery has not been changed. So I think that may be our first port of call. I'm also going to be calling into my brother's house because he and his wife recently did a trip around Europe with just their little van, camping in their van, a bit like what I'm doing with the car here. And so they actually have some equipment, a big canopy and a little fridge, which I'd quite like to use, so I'll be borrowing them off of them. So we're headed north at the moment. Now we're officially going north. We've just come off the roundabout out of the village, so we're officially heading north, and we're heading on the way to Wrexham. So that's my first 2 ports of call. Pick up some extra equipment for my brother, and possibly a garage stop to change the battery. So I just realised with all of the kerfuffle and trying to get sorted this morning that I haven't had any breakfast, and it's nearing lunch. So I'm a bit peckish, and it's a good idea then that last night I made a load of ginger biscuits for the journey. I like ginger biscuits because I just find that they help against any kind of, travel sickness or weariness after being in the car for a long time. I actually really enjoy driving and travelling, so this is a good helping hand, and they fill you as well. So good all round. And homemade, so even better. So we're right on the border of England and Wales, where Oswestry is, and so as we head north, we're actually ducking in and out of Wales a few times because the main route upwards does that. So we're currently heading up towards Wrexham, which is, of course, is in Wales, made very famous by its celebrity football club. But we're carrying on beyond that, up to Chester, and then onwards and upwards until we get into Yorkshire. So should be quite a nice trip. It's quite a nice drive, rather. It's already pretty beautiful day, and just gorgeous scenery that you can see out in the Welsh hills outside already. I've got my travel cup of coffee. That holds about 1.5 litres. So plenty for the journey. All right, well, we're just about to join the main motorway going north onto the A55, which then becomes the M53 and the M56. So just straight ahead of us is Chester. And Chester is an old Roman word, basically meaning a fort or a castle. And the Romans were certainly here at Chester. As part of their defence against the Welsh and the Druids, who were throughout history have always been brilliant at guerrilla warfare, because you have the mountains and the hills and the places to hide, and you know how to survive. And it's amazing looking at some of the history of the border between England and Wales, because it's been so all over the place throughout the years, and battles have been fought for it, and so on and so forth. But Chester is originally Roman. Most complete walls, city walls, anywhere in the UK are at Chester. Second most complete walls are at York, which we're of course going to be driving up past a little bit later. And what's amazing is that the walls at Chester are all made out of the same rock. It's the sandstone, the middle red sandstones. And so you can be walking around Chester and you can see some of these amazing geological formations just bang in the middle of the city in the walls. And in fact, all this area around here, if you remember our live video that we did where we had a look at our geological map, this whole area sort of slightly north of where we are in Oswestry, and we'll start heading east in a little bit, but this whole sort of area around here, around Chester, is all made up of that same red sandstone. And you can actually trace the sandstone all the way from up in Scotland. You get some fabulous fossil fish out of the old red sandstone, and you can trace it all the way down to Chester, all the way down to Bristol, and all the way down to the south coast. And it's full of all of these geological sequences and patterns known as cross-bedding, and it's really indicative of there being a flood environment that has formed this sandstone. So you're definitely looking at evidence of a flood, and it's certainly a flood which covers pretty much most of the UK. And it gets worse because of course the Triassic beds can actually be found all around the world. So it's much bigger, this flood, than just the UK. It's a worldwide flood, no surprises there. But here we are, we're just about to join the main motorway, and we are well and truly on our way. Well, it's been a glorious day so far. It's currently registering 21 degrees outside. However, that looks some pretty bad weather coming up ahead, so it's not supposed to rain, but that doesn't look convincing, so we might pass through a few showers as we go. Who knows? It's definitely got a lot darker, and it's only 1 o'clock. Well, we've been travelling for about an hour now, and the battery is still going strong. No issue with the car at all. I think it must just have been because I had everything kind of plugged in and charging off of the battery, and I'd had that running without the car running for several minutes, so I think it was perhaps just a bit run down. So we'll have to keep an eye on it there and see how we go. But anyway, we're coming out of Wales. We're beyond Wales, beyond Chester now, and we're starting to turn east, sort of heading in a northeast kind of direction, and we are heading up towards York, and it'll be fairly fast roads up to York, and then beyond that we'll be in the North York Moors as we cut up through the North York Moors in order to get up to where we are near Whitby. And in particular, we'll be stopping off as our first official stop, unless I find anything on the way, of course. Our first fossil stop will be at Robin Hood's Bay. And that'll be our first place to have a bit of a nose, a bit of a mooch. And then we need to go and obviously try and find our campsite before it gets too dark. Because the nights are pulling in now. It is October now. Where is it? October the 9th, yeah. So we need to get to the campsite and find a place to get set up properly before it gets too dark. So I'd ideally like to do that and be at the campsite at around 5ish. So we'll have a little bit of time. So we're going uphill now, and we've had a warning sign for fog that has come up all down. So we're currently heading over the Peak District, and the fog is getting a lot thicker. It's not too bad at the moment, but it's getting a lot thicker, and we're getting warning signs on the road as well. That's all exciting. It's not too bad, and we've got some good geology around here to help us as well, which obviously if the fog carries on getting thicker, then it's going to get harder and harder to see, but there is a lot of good limestone around here. So we're sort of heading towards Leeds at the moment. Well, we've got through the fog, and it's worth it because we're coming over the hill and we've got some pretty spectacular scenery going on as we're coming around over the hill at the moment. And this is just the start. We're sort of skirting around the Peak District, and we'll be properly getting into scenery once we get beyond York, because of course that's when we're at the North York Moors, and we'll be cutting right up the North York Moors in order to get up to Whitby. So a little bit of scenery for now, but more to come. And we're making pretty good time as well. We have about an hour and a half left to go, so we'll be hitting the moors soon. So we're currently skirting around York, which is over in that direction, and we're about to sort of branch off slightly, ever so slightly more to the east, which will take us up to Whitby, which is excellent. Lots and lots of old abbeys and priories around here. I've visited a lot around here, including one particular priory where we found a rather rare fungus several years back when I was quite more heavily involved in fungus identification and recording. We found an oak polypore, which we ended up being published in one of the journals on mycology, which is the study of fungus. So that was quite a fun trip to York that year. But York itself, which is just in that direction, is amazing. The history is incredible. It's unbelievable, huge amount of wealth of history and architecture in that one city. So who knows, I might try and call into there on the way back down, because it is just absolutely amazing, the kind of stuff that you can find in and around York. But who knows, we'll see. But yes, we will be branching off just slightly. We're on the A64 at the moment. We'll be branching off to the right a little bit, going east a little bit, and that'll be when we get into the North York Moors, and then it should get some good scenery. Despite the fact that it was looking like it was going to rain about an hour and a half ago, and the fact that we were going through some really heavy fog, it's pretty beautiful again now in terms of the weather, so we can be grateful for that. It's now 24 degrees outside. This is the middle of October, but there we are. Wonderful stuff, eh? So here we are officially driving up through the North York Moors. Now, what is a moor? for our international viewers? Well, it's a biome which is fairly restricted to temperate grassland areas, and specifically it refers to areas of low vegetation, low growing vegetation, things like heather, grasses, bracken, stuff like that, where there are acidic soil. So it's acidic soil, low growing vegetation. And the North York Moors take up this sort of area in the northeast of Yorkshire. You have the Yorkshire Dales, which are over to the west of Yorkshire, but this area here is the North York Moors. And it takes up about just under 1,500 square kilometres. That's about 550 square miles, so it's fairly sizable in its area. Now we're just catching the bottom end of it here, right? It's fairly well cultivated, even though we are officially in the North York Moors. You can see just outside the window here we've got some farmers' fields. But once we get over this next little hill here, we'll start to really get into the moors itself, and the wildlife is amazing. It's a very unique biome. There's a huge amount of heather that grows here, which is something that is very, very beautiful at the right time of year. And so it's a really spectacular and unique place. Lots and lots of history in the North York Moors as well. You get lots of Celtic crosses, you get lots of stone markers, you get lots of the so-called prehistoric markers and standing stones and things like that as well. On the road, heading up through the moors, and this is when you realise just how wild the moors are. When you see this kind of road, we're pretty steep now going downhill, and look at that, both beautiful and a little bit scary at the same time. But you can see up there, that's where we're heading, up through the moors proper. So this has been voted the A169 one of the most beautiful roads to drive down, and you can really see why. It's just amazing scenery all around. You've got the right amount of going up and going down, so you can see what's out in front of you. Little twists and turns when you get down to the bottom. It is just beautiful. Well, we've just come over the hill, and right down in front of us now we can see Whitby, and right over in the distance, actually it's not that far in the distance, we can just about make up Whitby Abbey, which is a beautiful Gothic abbey. And so there's Whitby down there. We're actually going down to the right, a little bit further down to Robin Hood's Bay. But you know what? As we are here, I think Robin Hood's Bay would be better tomorrow, because I think we should just get down to Whitby. High tide was about an hour or two ago, and so it means that the tide is now going out, which is what you want. At Whitby, you've got quite a strong chance of being cut off, which you obviously don't want to do. It's happened once to me, don't really want it to happen again. So what you do is you always go out to fossil hunt at Whitby from high to low, and then an hour after low tide we turn around and come back. So I think we should go to Whitby, seeing as it is there. We'll also get a chance to get some food in Whitby as well, some supplies. So I think that's probably a better idea than Robin Hood's Bay. Even though our campsite is close to Robin Hood's Bay, it just makes sense to do that and go down. So yeah, that's what we're doing. We're going to Whitby. Now, for our international viewers, Whitby is a rather important place in the grand scheme of things, other than it being a beautiful village, or town rather, and it's a brilliant place to go walk about and see the sights. But quite a lot of important stuff has happened at Whitby. you've got Whitby Abbey, which is one of the most brilliant Gothic abbeys and cathedrals that have been built. It's now obviously in ruins thanks to the dissolution of the monasteries by Henry VIII, but it's still a really pretty and spectacular place to go and to visit, and we'll see this because we're going to be parking in the Abbey car park to get down to the beach. Obviously the fossils are really spectacular there. It's part of that Jurassic stretch that goes down from the south coast in Dorset all the way up here. Beautiful fossils out of here, dinosaurs, plesiosaurs, great marine creatures, as well as plants, so it's really important there. Captain Cook, the first Westerner to visit Australia, was actually born here, and there's a brilliant museum, the Whitby Museum, which is sort of dedicated to him and the fossils, and there's some pretty interesting stuff there as well. But perhaps most significantly, Whitby is known as the best place in the whole of the United Kingdom to get fish and chips. So yes, we will be, probably not tonight, but we will certainly be getting some Whitby fish and chips, complete with scraps, and you'll find out what scraps are probably tomorrow, because it really is spectacular, some of the stuff that you can get from here in Whitby. So we're just on the outskirts of the town now, and so here we go. All right, well, we've just arrived at the Abbey Headland car park, which is one of the best places to park really if we're heading down to the beach, which is that way. Now, I haven't got long because I want to get to the camp in order to be set up before dark. It's dark, completely dark by 7, starts getting properly dark about 6:30. It's now, take me maybe an hour, so that's 5. So really, I've got the maximum of an hour here. So I don't know how much longer I'll be able to stay, but we need to go get a ticket for the car, and then let's just crack on and get down into town, basically. Okay, so progress update. Just had a call from the campsite, telling me that their office shuts at 5 o'clock, which is in about half an hour. However, they are able to still check me in up until 8 o'clock. Now, obviously, I want to be there before 8 o'clock because I want to be able to set up in the daylight, but it should give me enough time to do a very brief little nose, if not around the whole beach, certainly around some of the old town, and grab some food. I'm more keen, however, on getting down to the beach if I can, as it is kind of low tide about now. So anyway, we'll head down and we'll see what we can find. Who knows? Hardly seems worth spending much time down here because the sun is setting a lot quicker. We came down the 199 steps to get here, but you can just about see there's Whitby, and really the best stuff is over the other side. Well, we've done it. We've arrived at the campsite. Now I just got to get everything set up, and I hope you enjoy seeing some of the ingenuity that we've had to do. Let's go. Came across this little dilemma. I've got this little camping fish here, which I borrowed from my brother to use, and I thought, oh, I know what I'll do. I'll get some sausages and bacon for tonight and then have them tomorrow as well, right? Well, the milk, that just about fits. No, it doesn't, even that doesn't fit. Does it fit at all? No. Okay, so I'm going to need to rearrange some stuff. Take out the little tray. Let me see. I've taken out the little tray there. That should fit the milk now. Yeah, okay, good. Now what I'm going to have to do is, I've got some of my specimen bags here. I'm going to have to try and fit the bacon and the sausages into the specimen bags. So, fun. Right, we've got our bacon. We've got our sausages. And they now do fit. And that's working and cooling it down. So, improvisation, hey? For dinner. It's getting on for 7:30 now, and I'm pretty hungry, so it's time for dinner. I've made basically like a tomato and rice mixed with sausages, and then a knocked together salad, washed down with some cranberry and raspberry juice. So fun. And then it will be time to just finish clearing up and packing up and washing up and heading in to do a bit of study. Been a long day, but a good day. I just wish I'd been able to get down to the beach a bit more, but there's always tomorrow. Well, good morning, folks. It's good to see you all, and good for you to join me. It's about 10 o'clock in the morning here, although it's quite dull and dark outside. It rained heavily this morning, very heavily, which was loud and wet and hard and just there. And so it took me a little while to gather up the will to get up and get out and crack on. So anyway, it's all good. We're going to head down to Whitby, in a little bit. I just need to stake down some of the sail outside and clear up a little bit. But I thought let's do a little bit more study, and maybe do one a little bit now, and maybe not as long as last night's, but we'll do some more a little bit later. So if you remember, we're working through the book of Romans, and we read through the whole of the book of the whole of chapter 1 of Romans yesterday, and we studied down to verse 15. So really, those first 15 verses are Paul's introduction. It's him laying out who he is, his authority to be writing this. He's packing it full of theology as well. And in this next half, this second half, from verses 16 to 32, Paul is really laying out the state of mankind. As I said last night, the book of Romans is really a legal argument. It's a legal thesis. It's laying out the legal documentation and the legal requirements for salvation, starting with the state of mankind. But before he gets into the state of mankind, which starts at verse 18, verses 16 and 17 is perhaps one of the most quoted, and it's really beautiful, so we may only just deal with this morning. For I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God to salvation for everyone who believes, for the Jew first, and also for the Greek. For in it the righteousness of God is revealed from faith to faith, as it is written, the just shall live by faith. Beautiful words. Many people know the I am not ashamed of the gospel verses, but let's dig a little bit deeper. So, I mean, Paul begins his epistle by sort of pronouncing the fact, that making the statement that he was separated unto the gospel. So why is this gospel so important? Well, verses 16 and 17, for I am not ashamed, right, they really contain the theme for the entire letter, and they also answer this crucial question of what is the gospel. For I am not ashamed of the gospel, which is, it says, the power of God to salvation. The definition of the gospel, as Paul puts it, is this sort of concise but coherent summary that it's Christ who died for our sins. According to the scriptures, he was buried, he was raised on the third day. According to the scriptures, Paul says that again in 1 Corinthians chapter 15. So why has this sort of simple scenario been able to transform the lives of millions of people around the world? Well, that's what Paul is laying out throughout the rest of the book of Romans. He's laying out that legal argument. He's laying out that step-by-step reasons, dealing with things like salvation, dealing with the whys and the wherefores, and linking it back to Adam, the first sinner, linking it back to creation. And you see this theme all the way throughout. It's interesting because Voltaire, excuse me, if you know, and you've been watching things like Evolution and the Iniquity of Our Fathers, you'll know that we go down through a whole history of stuff, and we look at Voltaire as a particular person who really sort of argued for the millions of years and argued for natural causes, and he's rather, quite frankly, he's an infidel who died in the 1770s, I think it was 1778. Well, he claimed that within 1 century after his death, Christianity would not exist. And you certainly can see from this story that God has a sense of humour, because only a few years after Voltaire's death, the British and Foreign Bible Society was formed so that the Bible could be printed in many various languages and distributed throughout the world. And it was the very printing press that Voltaire used to print his literature that was later used to print copies of the Bible. In the very house that he lived was used to house and to stack and to run the Bible Society. And we know this, you can go and check it out, but you know this because John Mackay, our international director's father-in-law, was actually the president of the Bible Society. So he knew this stuff very well. And it just sort of shows you the longevity of the gospel. It shows you the importance and the truth of the gospel. For, says Paul, for I am not ashamed. And this for kind of, the word for that Paul is using here serves as a transition between Paul's statement of resolution and this pronouncement of his determination. Faith is not a leap into the dark. The Bible describes this scriptural faith as very concrete in its terms: stasis, reliability, proof and evidence, as you can see in Hebrews 11. The scriptures also insist that faith is, quite frankly, indispensable. It cannot be removed from belief in Jesus Christ. It cannot be removed from this salvation purpose. So biblical faith is absolutely necessary. And if biblical faith is necessary, then God must provide a substantial basis, a substantial platform for his followers. And the gospel message is that foundation. It's not just a way of salvation, it's the way of salvation. Acts 4:12 says that. Jesus Christ himself said, I am the way, the truth and the life. No one gets to the Father except by me. So it is the way of salvation. So why is the gospel so important? Well, Paul is giving here four basic facts in these two verses, in verses 16 to 17. First of all, it says that Paul is not ashamed of the gospel. So this is an example of a short figure of speech, basically, an understatement, if you like, in which an affirmation is presented in a negative fashion. It's a strange little way of putting it, but it's his assertion is one of the most obvious understatements in all human history. He's not ashamed. I mean, look at what Paul went through. Look at what he did. Look at the suffering that he persisted through. The word ashamed here in the Greek doesn't mean what we sort of normally mean it to be today. Obviously, he was not ashamed to present the gospel, but the Greek term really contains a much more meaning than that. It's the same word used elsewhere in the scripture in Romans, where the usage is much clearer. It's an idea that God will, and I'll just quote from here, the idea that God will not let down or put to shame those people who place their confidence in the gospel. You can place your confidence in the gospel without any fear that it will not work, and it will always work when people truly believe it. Why? Because it's God that is the source of the gospel, and it's God that is the source of our faith. So I am not ashamed, says Paul, of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God to salvation for everyone who believes, for the Jew first, and then also for the Greek. Okay, secondly, Paul puts explicit confidence in the gospel. So why does it rescue everyone who trusts in it? Because, look at what it says. It is the power of God unto salvation to every believing the one. The Roman world certainly understood power, and you've got to bear this in the context that this is Paul writing to the Romans here. He's writing to a predominantly Roman audience. And the Romans certainly understood power. There are several Greek words for power, and the one that's used here, which is dynamis, is for a particular purpose. It refers to the inherent ability residing in something or someone. It's the same word that Jesus used to teach his disciples before his ascension in Acts 1:6-8. So there's a whole load of power in these words that Paul is bringing here, that Paul is describing here. So if we sort of carry on, you end up with this sort of summary that the gospel is the ability of God that brings salvation. According to Jesus, the Holy Spirit brings these three basic matters to bear on the mind of unbelievers. Firstly, he reproves or proves the world wrong about sin. At best, unbelievers, you know our sinful state. We try and ignore sin or try and relegate it at the same level as the activity of one animal against another. You see that with evolutionary theory as well, a justification of behaviour based on the animal kingdom, right?
And at worst, unbelievers promote sin. You can see that happening in Genesis chapter 6 in the lead up to the global flood, right? The Holy Spirit reminds people that sin is against God because their chief sin is failure to believe the simple gospel message. Secondly, he proves the world wrong. The Spirit proves the world wrong about righteousness. Some people, you can think of Cain, for instance, up to the present time, think that they earn salvation by their own efforts. And you'll see as we dig down further through the book of Romans that this is something that Paul really hones on into, this way of salvation, that it's nothing to do with us or our works. Excuse me. So the Holy Spirit reminds people that Jesus came to this earth to accomplish the plan of salvation, and when this work was complete, he returned to the Father. And finally, the Spirit proves the world wrong about judgment. Unbelievers think that God will somehow overlook their disobedience to his word, but the Holy Spirit convicts and faithfully reminds people of the consequences of the first disobedience. The devil, Satan himself, stands condemned. So there's an awful lot of this wealth of theology and wealth of teaching that we can dig further and further down into in these few little Bible verses. But I would strongly encourage you to all stand firm on the word of God, not to be afraid or to be ashamed of the gospel, to preach it with conviction, as Paul says elsewhere in the book of Timothy, to always be ready to preach the word day in and day out. Do not be ashamed of your beliefs. It is power, and that power comes from God and is given to us in the gospel. So that's my prayer, that I will have an opportunity every day to be able to spread the gospel. And today we're going to be going down to dig up some fossils, and my prayer is that those fossils themselves will actually be used to spread the gospel as well. Well, I've got to do some packing up and some strapping down and try and make sure that everything is secure and ready to go, and then I'll be headed off. So God bless, guys, and we'll catch you later, and we'll carry on with the rest of the verses in Romans 1 later on this evening. So I'll catch you soon.
Alright folks, we've had a fairly nice day going around the town and looking in some of the old fossil shops, and I've got some footage of that, and which I'll be sharing a little bit later. I'm just waiting for the tide to go out, because as you can see it's still quite far up into the little slope there, and so it'll be another sort of half an hour or so before it'll have a bit of beach, but before then I'll probably try and walk up and over those rocks there to be able to get out to the fossil area. Oops, there we go. I think I just had a low battery warning, never mind. Alright, a few things to talk about. The first thing is to say that I'd sort of forgotten how seeped in Gothic paganism Whitby is. You've got just above us, just on the top of the cliffs there, you've got Whitby Abbey, which is a Gothic style, which was originally named after the Goths, which came from Eastern Europe. It was a particular style from a particular place. Obviously, Goth makes it a lot more, much different connotations now. And it's quite strong here, even to the sense of, like, you know, things like the Dracula was written here. There's vampire-themed hotel rooms. There's, especially in October with Halloween. So it's interesting though, because there's a very strong Christian heritage to Whitby, particularly when it comes to St Hilda, which we'll be talking more about tomorrow, because it actually has a lot to do with the fossils as well. So we'll be talking a bit more about that later, but it's sad, I suppose, to see it sort of hijacked. But even worse is, I suppose, in my view, not only the fact that the place has been hijacked by sort of paganistic witchcraft, but also that people seem to be really blasé about it. Even sometimes I've met Christians who still celebrate Halloween and don't have any issue with, you know, doing stuff which is involved in the occult, because, oh, it's just a bit of fun. So I think the blasé attitude that a lot of people have is worrying, to say the least. But anyway, we're just waiting for the tide to go out here, and then we can get across to those cliffs there. probably get out in the next sort of 20 minutes to 30 minutes. I'll be able to climb out over those rocks. But let's actually talk about the geology here. So we're in part of the Jurassic Coast. The Jurassic Coast, which runs down from the south coast in Dorset, it turns out up in Devon as well, and over into the south of Wales. It runs all the way up through Oxford and then comes out here in Yorkshire and actually carries on all the way up to Scotland. But you can see this sort of cliff face behind me. This is quite a unique Jurassic area. Why? Well, you've got similarities to the Lias. I don't know if we can zoom up. Yes, we can there. So can you remember, if we watched the last Indie Joe's road trip, you know about the Lias. You've got this layers and layers and layers, right? Lias and lias and lias. And you've got the layer of shale, which is there, then the layer of limestone. So you've kind of got that here. The difference is the limestone is a little different here in Whitby. It's actually quite sandy. It's sort of a sandy lime. And what that means is it preserves different kinds of things. It allows, for instance, carbonisation. So you will often find coalified plants here, things like ginkgoes, things like your cycads and so on and so forth, which are of course living fossils. And these rocks are supposed to be in the realm of a sort of 170 odd million years, and yet they're still here today. You get all of your usual contenders and usual sort of suspects from these kind of places as well. Your sort of stuff like your ammonites, you get your deep sea creatures, your crocodiles, your swimming dinosaurs, or plesiosaurs and pliosaurs and ichthyosaurs. In fact, the pier over there, they actually had it laid out. It was quite cool to go and see the sort of imprint of a plesiosaur. And in fact, just up over the other side, in fact, if I turn it around, you'll be able to see just about, if I zoom in and see if I can zoom in a little bit. There we go. Can you see? Can you see the whale bones just up there, which have been set into like a little archway? Well, just around the corner of that great big huge building there that you can see that goes all the way along, there's actually the Whitby Museum and Panay Park. And Panay Park has a living fossil garden in it, which I'm hoping to be able to get to and have a look at again. But it's basically got all these kind of fossils that you find here at the in the cliffs, things like cycads, jet, which is very famous, the Whitby jet, very famous place for jet, which is basically fossil monkey puzzle tree, and so on and so forth. But inside the museum itself, which is laid out brilliantly, there's all manner of giant fossil dinosaurs and footprints and sea swimming creatures, the marine reptiles, plesiosaurs, ichthyosaurs, pliosaurs. So pretty spectacular place. Now again, this is the Jurassic, and a reminder of what the word Jurassic means, named after the rocks in the Jura Mountains. Nothing to do with millions of years or evolution, everything to do with where it was first studied, because it was first studied in the Jura Mountains. So pretty nice set layout there. And the tide it's already going out, so we should be able to get down and over there fairly shortly. So yeah, keep watching out for the video update later on, where we'll have a look and see what we've actually found. Catch you in a bit.
G'day, folks. Hopefully you can hear me all okay. Technically, this is day 3, because it's currently 8 minutes past midnight here in the UK. Now, a few things happened. I was still on the beach at 6:30, which meant I didn't get back to camp till nearly 7. At 8 o'clock, we had a prayer meeting with the Creation Research team, which I had to attend, and that's something that has been always vital for all of the ministries, to make sure that we connect with each other and spend time in prayer together. So it was a very blessed time for sure. But what it did mean is that by the time I got back to the camp and sorted myself out, it was time for the prayer meeting, which meant I didn't start cooking my dinner until sort of 9:10 at night, which meant that I didn't finish eating until 9:30, which meant I didn't start editing until about 9:45, which means now at 10 past midnight, I have just finished this editing, and it currently estimates about 2.5 hours to export. Now, it'll probably go quicker than that. But my point is twofold. Number one, there's a good chance that we won't be uploading the video, or rather, I'll probably start uploading the video tonight, but I probably won't be setting it to go tonight, which means you'll probably get day 2's video tomorrow morning. I'm really sorry. There's nothing I can really do about it. I have been uploading a whole load of shorts, however, and they'll be available, or should be available now, and there'll be a few more to go up as well. So a little sneak peek. But the video, like I say, has still got 2.5 hours of exporting to do, and so it probably won't be up in time well, it certainly won't be up in time for the technical next day, because it's already the next day. Anyway, I haven't forgotten about our Bible study, but again, I'm pretty exhausted right at the moment, and this is taking up most of my time. So we'll come on to the rest of Romans tomorrow, but I thought just now, let's have a bit of Hebrews, why not? And have a little bit of a read through Hebrews. Hebrews chapter 1, I think, would be a good way to end our day officially. Hebrews chapter 1. God, who at various times and in various ways spoke in time past to the fathers by the prophets, has in these last days spoken to us by his Son, whom he has appointed heir of all things, through whom also he made the worlds, who being the brightness of his glory, the express image of his person, and upholding all things by the word of his power, when he had by himself purged our sins, sat down at the right hand of the Majesty on high, having become so much better than the angels, as he has by inheritance obtained a more excellent name than they. For to which of the angels did he ever say, You are my son, today I have begotten you? And again, I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son. But when he again brings the firstborn into the world, he says, Let the angels of God worship him. And of the angels he says, Who makes his angels spirits and his ministers a flame of fire? But to the Son he says, Your throne, O God, is forever and ever. A scepter of righteousness is the scepter of your kingdom. You have loved righteousness and hated lawlessness. Therefore God, your God, has anointed you with the oil of gladness more than your companions. And Lord, in the beginning laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the work of your hands. They will perish, but you remain, and they will grow old like a garment. Like a cloak you will fold them, and they will be changed. But you are the same, and your years will not fail. But to which of the angels has he ever said, Sit at my right hand till I make your enemies your footstool? Are they not all ministering spirits sent forth to minister for those who will inherit salvation? Okay, now we don't know who the author of Hebrews is. I suspect it's Paul. We don't know, but it's very Pauline in its writing. Put it this way, I'd be surprised if it wasn't Paul. But the author of Hebrews in this first chapter is writing to Hebrews. And the Hebrews knew about the coming Messiah. They'd known about it as long as they'd been Hebrews, right? As long as they'd been children of Israel. They knew about the coming Messiah because God had promised that he would come through Abraham. In fact, before that, God had promised he'd come from the line of Adam. And then later than that, God had promised that he'd come from the line of David. So the Hebrews knew about the promised Messiah. But what the author of Hebrews is doing here is he's showing the legitimacy of Jesus Christ as that Messiah. And you can see a parallel to this in the Gospels, right? The Gospel of Luke details Jesus Christ as a historical figure. The Gospel of Matthew details Jesus Christ as the king figure. And that's what the author of Hebrews is sort of doing here. That's why this first chapter he quotes so much of the Old Testament. In fact, he goes on to, in chapter 2 and 3 as well, to quote quite a lot of the Old Testament. But look at what it says. God, who at various times and in various ways spoke in times past to the fathers by the prophets. And the Hebrews would have known this. They'd have known about the prophets, about the people that God spoke through. Prophets like the great Jeremiah and Isaiah and Ezekiel and all of those minor prophets. These were the people that God had appointed to speak through. And bear in mind, under the Old Covenant, It was only the prophets, priests, and the kings who could receive the Holy Spirit. So be very, very grateful, Christian, today that we have this unbelievable privilege of having direct access to God through the Holy Spirit. It was something that people in the Old Testament longed for. It's something that people in the Old Testament only ever received if they were prophets, priests, or kings. That's why it says in Revelation that we have become priests and kings through Jesus Christ. So God, who at various times and in various ways spoke in time past to the fathers by the prophets, the Hebrews would have known this, and then the author of Hebrews goes on to say, has in these last days spoken to us by his Son. That's the coming of Jesus Christ, whom he has appointed heir of all things, so all things belong to his Son, through whom also he made the worlds. Now, you already have a problem here if you're trying to believe that Jesus Christ is a good person or a good teacher and nothing more. You see, if you try to make that claim and also try to make the claim that he had created all things under Old Testament law and by Jewish law, you would have been stoned to death, and rightly so, because you're claiming to be God. Only God can create all things, yet the author of Hebrews here is making this point. Jesus Christ, the Son, is the creator of all things because he is God, through whom God made the worlds. It's through Jesus Christ that the world came to be. All of creation came to be. Who, being the brightness of his glory and the express image of his person, and upholding all things by the word of his power, when he had by himself purged our sins, that's the work of Jesus Christ, sat down at the right hand of the Majesty on high, equal to God, having become so much better than the angels. And we're told that man is made a little lower than the angels, so how much greater must this Son be? And he has, by his inheritance, by what is rightfully his, by what rightfully belongs to him, obtained a more excellent name than they, more excellent name than the angels. And then the author of Hebrews goes on to make some really sort of point by point, or rather point after point, lays out this reality of Jesus being the Son of God. Because at this point there's heresy, same as there is today. There's still heresy today that claims that Jesus Christ is nothing more than an angel. Even the Jehovah's Witnesses believe that he's the brother of Michael, the archangel. So there's heresy that's out there. But the author of Hebrews is making this point. There's no way that this Jesus could have been an angel, because for to which of the angels did God ever say, "You are my son, today I've begotten you"? That's from Psalm chapter 2, verse 7. And again, I will be to him a father, and he will be to me a son. That's 2 Samuel 7:14. These are prophetic statements in the Old Testament talking about Jesus Christ as God. But when he again, this is verse 6, brings the firstborn into the world, he says, "Let all the angels of God worship him." Deuteronomy 32. And to the angels he says, "Who makes his angels spirits and ministers a flame of fire?" But to his Son he says, "Your throne, O God, is forever and ever." Psalm 45, verses 6 and 7. A scepter of righteousness is the scepter of your kingdom. You have loved righteousness and hated lawlessness. Therefore God, your God, has anointed you with the oil of gladness more than your companions. These are prophetic statements about the coming Messiah. These are prophetic statements about God's Son. These are prophetic statements about Jesus Christ, 100% man, 100% God. And the author of Hebrews goes on to quote Psalm 102 when it says, "You, Lord, in the beginning laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the work of your hands. They will perish, but you remain, and they will grow old like a garment. Like a cloak you will fold them up, and they will be changed. But you are the same, and your years will not fail." This is speaking about a deity. This is speaking about a God. Look at some of the language it's using. The heavens will perish, but you will remain. The Son will remain. Jesus Christ will remain. The heavens will grow old like a garment, but like a cloak, the Son, Jesus Christ, will fold them up. They will be changed, but you, Jesus Christ, are the same, and your years will not fail. This is a great God. But to which of the angels has he ever said, "Sit at my right hand"? Psalm 110. till I make your enemies your footstool. You see, the author of Hebrews is making a very important point. It is Jesus Christ who is the creator of all. It's Jesus Christ who is the Son. It's Jesus Christ who is God in the flesh. It's Jesus Christ who is the creator. And you see, notice the author of Hebrews work here, similar to the Apostle Paul's, or maybe it is the Apostle Paul, we don't know, but similar to the Apostle Paul, he starts at creation. He starts with that authority of the Son. The Son has authority because it starts at creation. He is the one who created all things, therefore he has the right to make the rules. And now let's go through the Old Testament and look at some of those details that explain Jesus Christ as God. It's an amazing chapter, and in fact, I love the book of Hebrews. It's one of my most favourite, probably my second most favourite book after Romans, and actually, Romans and Hebrews really do go together hand in hand. It's one of the reasons why I suspect it is the Apostle Paul who wrote the book of Hebrews. They sort of fit together so beautifully. One is a legal document detailed to pagans, one is a legal document detailed to God's chosen people. But yes, there is not time tonight to go into the book of Romans. It's time for bed, and like I said, we've still got an hour and a half left of the video export, so you're probably going to get day two's video tomorrow morning, and I do apologise for that. But we will continue to push forward. Tomorrow, we are going to a place called Port Mulgrave. It is generally considered amongst fossil hunters and geologists to be the most productive fossil location in the United Kingdom. And it's amazing because you go down, it's not easy to get to, it's a bit of a hike, but you get down, and if you turn to your left, you will end up going down and finding a whole load of things like horsetail rushes and ginkgoes and all that kind of stuff there. If you turn to your right and go into the actual bay itself, you end up finding these big cannonball ammonites which you can break and split open, and amazing ammonites in there. You can find bits of reptile bone, stuff like ichthyosaur and plesiosaur. Footprints have been found all the way down along there, and there's some amazing history there as well. Incredible jet deposits from that area. It's just an amazing place, so we're definitely going to go explore there tomorrow. However, because the tides are a bit iffy again, what I might do is try and nip down to see Robin Hood's Bay. Not because of the tide; it's a very famous place, but the fossils it's over collected there, quite frankly. But what there is an amazing fossil shop and museum, which I might try and pop into and take you with me, of course. After that, we'll head to Port Mulgrave, and then I've got to decide, do I stay on another night near Port Mulgrave in order to, do another day there, perhaps, who knows? Or do I head north? I think I head north to Northumberland, because that's where the polystrate trees are. Exciting. And that's where the really good fossils are. So that's where I think we ought to go next. Maybe spend a couple of days there, maybe visit Whitby on the way back down again. I think that might be a good idea, or at least the Yorkshire coast, Port Mulgrave round there on the way back down. Because then after that, on Saturday, or Friday or Saturday, I'm gonna head down to Norfolk, and then across for Saturday at the fossil show in Derbyshire. So yeah, we've pretty much got our week planned out, which is good. I might go a little bit further over, though, into the Monday or Tuesday and see where we go with that. But yeah, anyway, this is still exporting, 1 hour 26 minutes. So like I say, it wasn't really going to be 3 hours long, but who knows. We should get it finished exporting, and we should have it started to be uploaded tonight. But like I say, if it's going to be 2 or 3 hours to upload it, then the reality is I'm going to set it going overnight and go to bed, and it'll be available in the morning. So good night, God bless, and we will see you tomorrow, ready for another exciting day of fossil hunting. Catch you later, folks.
Well, I'm very grateful that I'm inside the car, because it's been raining pretty heavily all night. I just hope that the stuff in the tent outside is safe and has managed to stay dry. But I'm glad that I wasn't out there. And I hope that the sail has done its job as well, in terms of holding it all together. But we'll find out in a bit, because I'll be getting up when it's properly light.
Well, it's a bit lighter now, and the rain thankfully has stopped and the wind has died down a little bit, so we're going to go and investigate the damage and sort stuff out. It was actually in the middle of the night. I didn't realise that the car alarm is sensor based in the front, so I'd blocked this off with the curtain, right? But I'd sort of stuck my hand through to grab one of the leads that I'd forgotten that I needed to plug in, and it set the whole car alarm off at about 1 o'clock in the morning. So I think I might have to find the sensor and cover it up, otherwise I'm going to end up setting it off again every night. So all fun experiences and working out exactly how to run the camp. But anyway, I'm going to get ready and head out in a bit. Doesn't look like it's held up too bad. Had to just restake one or two things, which I'll go over and do again now. But that tent looks pretty dry to me, despite all the rain, so happy days. Alright folks, well good morning. Just cooking off some sausages for breakfast. And I've got some bacon as well, ready to go. Just cooking up some food. And we'll be ready for some Bible study and probably a live stream, and then be ready to head on out. It's rained for most of the morning so far. Which means that I've been very grateful that I've been in the car and not in the little tent, although the little tent looked like it's held up pretty nicely, so that's good. I had to do some repairs to the sail, because part of that had collapsed. But overall it's been a fairly successful night, so get some grub in me and then do some study and head on down to the town. Alright folks, we are on our way. Wonderful. We're just heading out of the campsite now. Now, it's a little bit later than I had hoped. I had hoped that it would be a little bit earlier, but everything was just so wet and horrible this morning, and it was so dark and just there. So by the time I'd motivated myself to get up and going, bear in mind that this is supposed to be a little bit of a break for me as well, by the time I'd got myself going, I thought I'd better get a proper breakfast. So we had some lovely sausages and bacon, and then we did a little Bible study. I'll do a slightly more in-depth one a little later today. And then there'd been partial tent collapses, and the big awning outside had collapsed, and so on and so forth. So I had to sort all that out and make sure that was all good before we could go. So we got there in the end though, and I think it should all be secure enough. So we're now just out of the village and heading over to Whitby, which is just a couple of miles down the road. Now, high tide, if you remember what I said yesterday, right? When it comes to Whitby, you go out at high tide. Why? Because a lot of your fossils are going to be in the landslip and the cliff, so really you access it as the tide goes out. You go out during high tide as the tide is falling. Once it hits low tide, you then start to head back on the low tide after around an hour or so. So high tide is at 2 p.m. today, which is, it's now 11:30. So that's 3 hours away or so, 2.5, 3 hours away. That's when we'll want to head out, and low tide isn't until a lot later this evening, so it'll give us plenty of time to actually dig and explore this afternoon. So really I'm probably going to be out until dark, because it's effectively set up in camp so we can do that. I'll probably be out until very close to dark anyway, or really until I get to
tired. So what we're going to do this morning, for the rest of this morning, is we're going to go have a wander around Whitby. Whitby is a lovely village. It's a lovely place to go and see. There's some fabulous fossil shops in Whitby, some of the best in the country. So we'll have a little nose around in there as well. And also we'll probably get some of these Whitby fish and chips, because they're pretty spectacular around here. And we might treat ourselves for lunch. So that's a rough plan for today. And we'll be starting it in 6 minutes, because there's roadworks apparently. But anyway. All right, folks. Well, here we are now at Whitby. We're out on the prom, which cuts the harbour in two, and you can see there's the Whitby Cliffs behind me there, and you can see the Abbey just on the top of the headland there. So the Abbey itself is famous for St Hilda. And St Hilda has a connection actually to the fossils here, which we'll talk about a little bit later. It's to do with those famous ammonites. But the Abbey itself, up on the headland, is a very impressive looking figurehead statement of this area, and the 199 steps that run down into the village of Whitby itself. It's one of the best examples of what is known as a Gothic abbey, or a Gothic cathedral, or Gothic building. And originally it started off as a type of architecture named after the Goths, which came from the continent, or the continental Europe. However, now Goth is associated with something a little bit different, something that is certainly steeped in witchcraft, paganism, a very sort of dark, in terms of spirituality, a very dark kind of philosophy. And Whitby here itself is sort of become the Gothic capital of, well, certainly the United Kingdom, and sometimes even in Europe. It's still, people will travel here, not just for the abbey and the architecture around, but you can just kind of go into the town and have a look around, and there's just pagan stuff everywhere. Whether it's, vampire themed hotels, because of course Dracula was written here, and so the fictional story of Dracula was written here and based off some of the architecture and the stories that came out of here, mixed with the sort of Eastern European kind of stories and pagan understanding around things like vampires and the like. And he ended up actually writing that here. And so as you walk around, especially in October, there's this kind of stuff pretty much everywhere. It does make you wonder though, because Whitby in itself has got a very, very long and strong Christian heritage, even not just to the original abbey that was set up here, but also going further back than that, into the accounts and the stories of St Hilda. And it's interesting that there's become almost, in a sense, plagiarized, if you like, hijacked in a sense. But the geology here is certainly fascinating anyway. The cliffs that you can see behind me are part of the Jurassic. We'll be heading down there in about sort of half an hour or so after I've grabbed some lunch and seeing what we can find. There's all sorts of manner of rather amazing and spectacular fossils to be found. And so we'll carry on around here for a little bit, taking in some of the sights, because it's a really good place to get a good view of the whole area and all those cliffs. And then we'll go and get some fish and chips for lunch, and head out properly. What's also fascinating as you sort of walk along here is that all this sort of the big pillars and the stones which are used to hold this pier together are actually from the local stone. You can see all manner of cross-bedding inside them as well. So it's just amazing. Alright, so here we go. Fish, chips, mushy peas and scraps. So let's go find somewhere we can go and enjoy them.
Alright guys, well here we go. Fish, chips, scraps and mushy peas. So we've got these are the scraps, right. They're basically fried bits of batter that floats to the top and you scrape them off. Amazing stuff. Just amazing. Crispy and all. And then we have underneath, we've got the chips. So we've got our fish on top and then our chips underneath. And they are amazing. And then these are mushy peas. They're basically a dried pea that's then been wetted, and they're an old Celtic food. And yeah, I know what they look like, but I think they're amazing.
Alright, so the tide is now on the turn, which is good because it means it's time to get down to the beach. So we've come back to the car, which is just here, and we're going to get ourselves, let me stand this camera up, there we go, we get everything offloaded, reloaded and sorted out so that we can get down to the beach and crack on with all of our brand new discoveries. I had a quick little look yesterday, as you know, and it's looking pretty positive. So here's our trusty rucksack and the tools, so let's start gathering them together. Alright folks, this is it. We're on our way. You can probably see my attire has changed slightly. It's because just lugging the tools that I might need down to the beach can cause a bit of exertion, or requires a bit of exertion. Anyway, here we are, and you can see we are still a little bit early. The tide is not quite far out enough for us to get to it easily, but we could get over the top of those cliffs there a little bit, which I might try and do. So let's see if we start working our way overs. Alright, well, while we are waiting, just a couple of minutes for the tide to go a little further, because you can see it's still kind of lapping at the bottom here, and that's pretty deep there. I have been caught out once before by Whitby, because you can see that sort of point just over there. You need to really be this side of that point before the tide catches you out, and it did catch me and my brother out once, and we ended up having to swim the last bit, fully laden with fossils, which really we should have just thrown our rucksack off and left it at that. But we did get quite wet and quite a scary trip back. But never mind, eh? We did make it anyway, and I don't really want to be doing that again. So I'm just going to give it a few more minutes for the tide just to get out a little bit, but also just to let, you can see where the water is kind of crashing up over the rocks. I'll probably try and climb over some of those rocks to get to that first little cove just over the back there, and that'll be our first port of call to start finding stuff. But I just want to let the rocks dry out a little bit first, because they are notoriously slippery when they're dry, so we'll just let them cool down a little bit. Alright, let's talk geology then. What are these cliffs here? Well, these are all Jurassic. This is part of the Jurassic strip that cuts up through the United Kingdom. Starts down, of course, in Dorset. It's found all the way over in Devon and which sort of north of Dorset. It's found in the south part of Wales. It cuts all the way up through Oxfordshire and all the way up to Yorkshire, and then carries actually on further north into Scotland. So these are all of the beautiful Jurassic cliffs, and you can get all your regular suspects out of these cliffs, everything from plants. So what I'm particularly hoping to find are some of the cycads or some of the ginkgoes. You get some fabulous ginkgoes. Both, of course, are living fossils. You get heaps of ammonites, you get heaps of bivalves, little seashells, and all sorts of stuff. So we're certainly dealing with a flooded deposit for sure. But the cliffs here are quite unique because they, rather than you get like the Jurassic lias, which is a layer of limestone, a layer of shale, you kind of get this here, and you can kind of see some of that layering over on the cliff up there. But what you also get here is quite a lot of sandstones, and it's these kind of sandy limestones where you get a lot of the plant material out of, and that's what makes it really quite unique, this whole sort of Yorkshire coast. So there's some really good chances of getting some good fossils here. You also get these kind of nodules out the cliff, and you can kind of see them already, and those are the nodules that can hold both ammonites as well as ichthyosaurs. So there should be a good opportunity for plenty of evidence of flooding, evidence of living fossils. We'll just have to wait a few more minutes for the tide to get out before we head down there. Alright folks, we've done actually pretty good already. So we were just heading out. The tide is still pretty high. We're just sort of making our way out over the rocks. But we found a few little finds here just lying around already, and one particularly nice find. So let's get in and have a little look. So you can see we've got our cliffs up here. We've got the grey stuff, and we've got that sort of reddy brown stuff. Well, the place where they come together, you can often find things. So this grey stuff down here, this is where we found things like this. This is of course the belemnite, the little squid-like creature picked fresh out of the rocks, and you've also got a couple of bivalves there as well. Now, what's interesting with these bivalves, there's a complete one. You can see, number one, that it's closed. Okay, so, well, really, number one, you know it's a bivalve because it looks like a bivalve, so it is a living fossil. Number two, it's closed, so this bivalve has been buried while it was alive, and in fact, all the bivalves, and you walk along the cliffs, you see millions of the things just sticking out of the cliffs. They've all been buried while they're alive, so we've definitely got evidence of rapid burial. And then we have some other bivalves, these scallop shells, these clam shells, which actually have been squashed. You can see how that one's actually been squashed so much it's turned into itself. So not only quick burial, but also rapid burial and heavy burial. All this cliff face was buried down at the same time and has produced this enormous deposit here. Now, if we come to this sort of reddy, sort of orangey rock as well, that's where it sort of borders and joins the rocks down below. That's where you find a lot of plant stuff. And the Whitby plant bed, which is this kind of rock here, actually sits down underneath it. But look at what we've got here. It's an absolutely perfect segment of a horsetail rush. A very, very large horsetail rush, because of course, even though these are living fossils, we still have these today. We call them mare's tail or horsetail rush. This horsetail rush fossil one is much bigger than it. So it has changed, but it hasn't evolved. It's gone downhill. It used to be bigger, now it's much smaller. So we have an evidence piece from a living fossils, and we have evidence of change that is not evolution. It's gone downhill. They used to be much bigger, this round segment. Today they're spindly little rushes. We actually found some up on the cliff on the way down. So they're actually still around today, but in a much smaller form. So that's a really nice find from this plant bed here. And this is just up on the cliff in the rubble, just lying around. We haven't even got round to the really good patch yet, which we might need to wait until the tide just goes out a little bit further. It's going out pretty quickly now, but we've still got a little way off to go. So we keep digging, we keep seeing what we can find, and who knows what else we'll uncover. Alright, so we've come up to the cliff, and I just want to give you a little bit of a look as to just how many kind of fossils there are, even just a little section like this, just to give you a bit of an idea, right? Alright, we've got one fossil here. You can see it just kind of peels out quite nicely. Little clamshell there, so we've got clam, belemnite just there, another clamshell, belemnite there, another clamshell, clamshell, clamshell up there, clamshell. I mean, we're going on and on, right? Another clamshell, clam. It's just sort of collapsing as I'm pointing it out. Clam there, belemnite. Occasionally you also spot the odd, I mean, clam, right? You occasionally spot the odd little bit of an ammonite kind of sticking out down below. But the point is, really, look at the immense amount of fossils in just a small little section of cliff here. We're not talking about a marine environment which is slowly having animals die and get buried and caught up and slowly build up over millions of years. We're talking an abundance of fossils in just one very small area, and this is just the surface. We can't really go into the cliff and dig it and see, and when you do, you find that it's just an enormous abundance of stuff there as well. And so the fossils go on and on and on. This is just an unbelievable volume of fossils in one particular area. Also, what's interesting is we're in the little sort of alcove here which the sea has eaten away, but just look at what has caused it. Follow the seam, follow the crack. Can you see the crack running up? There it is there, look, all the way up. And you can see there's actually a fault line where the whole area has been shunted, and it's actually created a weak spot which the sea has eaten down into. So we've also got evidence of tectonic shifting, large-scale earth shifting, after this has actually been laid down and buried. So we're talking immense amounts of pressure, immense amounts of movement as well, beyond anything that we see today, really. So the evidence is starting to stack up, and it's fascinating getting in and actually digging out and seeing what these kind of fossils show. Alright, well, good morning folks, and it's a very wet morning, and it rained for most of the night, so I've spent most of this morning so far trying to dry stuff off and make sure everything's all washed and clean and ready. Now, there's been some changes of plans. Let me just come and sit down in here and run through them with you. There's been a bit of a lull in the weather, which is great. We've ended up with a slightly drier spell, but it is supposed to get wet later. It's supposed to be dry from later this afternoon and into tomorrow. Now that got me thinking, because my original plan, I got up and started getting ready to take everything down, because the plan was to go to Port Mulgrave, which I'll tell you about in a moment, and then to head on up to Northumberland. The problem with that is if I want to make the most of Port Mulgrave and I want to visit to
Robin Hood's Bay as well. There's not really enough time to get up to Northumberland in daylight before a campsite closes and before it's dark, so that I can set the tent up. The other thing to throw into the mix as well is that last night, as I was searching out campsites, there's only really a couple that would work, and both of them you have to call. So I'd literally be calling up in 5 minutes and saying, can I stay there tonight? Which may be fine, but may not be. I think I've got more chance if I say I want to come tomorrow. So what I've decided to do is stay an extra night here. It means that I can leave everything set up. I can leave everything just chilling here. We go to Port Mulgrave, spend the day at Robin Hood's Bay, then Port Mulgrave, digging up fossils, come back here. We can get back here nice and late. I can spend as much time as I want doing the research. That then means that tomorrow morning, hopefully everything will be a bit dry, because it's not supposed to rain overnight, so it gives a chance for everything to sort of blow in the breeze and dry off. That means that tomorrow morning I can pack up nice and early and head straight to Northumberland and stay there that evening. But it means I can crack straight on with the research on Thursday, and I think that'll probably work out the best. Then on Friday morning we can finish up any of the research at Northumberland, and then we're driving all the way down the east coast to Norfolk, where we're going to be for that afternoon/evening, and then early the next morning we're going to head over to the fossil show in Derbyshire. Going forward from that, I've got to be back in the Oswestry area where Creation Research Centre is for Sunday, because I'm involved with my church there on Sunday morning. Sunday afternoon I'm probably heading back out again, and sometime around the Monday, Tuesday I'll call an end to the road trip and head home and finish it for good. So it's all coming along and all looking very exciting. Alright, so where are we going today? Well, we're going to start off by going to Robin Hood's Bay. It's pretty well over collected. You can sometimes get some spectacular stuff from Robin Hood's Bay, but it's usually over collected, so it's not really worth, with the limited time that we have, to get down there and spend a lot of time looking. But I do want to visit a fossil shop where I found some spectacular fossils for the museum collection in the past, including some of those Himalayan ammonites, the ammonites from Mount Everest, right? It's where I got them from. So I want to go back and visit my friend there, spend a little bit of time just looking around, and then after that we'll head straight up north to Port Mulgrave, which is generally considered, there's a general consensus by most fossil collectors that it's the best place in the UK for fossils. So you go to the north of the bay, that's to the left, and you end up getting to all the plant stuff, the giant horsetails and the ginkgoes. If you go to the south, you get all the big cannonball nodules with all the ammonites in them, and fish bone and ichthyosaur bone, and there's footprints from around there, and it's just amazing. So should be a good day, and Lord willing the weather will hold off, so pray for that for me, that the weather holds off and we do all right out of it. So yeah, it looks pretty good, and it's drying up now, so I'm just about ready to hit the road. Just got one or two quick last things to set up and get ready, and then we're off. So let's go exploring. I'll catch you later, folks, and keep watching. Well, it's a cold and wet morning. It rained most of last night, and so everything's pretty soaked outside, which is just what you want for getting it all packed up and taken down. I've got to decide where I'm staying tonight as well and work out exactly what I'm doing. If I want to get a campsite, it need to be set up early. If not, a hotel, but we'll see.
All right, folks, we're on our way, and we have a few changes of plans. So let's run down through the train of thought. Wake up this morning, get up, chucking it down, soaking wet everywhere. Horrible, quite frankly. So start sorting stuff out in the rain and preparing stuff with the thinking that I'll probably have to bag everything up soaking wet and box it up into one of the big plastic boxes in order to move on to the next campsite. And I'm thinking this is going to take ages, but there we are. Then I'm thinking, well, I want to go to Port Mulgrave today as the main fossil place, but because of the tides, we might as well, you know, use some time properly, kill some time by going to a really, really good fossil shop, which is in Robin Hood's Bay. It's kind of a fossil shop / museum, and it's where I've got some spectacular fossils from before, including ammonites from the Himalayan mountains, from the top of Mount Everest, right? So it's well worth going and seeing the collection as well as obtaining a few things potentially. So I thought it'd be quite nice to go there, and I'm thinking, well, by the time I've done that, then by the time I've done Port Mulgrave, it's going to be dark again, it's going to be late, and then I'm going to have to drive all the way up to Northumberland, which is about another hour and a half or so in terms of driving time, and I'm going to be arriving after the campsite has closed, and I'm going to be there in the dark, which is not ideal. And then I think, well, actually last night I had a bit of a look up of some campsites, and unfortunately there were the two ones that were contenders don't take online bookings. You have to call them up, and so I'd literally be calling up the campsite saying, can I come and stay with you tonight, please? So I think I've got more chance if I say, can I come and stay with you tomorrow night? So what I decided in the end was to actually stay an extra night at this campsite. It works well, it's all set up. Plus it's wet and raining now, but it's supposed to get better later on today and be dry overnight, which means hopefully the big sail will be dry when it comes to packing up tomorrow morning. That means that I can go today, do what I want to do Port Mulgrave, get back as late as I want, doesn't matter, and then tomorrow I can pack stuff up early in the dry, when it's dry, and head up early to Northumberland. That means that I'll have all day at Northumberland looking for the polystrate trees, and it means I'll be able to get to the campsite fairly early as well. And I think that'll be a really the best situation here. Then that'll be on Thursday. On Friday we can finish anything in Northumberland, drive down to Norfolk, do some stuff down in Norfolk. Saturday we'll head over nice and early to the fossil show in Derbyshire. And then I know I have to be back on Sunday for a little bit because I'm helping out at the Sunday school at my local church. But basically I'll probably head off again Sunday afternoon, Monday, Tuesday, probably call it quits sometime on Wednesday. So yeah, it should be a good run, and I'm looking forward to today. So, like I said, we're going to the fossil shop first. That's where I'm on my way to now. That's only 5 minutes down the road, or to get to Robin Hood's anyway. It's a little bit of a walk once we've parked up. But once we have got to Port Mulgrave, which is generally considered to be one of the best fossil hunting locations in the UK, really we can go wild, because to the north, that is to the left of the bay, you get fossil plants, so your horsetail rushes, you get your ginkgoes and so on and so forth. In the bay itself, you get some fantastic nodules with ammonites in them, fish, bone, all sorts. And then if you keep going to the south, you also end up with more plant material and big plant material as well, big fossil trees and so on and so forth. And sometimes even things like footprints, dinosaur footprints. So it's well worth the visit. It's an interesting place to get to, as you will see, but it is fun to get to. So we'll catch you in a few minutes at Robin Hood's Bay. folks, we did fairly well. I picked up one or two little fossils from the shop, and we may be able to go back and get an amazing fossil, one of those Himalayan ammonites, but who knows. Well, I had to contact the owner because the previous owner sadly passed away, the guy who actually went out and collected them, so I had to contact his daughter to see whether she'd be willing to sell us one. But I did get this. See a little trilobite? Beautiful little trilobite. And it's a rolled trilobite. So it's been buried alive, it's been buried in action, it's been buried very quickly, it's been scared while it's buried, and I don't know if it'll show up on the camera, but you might just be able to see some of those details in its eyes. Pretty amazing eye detail, which we'll get under a microscope and sort out. And I'd not come across one of these before, but they were priced exceptionally reasonably, and I thought, well, I better get one because look at that, an enormous sea urchin. There's it underneath. It's fossil, it's heavy. This is supposed to be getting on for about 10 to 15 million years old, and yet they haven't changed. They're still sea urchins, still alive today, and a beautiful, beautiful example of one as well. So just a couple of little quick gems, but it's now time to head to Port Mulgrave, which is about half an hour. I'll grab myself a little bit of lunch, just some rolls from the local shop and some ham. So I'll throw together one of those to have on the way, and we'll get down to Port Mulgrave. So about 10 years ago, there was a lovely path down to the beach at Port Mulgrave. Prior to that, 150, 200 years ago, it was a major port, mining coal for fish and for jet as well. Still one of the best places for jet in this area, and we'll talk more about that when we get down to the beach. But about 10 to 15 years ago, there was a nice path with steps going down to the beach. That cliff collapsed and all the path went with it, and some locals tied a very large rope to the top of the cliff and threw it down the cliff, and you basically climbed down the cliff using the rope. Then, when we first started going there 8 years ago or so, 6 to 8 years ago, there was a sort of hodgepodge of steps, some ladders that were kind of strung together, so on and so forth. And that's how you got down to the beach. Now, it's my understanding that since then, or rather since the last time that I was here, which was 4 years ago or so, 4 or 5 years ago, my understanding is that not even the hodgepodge steps are there anymore. It is literally climbing down the cliff on a rope. So it'll be interesting to see when we get there how we are going to get down there, but it'll be fun for sure. And of course, the best fossils are always going to be trapped at the most difficult to access locations. That's just how it goes. Alright folks, we're here. It's a tiny little place, and basically that's where we're headed for. All the way down there. Some good landslips, some good fossils. It's looking positive, even from up here. So that's where we're kind of aimed for. It's a long trek down. We start with a path, an actual path, thankfully, which takes us down through the bush scrub there. And then the last little bit is a steep drop down the cliff. So it should be fun. Now, it's a lot colder today than it was yesterday. It's a lot windier, so you've got a hat on and jumper on and everything. It'll probably get quite hot as we make our way down through exertion, but I'm ready for that. And yeah, should be good. A lunch. And grab some rolls and some ham from the corner shop. So we're filled up and ready to go. Alright, so we've come off the official track, which is there. Now we've got these kind of cobbles which at one point would have made up the old path, which isn't too hard going, but it gets a lot more intrepid very quickly. So just making our way down this path at the moment. That's where we're trying to get down to, all the way down there. You can see the access to the beach down there. Now this was originally an actual port, and so you can still see the remains of the port and the harbour, and we'll see part of that as we get round. This is where it gets a little bit hairy. You can see what we're trying to climb down now using the rope to get ourselves all the way to the bottom. To give ourselves a bit more traction now. Going sometimes, and I'm beginning to regret my choice of shoes, to be honest with you. I thought that these boots would be good, but I'm losing pretty much all traction as they get caked up in mud, so I'd have rathered something with a bit more tread on it, but we're almost there. And that's basically where we've come from. Or part of it anyway. Oh, there we go. Whew. Just see how slippery that mud is and how deep it is. The boots are good for the deep mud, but they just don't give enough good traction. But there we are, almost there. It's easy for the last part, or easier anyway, comparatively speaking. There we are. Make our way down. Told you I'd get a sweat on. Alright, so we made it down eventually. Over there behind me, you can see the remains of the old port. This is the lovely hollow. There's actually was a train track that ran up the hill, but that's long gone, as is the official path, so we're sort of clambering our way down. But this has always been very productive down here, so let's start looking and see what we can uncover. So we're already starting to get things like these ammonites, big old slab, bit faded, bit water worn, but worth hanging on to for the minute. Oh, I've just seen this. Is that bone? That might be bone. You see that there? I think that might be bone. Yep, I think that's bone. That's bone there. So, bit of bone and an ammonite within 30 seconds of walking on the beach. It's not too bad, really. full of shells. And the other thing we look for, you can see here we've got some jet, Whitby jet. You can see it quite clearly in there. It's quite nice. The other thing we look for are things like this, nodules, because look at what's on the other side, the ammonites. Now this is quite a junky one. There'll be a lot more better ones about, but let's just see if this will split nicely. I doubt it somehow, but we give it a try. Yeah, no, it just fell to pieces, but you can see how good they look when they come out fresh. Yes, I know it's not bad, but it's just going to get everywhere, so always carry a first aid kit with you in preparation. Stick a plaster on that, we'll be fine. Well, we're trapped in this little bay now for a little bit. I just sprinted across there and got quite wet in the process. But the good thing about this little bit of the bay is that the high tide never comes right up to the cliff. So, or rather, if it does, we can easily get over there. So we're going to set up camp here for a little bit and chill, dig, see what we can find. I'm already spotting shed loads of ammonites just lying on the ground. So none of them in perfect condition, but really you want to find the ones that haven't been opened up in order to split them open, and those are the ones that you get really good condition ones. So we'll just park up. We just need to keep an eye on that point over there, the one in the foreground, so that we can get up to higher ground should we need it. So, right, plonk our stuff down, get cracking. Well, I'm just allowing my feet to air at the moment because they got rather wet as I tried to make my way back across. I decided I thought I could get over that pile of rocks, but I can't. So
it's too, the tide is too far in on the other side. I was hoping to make it around that point there, but not happening, unfortunately. So it's just about high tide now, and thankfully I can still see my access to get over to the other side, and we'll try and go around there in a little bit. But what I thought we'd do is just talk a little bit about geology here, because this is familiar geology. This is the lias. You remember from our previous trip, the lias down in Dorset. It's part of that Jurassic sequence. It starts down in Dorset, goes up into Devon, it goes across the Bristol Channel into South Wales. You can trace it all the way up, and it turns out up here as well. This is the lower lias, so you've got these kind of this very distinctive hard limestone, and then you have layers of this soft shale, and then it carries on up the cliff. You can see it going on up over there. Then finally, right at the top, you have these big sandstones, and these sandstones you can get big trees and plant material and so on and so forth. And as we go that way, the plant material comes a bit more exposed, and that's where you can start to find things like your horsetail rushes and your ginkgoes and so on and so forth. So that's where we're going to try and head out to over there. Okay, so this is a pretty big deposit. It covers most of the United Kingdom. The Jurassic itself goes all over the world, but this is a big deposit of lias, and again we're dealing with something which is a flood deposit. We've found wood here, that wood being jet. It's the monkey puzzle tree, or the Araucaria, the southern conifer, so that's a living fossil as well, still alive today in the southern hemisphere, particularly in places like Australia. So you have the Araucaria stuff here, which forms the jet when it becomes highly compressed. You also have the ammonites, so you've got deep sea creatures and land plants. You get dinosaurs here, you get giant marine reptiles here, and on and on and on you go. The shells that we've been finding, the big chunks of wood, it all shows an indication towards a flooding deposit for sure. So I'm just letting my socks air off a little bit and dry out the boots, and then we're going to head over towards those shacks over there and beyond that port, and then the hope is that we can start to find some more of those plant materials. The ammonites here are pretty good. You've seen some of the ones that we've been splitting up open and seeing, and you can kind of hit them and they split open and they look pretty good inside there. So we keep trying those and keep hitting rocks to try and see if they can open up. But pretty good finds so far overall. There's bits of it, you can see it starting to come out there. Sometimes these crack really well, sometimes they just don't. There's nothing you can do about the ones that don't. Yeah, see, it just wants to crack in half, which is not very good. We might try and do it this way round, just to see if it just starts to behave, but even then it doesn't want to. Try this bit here. Yeah, you can see it's all in there. There's at least two, but it just doesn't want to behave. So some you win, some you lose. Never mind, eh? Let's just try this last time and just crack it on there. No. So we've just pulled this out of the sea just there, just caught the edge of it, and was able to grab hold of it pretty quickly. We'll come and have a look at what we've got here. See all the shells? Absolutely chock-a-block full of these oyster shells. A big old chunk of an ammonite just there, and then look at what we have here.
jet, fossil timber, Oricaria. So just look at the volume of these shells here. Immense amount of seashells and deep sea ammonites buried next to wood. So it's a pretty hefty piece, but it'd be really good if we could try and get that off the beach. So I think I might get it up towards those steps over there, and then we'll just be able to work it up the slope once I've had a look over the other side. So I'm starting to head back a little bit now. There's a whole load of little settlements down here, all old fishermen cottages. Last time I was here there was actually a bloke who was living down here and just chilling. There's a whole set of them. I don't actually know if there's anybody down here at the moment. There was one or two people who'd made it down here earlier when I first came, but I think most people have left now. I think I'm just on my own. Alright, come see what we've got down here. We've come around to the other side. You can see the waves are much fiercer on this side of the cove. But look at what we're starting to get. Can you see the jet and the ammonites? So it's another classic example of fossil wood, which of course is now a semi-precious stone because of the way that it's been fossilised, and deep sea creatures, which are the ammonites, buried together. So this is something which is actually, I mean, the importance cannot be overstated. When I was doing geology first year, I was taught what you do is you go to the cliffs like this, you go to the geological formation like this, and you're able to interpret the kind of ecosystem that's represented in these rocks by the types of fossils. So if it's a predominantly terrestrial environment, it'll be, or predominantly terrestrial fossils, it'll be a terrestrial environment, predominantly marine and so on and so forth. But what you find, particularly in the Jurassic rocks around the world, but in many of the others, it's the same with the Cretaceous, it's the same with the Carboniferous, it's the same with the on and on and on, you find evidence of flooding. Flooding, what is a flood? A flood is water where water shouldn't be. If you've got a flood in your kitchen, it's because the water belongs in the sink and it's on the floor. And what we have here, and we've seen abundant evidence of this all up and down this stretch of coast, here at Poor Mark Grave, and particularly in this one specimen here, is great evidence of flooding. Mixed environments. Wood, and you can see where the wood would have gone up here, very next to seashells. So, in fact, let's see if we can just excavate this out just a little bit more and just see if it yields anything more exciting as we chip away at it. So I'm just going to take this little bit off here, just chisel around it a little bit. In fact, I think what I'm going to do is just grab a little helping hand in the form of a chisel. Here we are. Just move my bag out of the way so it doesn't get completely destroyed by the sea. Here it comes. Let's have a look and see what we've got under here. Hey, look at that! Big old belemnite. See that there? So belemnites are the old squid-like creatures. There's the tip there. That's how it would have been. So there's your belemnite. Belemnites are squid-like creatures. So those are again another sea creature, deep sea creature, buried right next to your old fossil wood. And there's your ammonite there. Now there's another ammonite up here, but let's just see if we can clear up some of this ammonite here, just using a little tools, scraper tools. Let's see if we can get them out of the bag. Whoops, daisy. 1 second. There we go. See if we can scrape some of this out and clean it up a little bit. We've got another fossil going on here, but I'm not entirely sure what exactly is going on here. So let's just do a little tap tap. Peel that off.
Definitely a good looking ammonite there. I think that must have been a big part of an ammonite. Whoops, we've lost some of that wood. Never mind. Let's see if we can work out what happened to it and collect some of this, because this is Whitby jet now. So here we have some of that Whitby jet, and you can see how shiny it is. It's pretty decent looking. Great stuff. So the other thing is, as you take these rocks, this shale, right, and we're going to take the shale, big old bit of shale here, we're going to split it in two, and then we're going to pick it up and give it a good sniff. Yeah, it smells like the back end of a diesel. And look, beautiful great big fossil belemnite in there as well. These rocks are full of oil, and so again, this is a flooding environment that's producing the oil, not the millions of years that we often get told. But come and look at this. We literally just split this open on camera, and look, there's the impression, there's the actual fossil. Beautiful example. We're going to take that one. We've just got to trim it up a little bit to make sure that we can get it off the up the cliff easily enough. So I think I'm going to station here a little bit and keep digging, because if you look over there, right over in the distance, those rocks are where you start finding the fossil plant, but you can see it's a bit tricky to get to at the moment because of the tide. So the tide is over high tide, so it'll be on the turn very shortly, and we'll head over there in a bit. But I'm going to hang around here and have a dig around in this shale, because there's good stuff to be found. Here's another fabulous fossil. We've got Whitby jet all down there. Really nice example. But then look what else we've got. More deep sea creatures, more ammonites. So it's nice that it's all in one kind of freestanding piece that you can see all the details of. Again, we're dealing with more evidence of flooding for sure. So real good find. We've got some other finds. Little ammonite. Big old belemnite, that's really nice. And some other bits. So we keep on digging, we keep on searching. I think we're going to try and make our way over that way now to the plant material area. Oh, we've done pretty well so far. Got some more stuff down here. We're still actually working our way over there. You can see there's that last little tiny bit of water, but it's almost gone, and we can get over to where we start finding the plant material. But we've done pretty well round here. Come have a look down here and see what we've found. This is perhaps the star piece. You see the big ammonites? Beautiful ammonites, but look at what this is over here. Let's get it at an angle. It's actually an ichthyosaur vertebrae there, so that's really nice. Bit of dinosaur bone along with our ammonites. I'm not sure whether I'll take this back yet, but can you just see the hundreds and thousands of oysters on there? So that's pretty nice. And then we've got this piece as well. Try and get it into some light. There we go, so you can see it properly. So again, really beautiful fossils, really beautiful preservation, and we've been tracing the trees all the way down here. The jet miners have done their job for us, because we can not only see where the trees are, we can also see which direction they're in based on the way that the hole is going, because the hole follows the tree. So that's really quite useful for us in terms of mapping these trees out, and they're definitely all pointing in the same direction. And so when you get an elongated fossil, like a tree or like the belemnites, and we've got a whole mass of belemnites that we've found here before, all pointing in the same direction, same with all the trees, you have evidence of flooding for sure. So we're going to try and bag up some of these, and it's now getting on for 5:30, and I would really like to try and get over there if we can, so we'll see what we can do. Well, we've certainly got the best find of the day, probably the best find of the whole trip so far. We've come along, right? We were over there by those dark cliffs. We've now come into this sort of sandy coloured area, and that's coming from right up near the top of the cliff there. And in this particular area, there's obviously been a huge amount
of that come down. And so you go sifting through this sandy stuff, because occasionally you find plant material, or rather, actually you find a lot of plant material. It's the norm, but occasionally you find very well preserved plant material. So case in point, this isn't brilliantly preserved, but you can see we've got a horsetail rush just here, a bit like the one we found at Whitby yesterday, sitting right there. You go along and you can find even more examples of these in this sandy sort of coloured rock. There's another one, whoops, just there. You can see the little stem there. And all this kind of black material that you see in these layers, this is all plant material. Excuse me. This is all plant material. And when I say we've found the best find so far, I do mean it, because come and look at what we've got over here. Hey, these are ginkgoes, ginkgo huttoni to be exact, named after James Hutton, who of course really introduced the modern world to the concept of millions of years. But look at the stunning detail on these things, absolutely gorgeous, absolutely amazing. Okay, quite a lot that we can learn from the old ginkgo. Number one, it's a living fossil, so that means it hasn't evolved. But has it changed? Yes, it has. You see, even though even secular scientists admit and believe and agree that these fossils are living fossils, there's no denying that it's changed. You see, this is ginkgo huttoni, and the modern day ginkgo is called ginkgo biloba. Why is it called that? Well, if you come in, count the lobes with me on this big one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 at least, just on this one stem, or one leaf rather. You can see that they have lots and lots of lobes. Now, ginkgo biloba, of course, means 2 lobes. And if you go and have a look at our modern day ginkgo leaves, they certainly have shrunk. They no longer have all these lobes, they just have 2 lobes. So they've gone from multiple lobes down to just this little bit at the bottom with 2 lobes. Is that evolution or is that devolution? Well, we've actually been able to isolate the genes of the ginkgo, particularly due to the conservation of it, because it nearly went extinct, and it probably would have gone extinct had it not been for the Buddhist monks who cared for it. And the reality is we've actually been able to find that the loss of information has resulted in the 2 lobes down from the many lobes. So that's not evolution, it's the opposite of evolution, it's devolution. We're going downhill. So yes, it's a living fossil, no evolution. Yes, it has changed, but it's not evolution, it's devolution. And what did Hutton introduce us to? The concept of millions of years. What did that lead on to? The popularization by Charles Lyell and the theory of evolution made possible because of the millions of years, by Charles Darwin. The reality of this, it doesn't give you any indication of millions of years, but gives you lots of evidence for the opposite, because these rocks are supposed to be getting on for 275 odd million years old, but the fossils in them haven't changed, they've just evolved, they haven't evolved, they're still reproducing after their kind, just like God told them to do. So there's no help to evolution there. And also when you mix into the fact that these had to be buried quickly, because just look at the stunning detail. This is a quick burial. And you play that into the fact that we've been finding all these fossils around here. They're all given evidence of a flood. These are still the Jurassic. They still have evidence of being flooded. The Jurassic goes all around the world. So really, you've got no evidence of millions of years or evolution from any of these fossils. You see, the reality is, when it comes to fossils, you find one of 3 things. Either creatures remain exactly the same and plants remain exactly the same, they don't change at all. A bit like the monkey puzzle trees, the Araucaria. They haven't evolved, they haven't changed, nothing's different about them. Or you find that plants do change, but it's not evolution, it's devolution, much like the fossil ginkgos. Or you find that creatures go extinct, a bit like the ammonites. Now, not one of those 3 things is any help to evolution in the slightest, because if you remain exactly the same, you're not evolving, you're stuck in a rut, and if you haven't evolved in 270 million years, you're probably not going to evolve anytime soon. If you've changed, but you haven't evolved, you've devolved, then I'm sorry, you're not evolving, you're going the wrong way. So you're nowhere near close to evolving. And if you go extinct, well, now you're dead and you couldn't evolve even if you tried. So all of these pieces of evidence are amazing evidence that the Bible is true and can be trusted from the very beginning. And I mean, just look at some of the stunning detail in this fossil. I'm so excited about this fossil. It's just amazing. I've been wanting some of these for years and I'm so pleased to have found it. I'm shaking a little bit. It's just unbelievable. So the sun is starting to set now. It's kind of about 5:30, 5:45, so I've got a long hike to get back and then I've got to try and get up the cliff. So I probably won't be too much longer, but I'm just so thrilled with this find. So praise the Lord and thank you for your prayers in helping. I just want to keep looking for more now, but I do need to head back soon. So, it's amazing. It's amazing. Another quick point that's worth mentioning is that all of these horsetail rushes that you find polystrate, they're all, that you find fossil here, they're all polystrate. That's the point I was trying to say, which means they cut up through many layers. Now, tomorrow we're heading to Northumberland and Lord willing we'll find some of the polystrate trees up there as well. But they're certainly here as well. And they're all polystrate. They all cut up through all of the rock, which really means if these layers are slow gradual accumulations of sediment and material over vast periods of time, how on earth did these hollow, fragile rushes actually survive for those millions of years, or at least at the very minimum hundreds of years, while they slowly got buried? See, it just simply doesn't line up. So the very fact that you find all these polystrates are actually evidence of rapid burial as well. They've got a whole load more in here. You see, each one of these little round circles is a cross-section of one of those horsetail rushes cutting down through the rock. So good pieces of evidence for sure. Right, we're just working our way over the big rocks, as you can see. It's not the easiest of jobs. We've got to get back along the cliffs and gather everything together. And once we've got everything together and packed up as much as I can manage, we've got to try and get up the cliff itself. Folks, well, this is one of the toughest things I think I probably have ever done. That has that huge rock from right earlier, the one with all those shells and wood, plus everything else that we found. I've managed to fit it all in, but I think it's got to be close to one of the heaviest things that I've shifted. The next heaviest thing would have been a huge block of belemnites that I actually also carried up this cliff. But that was about 6 years ago when I was fitter, didn't have a bad back, and the slope wasn't as bad, and I was in better shoes. So I made a mistake with the shoes. I really thought these would be good, but not enough traction. Anyway, we're going to attempt it. Well, we're on, and I'm already losing energy rapidly. I'm going to film for this little bottom bit because I might just not have the strength. So we'll take it in bits, I think. Anyway, bit by bit. Just having a 30-second breather. I very stupidly forgot to bring any water or drink with me down here, so I'm gasping at the moment. But I've got to try and get our way up there. It's pretty steep. Unfortunately, I've got no way of properly mounting my camera to be able to efficiently film, so I'm afraid I'll just have to give you progress updates as I have a break. Alright folks, well, I made it up steep slope eventually. I'm just having a breather because I'm a bit lightheaded, but I made it, and I'm sitting on Norm's bench. So thank you, Norm, and we'll carry on the last little bit in a minute. But it's been a good day. It's been some very good finds, And we can praise the Lord that He's provided abundantly for us. So, well, nearly there. Alright folks, we're not doing too badly. It's dark. There was a gorgeous, gorgeous sunset out the back there, which was just amazing. And we have been so blessed with the fossils today. I've just sent a load of photos of them over to John and just spoken to John once I got to the top of the cliff, and he was just amazed by it all. So we can be really, really grateful that we've been able to get all them. We want to pray that they will be used for God's glory at the end of the day. So pray that they will be able to be used for God's glory and to spread His word and show the truth of God as creator, judge, coming king, and of course, saviour. I'm on my way now to go and grab some food. We're going to go probably back to Lidl and grab a few bits, and then we'll be on our way back to the campsite where we'll get set up.
Good evening. It's now midnight here in the UK, and I'm getting pretty tired and sleepy. This day has been pretty spectacular. There's been some pretty amazing things that we've found, and the video for today, day 3, is longer than I'd hoped, but we've got it edited together. It's currently exporting. It's still going to take another hour or so to export, so again, I don't think that I'm going to be getting the video up tonight. That being said, tomorrow would be a slightly easier day. We're heading up to Northumberland, and we're heading up to go and look for the polystrate trees that are up there. And the polystrate trees that are up there are pretty spectacular, and it's about an hour and a bit more than that, maybe a couple of hours drive up north. I have made a slight adjustment tomorrow. I tried calling a couple of the potential campsites and we didn't really get anywhere with it. So what I've decided to do instead is take a hostel, which was not that much more expensive actually than a campsite would be. And it means that when we pack down tomorrow, and it should be dry all tonight and it should be dry tomorrow, which means when we pack down tomorrow it'll be much, much easier for getting there and getting set up. Well, you'll have to unfortunately wait to see the kind of fossils and things that we found at our trip today. But I'd like to just give you a little sneak peek as to one of the more spectacular fossils that we found. You might be able to recognise this or know what it is. We've spoken about it on Creation Conversations and in around the museum with Joe and Diane several times. Can you see those absolutely stunning ginkgoes? A whole slab of ginkgo leaves, including this beautiful, gorgeous one right in the middle there. Look at that. And there's obviously a lot of evidence that you can get from these kinds of fossils. They're living fossils. So these are supposed to be 175 odd million years, and yet they're still here. They haven't changed. They've got some devolution because they've shrunk in the modern ones, and rapid burial as well. So the whole show, absolutely stunning. So that was the best find from today. But we found many ammonites. We found many a nice bit of bone as well, ichthyosaur vertebrae. Lots of jet and other stuff as well. A whole host of stuff. But anyway, time for a bit of Bible study before we go to bed. You remember we've been working through the book of Romans, and I'll just read this second half of the book of Romans, chapter 1, which is what we're looking at tonight. We're starting in verse 18. For the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men, who suppress the truth in unrighteousness, because what may be known of God is manifest in them, for God has shown it to them. For since the creation of the world his invisible attributes are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so they are without excuse. Because although they knew God, they did not glorify him as God, nor were thankful, but became futile in their speculations, and their foolish hearts were darkened. Professing to be wise, they became fools, and they changed the glory of the incorruptible God into an image made like corruptible man, and birds, and four-footed animals, and creeping things. Therefore God also gave them up to uncleanness in the lusts of their hearts, to dishonour their bodies among themselves, who exchanged the truth of God for the lie, and worshipped and served the creature rather than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. For this reason God gave them up to vile passions. For even their women exchanged the natural use for what is against nature. Likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust for one another, men with men, committing what is shameful, receiving in themselves the penalty of their error which was due. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a debased mind, to do those things which are not fitting, being filled with all unrighteousness, sexual immorality, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, strife, deceit, evil-mindedness. They are the whisperers, the backbiters, the haters of God, the violent, the proud, the boasters, the inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents, undiscerning, untrustworthy, unloving, unforgiving, unmerciful, who knowing the righteous judgment of God, that those who practice such things are deserving of death, not only do the same, but also approve of those who practice them. Okay, so as we said earlier, the book of Romans is Paul's legal document to a predominantly pagan group of people. And he's laying out the entire argument of salvation, the entire plan that God has for salvation. We've read through the greeting. We've read through Paul's famous statement, I am not ashamed. And now before we get into the legal things, Paul needs to establish the state of mankind. He needs to establish the place that mankind is currently at, the depravity of mankind, if you will. This verse 18 here, for the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men who hold the truth in unrighteousness. This verse really begins the theological section of Romans. It's a section that continues all the way through to chapter 7, laying out this historical narrative, establishing the basis as to why we need salvation. Paul will go on in the book of Romans to talk about Adam. He will go on in the book of Romans to talk about the law. He will go on in the book of Romans to really lay down this step-by-step plan of salvation and how we obtain it, why we need it, and it all comes back to Jesus Christ. This starts off here with this for. It's a particle that shows a definitive transition in Paul's train of thoughts, right? He started with his introduction. He's made his famous statement on I am not ashamed. Now he's going into this important section of theology. Not only has God revealed, it says, his righteousness, but he's also revealed his wrath. The former, the righteousness, is necessary if the world is to be delivered from the consequences of the latter, right? We all deserve God's wrath, but it's through his righteousness that we can be delivered from the consequences of God's wrath, that we are very much deserving of. So the joyous sound that we've been getting so far in Romans, I'm so beloved, I want to come and see you, it's been so long, I want to come and serve you, I want to come and share in the fruits, I'm not ashamed, And now we're getting into a more sort of somber sound, a somber turn to our readings here. And it's a real somber note of judgment. This is a sort of harsh, negative almost analysis, but it really shows that if God is to right the wrong, he must first reveal clearly what has to be made right. It's the only way that we're going to actually realise that we need being saved, is if we know the state that we're actually in. This is why Paul goes on to say that the law is there to bring people, to show up people's sin, to bring people to Christ. Because we need to know the law, we need to know the rules, to know how much we need a saviour. So the wrath of God is revealed, literally being revealed from heaven against all the godlessness and unrighteousness of people. The wrath is often used in a sort of a eschatological sense in the New Testament, but in this case it refers to a continuous abhorrence of sin, which is an affront to the holiness of God. Most people, I think, incorrectly regard the wrath of God as something that they will only have to confront in the final judgment after death, right? But it seems clear that this is a present and a continuous thing. It's a continuous reality. The wrath of God is not in any way similar to what we perceive as or human anger. It's not a personal resentment on the part of God. We're dealing with something that is holy displeasure against anything that is unholy or contrary to his nature. Not only is he displeased with evil, but he's displeased with evildoers. We see that towards the end of the chapter as well. The wrath of God is revealed when God gives men over to their impure lusts as a divine chastisement. God has revealed himself in his truth to people, but when people refuse to follow this knowledge, then God simply turns them over to their own natural tendency for sin, and they must face the full consequences of sin, because sin is one of those, you hear the claim, right, it's bittersweet, right? It may taste sweet at first, and we are certainly attracted and lured in by the concept of sin, but there will always be a consequence for our sin, and it's really God's judgment in allowing us to, or allowing people to be overcome by this sin. So what human attitudes and actions move God to anger? Well, the passage that we've just read clearly lays out some of them. We've got it's manifested against all ungodliness, which is an absence of reverence for God or a religious attitude. God just cannot be ignored. It's manifested against all unrighteousness, which is the natural thing of it being irreverent. The second term is immoral in character. It's injustice towards other humans that naturally follows an irreligious attitude. And thirdly, God's wrath is also manifested against man's actions in suppressing the truth, because that's what it says. They're holding fast the truth in unrighteousness. Shows that the unregenerate man is basically not ignorant of truth, but constantly attempts to purposefully suppress it or literally to hold it down. And these are the things that God's wrath will be poured out of. These are the things which moves God to anger. Pontius Pilate foolishly asked Jesus, what is truth? In the Gospel of John, I think. What he was asking is, while the personification of truth was literally standing before him. People hold back the truth by placing these obstructions in its path, and probably the most prominent method used by modern humans is to substitute secular humanism, the philosophy of putting man in place instead of God in the position of supreme importance. And at the end of the day, that can only be made possible if we can explain the world around us with no reference to God. Do you see, it's coming back to this idea of evolution now. See, evolution was there, it was put in place as a way of explaining the world without reference to God. It was the same when the Greeks started to promote evolution. It was all the way down through history. And certainly with Charles Lyell and Charles Darwin, it was a way of getting rid of God. So it all comes back to this rejection of truth. Verse 19 says, because that which may be known of God is manifest in them, for God has shown it to them. Well, although he has reserved certain details from them, God has made certain facts about himself known to mankind. Finite beings like we are can never fully comprehend the infinite. In a real sense, we should recognise all earthly gifts as benefits bestowed by God. Is manifest. When it says is manifest, it comes from a verb to indicate the decisiveness of God's action. He placed a knowledge of himself in the inner recesses of man, and he did it in a definitive and in a powerful fashion. And so we start to see that God is manifest in creation as well, because verse 20, perhaps a very famous verse in Romans, says, for the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. The invisible things of him, or his invisible things, we're pinpointing the essence of God, which mankind can only see through the Christ and his creation. And the creation that he has made is observable to our senses. He's revealed himself not only to our consciences, but also to the very natural order, to the creation in which he has made. And theologians have historically labelled this as like natural theology, or general revelation. By the things made comes from an instrumental case construction, indicating one of the instruments by which God makes himself known to humans. And God's first purpose was to make himself known to his creation. And Psalm 19 gives us this beautiful picture of this, where it talks about God's work and relates that to God's word, and then again relates that to God's workers. So it all comes together throughout scriptures. Verse 21, because that when they knew God, they glorified him not as God, neither were thankful, but became futile in their speculations, or vain in their imaginations, worthless in their thinking, and their foolish hearts were darkened. And now we're coming back to this question of God's wrath, back to the question of God's judgment. And also in reference to our worship of the Creator as well, because look what happens when people have rejected the abundant evidence that there is around them, the clear truth and the clear reality of God as existing. It says that in verse 22, professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. Even though they pretended, they tricked to be wise, they became foolish. It's interesting, the latter word is the one from which we derive our modern word moron from. It's an example of an oxymoron, a sharp saying that is true and cuts to the bone. What an indictment about the wisdom of men. It's nothing. It's foolish. We are foolish in our speculations if we leave God out of the picture and change the corruptible, verse 23, the glory of the uncorruptible God into the image made like corruptible man, to birds and four-footed beasts and creeping things. God's wrath is manifested because of man's institution of the processes in terms of the life on earth. Coming back to evolution again, modern man has made evolution one of the major tenets of his faith, and so it's foolish in the eyes of God to claim that we could arise by ourselves. Wherefore God also gave them up to uncleanness through the lusts of their own heart, to dishonour their own bodies between themselves, who exchanged the truth of God into a lie, and worshipped and served the creature more than the Creator, who is blessed for ever. Amen. So not only does God deliver them up by allowing them to dishonour their own bodies, but he's also permitting them to change the truth into something false. The phrase reads, who changed the truth of God into a lie, so it refers to the height of the insult to which men subjected God to. It refers to, not only did they lower God to the level of images that we can make with our hands, but they served these images, or they actually worshipped them, and they preferred the lie to the truth, or to God's manifestation of his glory in them. And you think back to Genesis, right? Satan tempted Eve by saying that she and Adam would become like God if they were disobedient to his command and not eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And his basic lie is saying that by disobeying God, you would not bring death. And God, of course, always means what he says, but Satan suggested that God did not really mean what he said. And this has been that basic lie that the devil has always fed mankind, that God does not really mean what he says. And though the King James Version says more than, the literal translation is more rather than. It basically means that the options of worshipping the Creator or the creature were placed side by side, and mankind chose the latter. So, simply put, Adam swapped God's truth for the devil's lie. And Paul's then spontaneous outburst of doxology, right? He who is blessed forever and ever, amen. Literally, he was blessed into the ages, expresses the horror that he must have felt at the very idea of preferring the devil's word to God's word. But that's what people do. Ever since Adam and Eve, that's what humans have done. We foolishly think that God does not mean what he says, and that we can get away with sin. For this cause, verse 26, God gave them up to vile affections, even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature. Likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of his bodies, burned in lust for one another, men with men, working what is unseemly, receiving in themselves the recompense of the error that was met. And even as they did not retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind to do those things which are not convenient. All of this, these acts, acts which go against what is in God's word, all of this, as much more, is simply been resulted because people refuse to retain a knowledge of God. And so this reprobate mind, this is one that's abandoned its own wishes. It's just as an abandoned building, which will soon be occupied by rats and pigeons and anything else. It's a statement that God is turning humans over to their own depraved passions. God has given them up. Verse 29, being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whisperers. And we're just running down through all sorts of evildoers, backbiters, haters of God, spiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents, without understanding, covenant breakers, without natural affection, implacable, unmerciful, who, knowing the judgment of God, that they which did commit such things are worthy of death, not only to the same, but have pleasure in them that do them. You see, all are guilty of all this, in spite of the fact that they were fully aware of God's righteous ordinance, and they're fully aware that these practices lead to death. Death here certainly means more than just physical death. It includes the spiritual and the eternal death, the separation from God now and forever. So Paul is not only appalled at the lack of repentance, but also at the presence of this celebration over sin. How could anyone prefer such a life and its consequences to an all-knowing God? And going back to this sort of, verse 20, that people are without excuse, everybody knows that they are a sinner. Everybody knows that there is a God. Everybody knows. That's why there's no such thing as atheists, right? Everybody knows this, but it's that suppression. It's that pushing down. It's that hiddenness. And so we use creation, we use the fossils, we use the things that we're doing to show evidence of God's creation so that we can challenge people and help to bring that conscience back up and to really challenge people with it. So keep pushing on and keep striving forward, and we'll move on, because Paul is setting the scene here. He's setting the scene as to why we need a saviour. In the next couple of chapters, which we'll try and look at tomorrow, dig into that deeper. He's setting the scene, and we're going deeper and deeper into God's word, leading up to that glorious moment where we realise that there is a way out of this depravity, there is a way out of this hardship, there is a way out of this foolishness, and that way out is Jesus Christ. I'm headed to bed. Like I said, the video will be out probably tomorrow morning, and we have to pack up and head up to Northumberland, and we should be there in mid-morning, hopefully, if everything goes according to plan, when we start finding some of those polystrate trees. And do join me tomorrow. The reason why we didn't do very many live videos today is because, quite simply, there's no signal down on the beach. We have to clamber down a very steep track, so there was simply no signal. But hopefully tomorrow there'll be more signal, so more live videos, and I hope you enjoy the main video, which is coming out fairly soon. God bless, guys, and we'll see you soon. All right, well, good morning, folks. It's a very beautiful morning today. Despite how cold it was last night, I was quite surprised, because it was freezing last night and it got really cold this morning as well. I flicked the car on just before I went to bed after I'd finished editing, so it was about sort of 1:30 in the morning, and the temperature was about 5. So it got much colder, considering it was like 25 degrees. This is centigrade. Just a couple of days before. But if you have a bit of a look, it is a gorgeous and stunning day. So what's the plan so far? Well, we're getting everything packed up and packed down. I've been working on the car. The car is now basically no longer a bed, and we're ready to get it all set up and sorted. Currently boiling some water down there, which will do a nice cup of tea and some washing up. And once I've finished sorting all the electronic stuff out, which is why I'm doing this live, so that we can sort all the electronic stuff out, I'm going to get all the stuff from the tent organised and sorted, and we'll go through some of the fossils and stuff as well, and pack them all up and get them all prepared and boxed up and protected, so we can move on to our next place. Now, obviously today we are going to Northumberland. We're going to head up north to a place called Cresswell, which is just north of a place called Ashington, which is just north of a place called Newcastle. So we're going north. But the reason we went there is about 3 years ago, 3 years ago, we found polystrate trees, amazing huge polystrate trees. So I want to go back and film some more. I want to go and explore some more. I want to try and map more of that coastline out. So we're going to try and make that for today. Now, I tried calling a couple of the campsites yesterday. I couldn't get through to any of them, and there's a sort of a lack of campsites that were available and open this time of year around there. So I think that what I've done instead is book a hostel near Ashington, so just 10 minutes away from the beach. Gives us a chance to do what we need to do. It means I haven't got to spend a couple of hours setting up and taking down, which means that really leaves me a couple of extra hours that I can get down onto the beach and do some stuff and some admin and whatnot, and carry on exploring. And then tomorrow we're going to head south. After we've spent a bit of time up north, we're going to head south and stick to the east coast though, because we're going to head down to Norfolk. So happy days. But yes, overall going very well. So just need to get all finished, packed up, clean up, wash up. I've had watermelon for breakfast, just because I saw it in the shop last night and fancied it. So it's a good breakfast as well. Get all packed up and hit the road. And so I'll try and do a few more live videos today as we go. Yesterday was a bit. I was sort of pushed for doing live stuff because most of the day I spent down on the beach, and down at Port Mulgrave there's no signal at all whatsoever, so hopefully get some more live videos. But the video for yesterday, day 3, has just gone up, so go and enjoy that, watch that and be amazed and marvel and praise the Lord at some of the amazing fossils that we found there. So we'll catch you later, folks.
Alright, g'day folks, welcome back to Indiana Joe's road trip, where we are live on location at Cresswell Beach, having found a good parking spot and making our way down, and we're looking for fossils along this stretch of beach. Now it's currently high tide, as you can see, and we occasionally get some good rippers of some waves launching themselves up over that outlet of rock there, but generally speaking it's fairly calm and quiet, and it's an ideal place really, because the tide, I mean, it was high tide just a few minutes ago and it's still not up on this rock shelf. And that's good for us because it means that we can come here and actually investigate. Right, so what are we dealing with here? Well, these are Carboniferous. Remember, we were down at Whitby, we were dealing with the Jurassic. These are now Carboniferous, so we've come a little way along north, and we're now dealing with Carboniferous rock. Why are they called Carboniferous? Because it's full of carbon. In fact, we've actually been tracing part of the coal all the way down here. But I've got a few different things just to talk about and show you, because the polystrate trees are a little bit down over there, and you see that huge great big wave that just came across? I'm not getting past there without getting soaking wet for at least another 20 minutes or so, maybe 15 to 20 minutes. So we're going to avoid getting over there and getting soaked. But we've been doing some stuff around here because there's still plenty to find around here. And I just want to show you some stuff because we've been finding fossils in this rock layer. In fact, I've just spotted another little one there. And yes, all the fossils here are polystrate, but we'll talk more about the polystrate when I go live in a little while, a little bit further down. But one of the reasons that we know that this has been buried by water is not only the fact that you do find sea creatures here, but also the fact that we have clear ripple layers. What are we talking about? Well, if we come and have a look over here, you can kind of start to see the ripple layers in action. Let's come over this way a little bit so you get a little bit closer. Let's take you down here. So we're starting down at this bottom layer here, right? And can you see we've got ripples in this bottom slab? So we've got ripples here, but then we've actually got ripples on this layer as well. And if we come over here, up on this level, we've got ripples for sure. If we keep coming over a little bit further, you'll start to see more ripples up on this layer, water ripples. Keep coming, and then we've got, hey, let's have a sit down here and talk, because look what we have here. Some rather beautiful water ripples. Okay, what's the significance or the implication of this? Well, clearly water ripples are formed by water. So this is a water-based deposit. It's a watery flood deposit. We know it's flood because we have water and land plants and sea creatures all mixed in together. And that's excellent evidence of a flood. Remember what a flood is? A flood is water where water shouldn't be. So when you find land plants and sea creatures mixed together, along with water ripples, you're definitely looking at evidence of a flood. But remember what we said. Down there, we have water ripples. On this layer, we have water ripples. And on this layer, we have water ripples as well. Really nice, clear, obvious ones. You see, we're dealing with evidence of flowing water that is coming in streams, it's coming in tides, it's coming in layers already built into it. What are we talking about? Well, you've got rock layers at the bottom, build up, build up, build up, build up. So what you have in order to produce rock layers is you need to have flowing water which is so heavy in sediment that as it's flowing along, it's depositing the sediment down into the layers. And you can see behind us here, look at all these beautiful layers running down here. Amazing stuff, right? So the water is running along and it's laying down these layers as it goes. And on the top of that layer, on the top of that current, on the top of that flowing water, which is flowing sideways, it is leaving these water ripples as the water flows over the top, because that's what water does. Now you see this with every tide, right? You see the beach goes out and it's covered in water ripples. Go and have a look at our strata machine experiments, which deal with water that's flowing sideways. It's flowing left to right in the machine and it's leaving ripples along the top. Now the next question is, what happens when the next tide comes in? It washes those ripples away. They just go, and you certainly wouldn't get beautiful ripples left like this because the tide would just simply wash them away. Okay, what that means is the only way that you're possibly going to get fossil ripples is if another tide comes over, or another current comes over, or another layer of flowing water comes over and is also full of like a slurry of sediment which deposits and lays it down as it goes. In other words, you need multiple successions of these tides, multiple successions of these flooding events, one after another immediately, in order to actually preserve the ripples and certainly to preserve the fossils inside of them. And we'll look at a couple of fossil examples in a moment. Now, if we put this into a global flood type context, right, because that's certainly what I believe produced the Carboniferous layers, as well as many of the other layers, because, well, clearly dealing with a flood, Carboniferous goes all around the world. It was Professor Derek Ager who first made that point, Professor of Geology at Swansea University, who made the point that the Carboniferous is one of the biggest issues with orthodox, uniformitarian, slow, gradual, over millions of years geology and fossil concepts. So if we put this into a global flood context, Bible says 150 days of rising waters. Now, 2 times a day for those 150 days, you're going to get tides. You're going to get fluctuations in tectonic activity as the water level rises and falls and fluctuates as it's flooding over the land. It's going to produce the perfect conditions not just to erode all of the sediment needed and to catch up all of the plants and the animals, but also to lay these layers down one after another, preserving anything like water ripples or footprints or anything else in that top layer as it goes, when within minutes or hours the next layer comes up and over. So that's what we're dealing with here. One layer at the bottom, down there, another layer full of ripples, this layer full of ripples, and there's another layer full of ripples on the top, and then you get more and more and more of these beautiful layers, and the next layer will sit just on the top here. So we're really dealing with lots of evidence of flooding, and this is great because water behaves the same whether you have a little bit or whether you have a lot. And so you can do real life experiments like the stuff with our strata machines, and you can see this in action. You can see this principle, this process in action. Okay, so talking about some of the mechanisms, that's great, and these ripples are, I mean, just look at these, they're absolutely beautiful, stunning. So definitely dealing with water deposit at the very least, and we've spoken a little bit about some of the mechanisms behind it, but if you come along with me, and hopefully we don't get too wet out there, because we do actually have fossils in situ in the rock layers here. There's actually one just there, and there's another one just there. Now, as we get a little bit further along the beach, you'll see these in much better light because they're huge, great big trees. But just for now, here's a little concept of some polystrate fossils. There's one just there, and there's another one, quite a lot more worn, but there's one just there. Okay, what are we dealing with? Well, first of all, there's your coal seam. You'll find that there's another coal seam that runs. It's actually covered up, but it's just underneath this big rock here, and we'll be able to trace that as we carry on down the beach. But we're dealing with a horsetail rush. Okay, horsetail rush living fossil, right? Still alive today. These rocks here are supposed to be about 310 million years old, haven't changed in one bit in 310 million years. All they've been doing is reproducing after their own kind, just like it says that they should do when God created them. So you have evidence not only of God's creation, but also of God's power and his nature and the fact that he doesn't change. You see, the Bible says that God doesn't change. I am the Lord and I do not change, it says in Malachi. And you'll also find that God, in Romans 1, it says that God has stamped his nature onto all of creation. So don't be surprised that the creatures don't change and they don't evolve. So we have a fossil horsetail rush. You can see the very distinctive segments in it. Now these are a hollow rush, so it's been infilled with sediment, but you can clearly see the carbonisation on the outside. And notice it's polystrate. Poly meaning many, straight meaning strata or layers. This is a fossil that cuts up through many layers. And look at this one here. It's pretty much on the same layer. It's certainly in the same flooding event. So we have lots of evidence now of fast burial. The standard orthodox argument is that each one of these layers is built up over a season. So 2 layers or a valve per year. Very slow, very gradual. I mean, what does that mean for this? It means that it would have taken tens of years just to bury this. And the reality is, rushes rot after one season. They don't survive for tens or even hundreds or even tens of years as they slowly get built up. And you can do that simple calculation we do all over the world, where you calculate the height of the cliffs divided by the age that they're supposed to be, and you get to ludicrous results. Oh, that was actually Professor Derek Ager who came up with that as well. And it really is true. You get ridiculous results when you try and calculate the rates of sedimentation based off of 2 pieces of data. Number one, the height of the deposit or the thickness of the deposit, which you can test, you can observably see. And secondly, you take the so-called ages and you come up with ludicrous results and say, which one do you think is in error? Yeah, well, it's not the height of the deposit, that's observable, you can come and see it, you can test it. You can't test, however, the so-called ages or the supposed ages. So that's what's really flawed here. So already getting some great fossils. We've found a whole load of other ones further on down the beach, but really what we're trying to get to is a little bit further down there. Now the tide is just starting to slowly go out. Still a little bit of crashing right and wetty, but if we time it right, we might be able to make it across, because it's just over the other side of that beach where the really, really good stuff is. So that's where we want to try and get to, because that's where all of those amazing polystrate trees are. But my little project for now, before I can get over there, we found a couple of these, right? We found a couple of these polystrate horsetails. Well, the trees are great big trees, they're great big lycopod trees, but I want to follow this layer along and see if we can find any more of these polystrate horsetail rushes, just to see if we can map them all the way along. So catch me in I don't know, maybe an hour or so when we get over there and find the trees. I'll come live again. I'm filming all this stuff as well, so the video should be out again tonight. But goodbye guys, God bless, and I'll see you in an hour or so when we're over on the other side finding those trees. So I'll catch you in a bit. Oh, it's good and it's exciting. We've done really, really well, guys. So you can see over there, there we are, that's where I came from. And we walked along the cliff here. There's where we found all of those water ripples, and we started finding the small polystrate horsetails just up there. We carry our way along here and we start seeing polystrate trees crop up in the cliff here. So let me take you over to the first one that we found, and you might remember about 3 years ago, 2.5, 3 years ago, we did a film here on location. It's a remarkably good signal for a place that's up in Northumberland and out of the way of nowhere. I suspect it's got more to do with the industrial plant over there. But anyway, this is the first one I saw, and I remember seeing, this one wasn't exposed at all. There's some more which are down there which were exposed the last time we were here, but this one wasn't exposed at all. Let me just turn the camera around for you so you can actually see it. There it is here. So you can see we've got a polystrate tree. It's a tree, it's a lycopod, and you'll see a better example in a moment, but lycopods are hollow, and so it's infilled with mud. But you do have around the edges here this coal, and there's actually some of the bark just there. Pretty nice detail as well. And you can see there's a coal seam. that runs along the bottom and it goes down into the coal seam. Now, the rest of this tree obviously goes up into the cliff, so we're not going to be able to excavate it because I'm not going to try and collapse that huge amount of cliff above our head. But it does make a rather interesting point, right? I've just surveyed the whole length of this, right? There are 10 polystrate trees along this whole cliff, but that's only the stuff that is exposed. You see, we can't go deeper in. Could be hundreds here, thousands here, who knows? And more of this cliff is eroding away every year. I know that because that wasn't eroded the last time I was here. That's a new tree, and the tree which was here the other time is become even more exposed. In fact, there's another big polystrate tree just above here. You can just about see it up there, just behind me. There is another tree. But if we come down here, you remember when we came here last time, we found one, and that's this one, and it's had a rather big beach collapse. Can you see all this material? This has all come down from the tree since the last, from the cliff rather, since the last time we were here. None of this was here. Now, right up there you can see is the coal. There's your layer of coal. There's another layer of coal just down there. And like I said, you often find them in between the two. So if we follow along, there's your tree right there. So let's go and get up a little bit closer to it and have a bit of a closer look, because a lot has come down. Now, just the little base of this tree was exposed the last time we were here, and it was already starting to be eaten out in this middle bit, which you can see it's already, it's been eaten out a lot more. However, all of this has been exposed up here, so that's really quite good. Okay, let's get in a little bit closer. Okay, so we've got coal seam running down the bottom here. Goes into the tree. See how the tree kind of fans out into the coal seam? That's typical of a lot of these trees. Okay, work our way up, and you can see again, yes, it is hollow, so it's just full of this crumbly material, this shale which is infilled inside. But here's the real deal. It's this bark that's on the outside. Move up a little bit, and you can start to see more and more of this bark exposed, and some really nice detail in this bark as well. So this is a really, really nice example of a polystrate tree. One of the problems though is if you go down to the base, you find lots of fossils, but you don't find any leaves of these lycopods. So this tree didn't actually grow and die and get buried in the place that it was growing. This is a tree that has been swept into position. We know that because of the occurrence of water ripples all the way down along this beach. So there's a really, really nice example of a polystrate tree. Okay, let's talk polystrate then for a moment. Well, we briefly mentioned it earlier. Poly means many, straight refers to strata or layers. So this is a tree which cuts up through many layers of rock. Here's all the layers, right? You can trace all the layers down. There's our tree, and you can see that the tree cuts up through many, many layers. Now, coal is supposed to have formed in a swamp-like environment. So we have the coal at the bottom. We have the coal just above my head, just there. You can see it running along above my head. But this is not indicative of a swamp-like environment, these vertical trees that have been buried here. You see, what we know about tree behaviour, and we've already spoken about the evidence of a flood here, right, all the way along, so go back and watch the other video. We have water ripples here, we have mixed environments here for sure. And when we're dealing with a tree, oh, where's our tree gone? There he is there. When we're dealing with a tree like this, that's standing upright in the layers, we're certainly looking at a tree that has been tipped up into position, because trees get waterlogged at one end and they end up standing vertically to get buried. So we're dealing with something that's been buried very, very quickly. This is a fast burial for sure. And there's not the only kind of fossils that you find here. There's a whole abundance of other fossils. So come down with me and we'll go and have a little bit of a look at some of the other fossils, and then perhaps we'll take a little bit of a walk and try and trace some of the fossils that we have found here along a little bit. But if you come down with me here, because we've been digging through all of this new rubble and freshly exposed stuff that's come out. So come down here and have a look at this. First off, let's look at the quality of preservation. Yes, it's a small fossil, but just look at how beautiful that is. how detailed that is. It's absolutely remarkable. All those leaves in place. This is not a slow, gradual swamp-like burial where you have plants that have ended up being, slowly rotting away. These are hardly rotted at all. These are in beautiful, pristine condition. So this isn't a swampy-like environment that's rotting material down. This is an environment that is burying stuff quickly and preserving it just absolutely beautifully. We've also got these things here. Lots and lots of these. In fact, as we go for a walk, we'll see more and more of these. They're just kind of in situ in huge, great big slabs of rock. These are lycopod roots, lepidodendron roots. So it's, the club mosses, the lepidodendrons, a bit like those lycopods that are the trees, right? It's the roots of those, but the roots are found completely separate from trees. So this is something that's been ripped up. It's been torn off, it's been mixed and buried together, and it's not lived there, died there, grown where, because the roots are completely separate from them. This is something that's been ripped up in floodwaters for sure. We have more rushes and more reeds, huge great big slabs with beautiful fossils like this on them. And of course, the last time we were here, we found fossil thorns, as well as a whole load of other fossils. So it's all about, a bit like we're saying at Whitby, it's all about finding the right layer. You see, you could spend ages and ages looking in one layer and never find anything, or the preservation's not good enough, or you find that there's just too much of it, so you end up with a huge mass of just loads and loads of plant material. You really want to find the right layer which has got the detail on it, and that's the kind of layer we're looking for. So I'm going to go back there to where I got that from and see what I can find. Huge great big chunks of coal. We're going to try and get this back to the museum. Huge great big beautiful chunk of coal there from this layer. More of these horsetail rushes. You can see these are actually 3D. They just pop right out. Really rather beautiful. We're going to keep that in situ there though, and try and take that whole thing back. We might have to wrap those fossils up individually to kind of protect it, but it's amazing when you can actually have the whole thing on display in its context. I mean, just look down here. If we're walking along, you start to see more of these exposed, more of those lycopod, the lepidodendron roots. I mean, let's have a quick walk around here actually before we go looking for trees, and just show you some of the volume of these fossils. Look there, fossil after fossil after fossil, huge great big things. There's the lycopod roots, look, with its bits coming off where it would be drinking up the nutrients. More down there, huge great big ones on this slab over here. All that black material is of course this plant material. There's more on that slab over there that we were digging through. All right, so let's go around this way though for a minute, and we'll head down the beach a little way and see what else we can find, because there's so much around, and I've been digging here for just over half an hour, and we've already got several rucksack loads that we could take back with us, so you have to be a little bit selective when you're doing geology. But this rubble over here, you can see where it's fallen out of the cliff. This is the kind of place where you're not digging into the cliff, you're just sort of picking up these bits of rubble and looking over and seeing if you can find bits that have come from that good layer where there's good preservation. But even these, you just see, you pick them up, they're full of black stuff. They're full of, there's, you can see there, look, all this black material, which is just a huge accumulation of this plant material. So we're dealing with something that has been buried very quickly and in huge, huge, huge volumes, washed into position and trapped in a way so that it can actually produce the coal. By the way, we've been able to produce coal in just a few weeks. It's very easy to do. You just need to put them under the right conditions. And if you go to creationresearch.net and click on the research, you'll find some coal experiments, and you'll be able to see how this is actually done, because it's about the right process. And that's the thing that we're really dealing with here. We're dealing with a process for sure. Well, let's keep moving our way along. There's our big polystrate tree. It looks quite nice from this angle. So if we keep moving ourselves along, because I know there were a couple of polystrate trees here that have gone, that have disappeared. So this is constantly eroding, and obviously, who knows, I want to make it a thing to come back here at least once a year and sort of map the trees, because we want to try and document as many of them as possible as we go along. But there's another one just up here. It's not in the most brilliant of conditions, but you can just about see, there it is there, right? Again, it's your tree which has come up. There it is there. So you can see you've got the bark either side. There's the bark one side, there's the bark the other side. If we were to clear out some of this rubble, we might be able to expose a little bit more of it. Who knows? But there's definitely a nice tree there. You see how it's sort of all eroded away, and even if we get up to the cliff, you can see there's more of that plant material. It's just absolutely full. Oh, here's a huge one that I pulled open earlier. This is where it's fallen down and exposed more of that tree. But can you see? Big old stems. There's the lepidodendron. Whoops, I'll get my arm out of the way. There's the lepidodendron root and all these bits that have come off of the root. So this is a really glorious piece. There's another half of it there, huge piece. That'd be wonderful to get back, but I think that's just a little bit too hefty to try and shift. More plant roots there. There's so many of these things, polystrate as well, but there's more of those roots that have been exposed. Great detail as well. So let's keep going along a little bit, seeing what else we can find. I think there's another tree just around here. Yes, there is. There's another tree just there. Exposed a little bit. Can't quite get up to that one, but there's another one. As I say, we counted around 10 of these trees, possibly one or two more. I'm not 100% sure, because of course once they start getting really decomposed and really start sort of falling out all over the place, it can be quite difficult to spot them. But I think there's another one just there. There's definitely another one a little bit further up here as well. So more and more of these trees that keep getting exposed, and over the years as we keep coming back and looking, I'm hoping to be able to find more of these. And like I say, I'd love to be able to start to bring field trips here, because it is a little bit out of the way. It's not the easiest place to well, I'll rephrase that. It's a little bit out of the way just because it's in Northumberland and up on the north coast. It's not sort of there's not a direct route to it, but actually getting here and parking here and getting down to the beach is pretty easy. So I'd love to be able to carry on doing field trips and bringing people here, because I've never actually done that. There's also really great signal, so it would be great to do like a live seminar here where we actually, do a live field trip, so to speak. I think that would work really well, because so many places you just don't get a good enough signal to do that. But I think because even though we've got all of our cliffs behind us, if you look around this way, we've got big industrial stuff over there and it's nice and open, so we've got really good phone signal, meaning that we can actually do this kind of live stream. But coming back to the big polystrate tree here, for those of you who haven't seen it yet, let me just turn the camera around so you can see it exposed in all its glory. There it is here. This is the one that we saw last time. It's a lot more exposed now. Really good looking tree now. Lots and lots of bark on it, lots and lots of detail. And so we're just now going to start to excavate a little bit around it, but we're not going to be able to get the whole thing out. But I'm hoping to find more of those fossils that we found last time. So those big slabs, they've got lots of those roots on it and the kind of the detail that goes along with the roots. What I'm trying to do is find the layer along this coal seam so that I can start digging into this rubble loose. Oh, there's another fossil there, look. That's just popped out. That's another, that's a horsetail rush. But it's this kind of thing that we're trying to find, the kind of not too full of material, because then it just becomes indistinguishable, but also the not too hard stuff, so that it only preserves the really tough details. So this kind of thing which we're trying to find, which is where we found all those plants in last time, the ferns and even the fossil forms. So we're going to keep trying to dig along and search through and see what we can find. I'm actually going to take that. That's a nice horsetail. But this is all just in the loose rubble, by the way, guys. We're not digging into the cliff or anything. We don't need to. There's so much of the rockfall and the rubble that's come down that we can just sift through it and pick out all the good stuff like this. So we'll see what I can get together. We'll see what I'm able to take back. It's a fairly easy walk back. It's not like we've got to climb up a cliff like we did last time. It was steps, which I was quite surprised about. But anyway, we'll keep having a dig around. We'll keep having a look. It's about 4:45. The tide is on its way out, so it's quite safe to stay out here effectively till dark. I'm staying in a hotel tonight, in a well, sort of a hotel, in a hostel type hotel, just because I couldn't find a campsite that would be suitable. Plus, also, if it was a campsite, I would have to leave about now to go and set everything up before it gets dark. So it's actually quite nice to be able to hang around here for a little bit longer and enjoy the sun, because it is very sunny. It's quite warm. You can see I've got my short sleeves on. It's not very cold at all, and it's just a really beautiful place to be, just for everything. I mean, the scenery is just stunning. The cliffs are majestic. We've got incredible fossils that are buried here, so if you like the fossils, that's amazing. And there's so much wildlife around as well. If you like beachcombing, there's certainly the place to come, and there's wildlife all around as well. I've just been watching some of the plovers over there just run up and down, and they're not very scared at all. Look, there's loads of them over there. There they are. See if it's getting to focus. It's not that great a camera, but there we are. But yeah, it's just got everything that you'd want. So it's beautiful, it's wonderful. Who knows, may even do a Bible study here if we've got time before it gets dark, but we'll certainly do one later on tonight if we don't. All right, well, I'm going to carry on digging and seeing what I can find. I'll probably do another live stream when we get back to the hotel tonight, but there's lots and lots of content to bring out to you in the daily video, so I'll try and get that edited up and pulled together on time tonight. That would be quite nice. But anyway, God bless, guys. We'll catch you in a little bit as we carry on digging, and I'll show you some more of my finds.
Right, we're time for bed now. Just getting ourselves in and ready. Taking everything out of the way. It's a lot colder tonight than it was in previous nights. So previously I haven't needed to do really anything other than just get in and lie down and add a little sheet to cover me up, because it does steam up in here quite quickly and get warm, but it hasn't yet. It's a lot colder, so I'll try and get everything in and set up. Right. Shut the door. And hang our curtains. Now the plan was for us to head out really early tomorrow, because I wanted to basically be ready to go early and get to Northumberland. However, given the fact that I've been working and editing until basically 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm not sure how sensible that plan is anymore. So it might be a case of we'll leave it a little bit before we go. Who knows? But I will keep you updated as always. So we'll catch you in the morning, guys.
Right, we are on our way once again, a little bit later than I'd hoped, but everything was just soaking wet, even though it hadn't dried. I think just because it had been so cold at night, and it was a beautiful day today, completely clear blue skies, and just the amount of dew and condensation that there was a lot. So the canopy ended up being soaking wet, the tent ended up being wet, I had to hang that up to dry, and by the time I just packed and sorted everything down and hit the road, just fueled up, it's now a little later in the morning than I'd hoped. But
We are now well and truly on our way. We have less than 2 hours to get up to Northumberland in terms of travel time, where we're going to be going straight to the beach that I found the polystrate trees on last time, and then Lord willing, they will still be there, maybe even some more exposed, and we'll be able to start mapping and filming them. The other thing about it is we're in the Jurassic, right? So we've just come from the Jurassic coast of Whitby, and there's 20 other places that we could have gone along this coast in order to go and find fossils. It is an amazing and a spectacular place to go. But we're heading north, and really once we get beyond Durham, we start to get into the Carboniferous. Now, Durham has an interesting geological connection because it was actually the Bishop of Durham who is claimed to have invented the word geology, the study of the earth, the word about the earth. It's also known for its Carboniferous, which is a British term for these rock types. It literally means the rocks that are full of carbon, right? The carbon-like rocks. And it's true because as you get up to this north area, the rocks are full of carbon, whether it be oil or coal. They are Carboniferous rocks, and they are absolutely chock-a-block full of carbon. Now, of course, if you live in the United States, you wouldn't possibly go with the English naming of things, seeing as you sort of got rid of all Brits and British things. So you have a different name if you're in the USA for these rocks. What you do, they're exactly the same rocks, but what you do is you split them in two, because we have upper and lower Carboniferous. You keep that split, but you label them Pennsylvanian and Mississippian. The reality is they're exactly the same rocks that are over there in the USA. They map up from the Carboniferous rocks from Canada down into the USA, and they match up pretty much perfectly with what you have down here. Now, I've seen the Carboniferous rocks all over the world, particularly in the USA and here in the UK and in the continent as well, continental Europe as well. And the reality is you could hop in a, time vortex machine and go pop, 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 and they all look identical. There's no difference between the trees whatsoever. It's the same type of trees. They're all sitting there polystrate, cutting up through many layers. And the fossils that you get out of them are identical as well. And that's the other thing. See, we're going to this location where we'll see the polystrate trees, and that's obviously very exciting. But the other cool thing about it is what you have with polystrate trees as a general rule is that they're sitting up there in the rock and they all sit on the same bed of coal. And on the border of that coal to where it becomes the base of that tree, there's a layer which is full of plant material. Beautiful ferns, beautiful things like seed ferns, which are unusual one, Neuropterus, even thorns can be found there, and we found some thorns the last time that I went up there. So we'll continue to dig, we'll continue to explore and map some of these trees, and it should be a pretty decent trip visit overall. Well, we are about 10 miles out, and I think that the beach itself is quite remote and out of the way, so I think it's sensible to grab a drink and a toilet break. So there's a coffee shop, according to Google, just a few minutes away, a couple of minutes away, so I think we'll call in there first. I also, by the way, haven't had a proper coffee here since Monday morning, so I could do with a proper coffee.
I sort of come over, see we managed to run over before that hit and got soaking wet. But you can see what we're starting to deal with right up the top here. Can you see that thick old layer of coal? Now that's a really good sign that we're in the right place and we're looking for some good trees and stuff, because it's almost always sandwiched in between layers of coal. You end up with a bottom layer which the tree sits in and it reaches up towards the coal. So that's a really good sign. If you find a layer down below or you find a layer up above, it's a good sign that you're on the right track for some trees. So we've got to keep going. It's a bit stinky here right now because look, we've got all this piles and piles of rotting seaweed. So it's a very, I don't know what it is, methane perhaps. It's very smelly. Anyway, we'll keep moving our way along because we should start to see some trees at any point, and we're going to follow that layer of coal. You can see it runs, it starts all the way over there. We started seeing it in a very tiny trace amount, so all the way over there, and now it's starting to get thicker and thicker as it moves on. So we keep going and we keep looking. I've just noticed there's another huge coal seam right up the top there. Really pretty as well, and so that's a good sign. We're getting close. Let's keep making our way along. Well, we found one. Whether it's the same one as last time or not, I don't know. I'm not sure it is, because have a look. Here it is here. There you can see it, right? So it's a lycopod tree, which is a type of what we call them tassel ferns today, or club mosses. It's in the same family. Now today they're spindly little things that roll along the ground, right? In the past they were huge trees, but you can see it's basically mud in the inside because these is a hollow tree, and you can see there, look, there you have the coal, which is part of the bark, goes down to the base. There's the coal seam along the base, and there's part of the bark just up there as well. Actually, you can see some of the details. So this could be excavated a little bit more. There it is in there. There we go. You can start to see it show up quite nicely there, part of the bark. But of course the problem with it is it's clearly sticking up in the tree, so all of this cliff would need to go in order to see the rest of it. But this, I've seen some of these that are sort of 20 odd foot tall, so who knows how high it goes. But a few key things. Number one, there's your layer, right, of coal that the tree's sitting in, so it matches perfectly. If we have a little bit of a dig through this, you often find that it's absolutely chock-a-block full of plant material. There we are, look, leaves and all sorts in there. So we'll come back and have a scrummage around at that layer and see if we can find some extra fossils. But of course it could be, because if you look right, this is where the seas eroded it away. There's a huge amount of stuff up above it. It could be that the tree we saw last time has eroded and gone, who knows? But we'll keep making our way along and seeing what we can find. But there's a good start. Lovely polystrate tree. It's even better than I'd hoped, folks. This is great. Okay, so first of all, just lying all around here, there's fossils everywhere. Look, there's a lovely bit of lycopod just there. There's another whole branch there, big bit there. I could be collecting here all day, and probably will be anyway. Right, coal layer down there, definitely. Okay, keep making our way up. And this, I'm pretty sure, is the tree that we saw last time, but it was just exposed last time. There's our coal layer running down there. If we go up, 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 there's another coal layer with a big thick one up high above. And if we come over to here and we come down, there's our tree. There's our polystrate tree. It's certainly got a lot more exposed. It goes straight down into the coal seam there. It's been beautifully exposed and preserved. There's our infill. There's the bark, all this bark running all the way down here. In fact, you can see where this bit has come out and it's left the impression just there. So I reckon none of this was here last time. This is all fresh material that's fallen down. All of this is, look, there's more big bits of the bark and the coal down there. That'll have come from up high above. And we now have this really lovely exposed, rather beautiful polystrate tree. Okay, so let's talk polystrate. Poly means many, straight refers to the strata or the layers, and you can see there's all your layers, right, running up, and there's a rather sizable tree that's cutting up through all of those layers. So we're definitely dealing with something that has been buried quickly. When you find polystrate fossils that are cut up through the layers, we're dealing with something that's been buried quickly. We're not dealing with something that's sat around for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years waiting to be fossilised, because this is a hollow plant. It would have just been destroyed. The tree in question is a lycopod, and we spoke about that a little earlier. The lycopods are now, well, they're not extinct, they're still around, but we call them club mosses or tassel ferns. They're tiny little spindly things. In the past, they were much bigger. Now, that's change for sure, but it's not evolution. It's actually devolution. Now, put that into the picture of history of the world according to the Bible, right? The Bible says everything was started very good, in a very good world. Man sinned, world was cursed, and the world went from good to bad. By the time you get down to Noah's flood, and you have God's judgment on mankind and major climate change after the flood, the world has gone from good to bad to worse to where we are today. It's a downhill spiral. Whereas evolution says everything should be getting better, right? Molecules to man over millions of years, all by itself. And the reality is, we don't see that. You see, the rocks do not cry out the praises of Charles Darwin, who claimed that things were improving and evolving upwards and onwards. No, lycopods used to be big, now they're much, much smaller. Okay, so evidence of a living fossil? Well, sort of. Certainly it's the same kind. Evidence of evolution? Absolutely not. It's going the wrong way. Evidence for rapid burial? 100%. And we have evidence of fast burial between the coal. You see, the coal is supposed to have formed in swamps very slowly over millions of years, but that doesn't fit what we're dealing with here. One layer of coal, another layer of coal, polystrate tree that goes in between. Definitely evidence of fast-flowing water, wind coming in currents, sweeping up these fossils, burying them together, and the trees, when they become waterlogged, stand upright in the water. And if it's standing upright in the water, it's going to be buried upright in the water, and that's what we can see the evidence of here. So there's your main structure. There's more of your plant material, right? We've got your bark. There's big chunks of bark that are falling around and are lying around on the ground. So we're going to spend a little while digging, because I saw another polystrate tree over there. There was a second one that we found just back there after the first one we found. So they're all along this stretch. It's everywhere. But really, if you just come down and look, you'll see that these fossils are just lying around everywhere, and they're in an amazing state of preservation. I mean, just look at this one here. Just this one slab, right? We have so many fossils just all the way across it, and this is all soft crumbly stuff that we can open up and expose more. Big part, look, of that coal up the top there with that bark on it, and yeah, it's just so much. It's amazing. So we're going to spend a little bit of time here, set up camp, do a little bit of digging, and see what we can find as we continue to excavate and dig through all of this loose rubble. So let's get going. Of course, one of the points that we make about polystrate trees and the like is that there's no way they could have taken millions of years. But the reality is, most of the plants here, or many of the plants here, are actually polystrate in themselves. So just come have a look at this. We were just digging through this this sample down here, right? And we found this. Now look, that's the way that the rock layers go, okay? There's the rock layers. Now you can see they're all lying on the top. They're laying flat. All right, that's fine. That's how they should be. Good. But then look at what's down the side here. Polystrate plants sticking up through those layers. So even on a small scale like this, you still have polystrate plants, and they make exactly the same point as the great big polystrate tree there. It happened quickly, and it happened in flowing water. This is not millions of years worth of slow, gradual deposition in a swamp-like environment. Nothing matches a swamp-like environment. Nothing indicates a swamp-like environment. It does indicate, however, that it was very, very quick burial. There's some more of those polystrate ones just around the side there. So even look, it's another one. Again, polystrate for sure. So, you know, it's the evidence is really there, and it's really, really abundant when you know where to look and what to look for. So we'll keep on carrying on. And I know that before we found about 4 or 5, I think, maybe 6 trees down here. Well, that's our third one. We'll keep going along and looking, because there's been some more rock falls up there. So we'll keep keeping an eye out and looking and seeing what we can come up across. Well, it's getting a little late in the day now, but I wanted to show you another little piece of geology and some concepts. Come back up to this tree here, right? Lovely tree, but have a look at some of the more specific detail. You see, one of the things that John Mackay, who's our international director, taught me about geology years back, is look close, look at the detail. Okay, so we'll pull up some pointers. Okay, we've got the coal down here. Coal is pretty much on the same level. Then we've got this really fine-grained mud on both sides. Then as we go up, we start to get to this crumbly mud. Can you see the change? Crumbly mud, fine-grained mud. Crumbly mud, crumbly mud, fine-grained mud. Okay, come back a little bit. Number one, notice how the tree is at a slight angle. It is actually at a slight incline there. But also notice, look at the mud on this side and look at the mud on this side. It's slightly higher. It's actually about 6 to 8 inches higher on this side. Now, this is also indication of flow. We can duplicate this with the strata machine experiments, and what you'll find is that the base of the tree will get caught up in the slurry of sediment first. And so what happens is it begins to be pushed up by the sediment on one side, which means that you actually end up with more sediment on the side that the water is flowing than on the other side. In other words, not only do we have evidence that this was buried in flowing water, but we actually have evidence of which way the water was flowing. It was flowing in that way, because you actually end up with the trees being pushed up. So we've got, lovely evidence, more evidence of this flowing water situation. There you can see it quite nicely there with it on an angle. And you can see as well how the fine-grained sediment doesn't quite match up. So you've actually got a change in the way that the water is flowing and the way that the sediments are behaving, and it's changed because the tree is there. So it's flowing water for sure, and you can even start to see some of the dynamics of that flowing water carrying that slurry of sediment as it goes. So fascinating stuff, really. And by the way, we've traced all the trees up and down here. They're all pointing at that angle, the same angle. Great stuff. All right, folks, well, we've got another little bit of research that we're going to be doing now. We've actually been taking a 3D scan of this tree, and we're using a program which allows us to do it and to sort it. So we're just going to see if we can get it set up and sorted. If I can get signed in for a second. All right, here we go. Captures. Let's add a new capture. So this is a great new setup. It uses a whole load of LiDAR technology and machinery in order to be able to give a really good mapping of it. And we'll also take a photo one of it as well, if time allows. Come over this side. Yeah, lovely. Keep going down here. Going down here. Get it all the way around. Sure that we get everything covered, and I reckon that will do nicely. Get all these details in. Stop with that now. It's just processing now. This may or may not work with the LiDAR because we haven't had 100% complete success, but it is loading now. If not, we'll try again with a photo one, which might take a little bit longer, but it should give us some good results. So it's just processing at the moment. It's just got a few seconds left to go, about 20 seconds or so, and we'll see what we've ended up as a result. Hopefully it's okay. Hopefully it'll come out and work. If not, we'll take a photo one. But I thought that for a cliff face, the LiDAR might actually work better in that sense. So, all right, last couple of seconds. Here we go. See, right near the end, and we'll see what we've got as a result of it. All right, here we go, guys. Here it is. I'll put up a proper video of it a little bit later, but there we are. One 3D scan. Looks pretty good. You can see the tree in the middle there. It's got all the details. I've got another one just here as well, this one, which, yeah, the details, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm quite hungry, so we're gonna do this outdoor style. It's a really beautiful evening. It really is. And it's time for some beans and sausages and bread. Don't have a toaster, so can't do it properly with a toasty, but there we are. Happy days. Bon appetit. That was much needed. And it really is getting quite dark now. I can see the sun is just about set over there. So we better get packed up and head off. I'll see you at the hotel, guys. Alright, here we are. It's pretty decent, really. Couple of beds, couple of stuff. I can sit and do some work. Happy days, really. proper shower, be able to have a proper shower instead of a camp shower, and I'll be looking forward to that. So yeah, I think I did all right getting this place, and I'm now going to sit and crack on with some of the editing of this video, pulling it all together, getting it all ready, and then probably we'll do another good long Bible study tonight as well. So that'll go out live, and hopefully this video comes out to you on time, because the last two have had to go out in the morning following. Anyway, that's just the way it goes, isn't it? But hopefully this one will be able to go out on with plenty of time still today, if I crack on with it, because it's only about 7ish now, maybe just gone 7. Yeah, it's just about 20 past 7, so we should be alright. So goodbye guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Oh, that's another point actually, I've got to work out what we're doing tomorrow. Got a few different ideas, but anyway, I'll keep you updated on the live video. So goodbye guys. All right, folks. Well, we're on our way again now. This time we're headed to Norfolk. It was really nice to have a proper bed, and I slept a bit too well, in the sense that I had a bit longer in bed than I was initially planning on. But that's all right. We're on the road. The other update, of course, is that when I put the directions in last night, it told me that it was about 4.5 hours to get to Norfolk. It's now telling me it's over 6 hours this morning, so excuse me. Oh dear, allergies this morning as well. I think it's really just damp outside. But anyway, it's going to take us a little bit longer to get to our destination, so a lot of today is going to be driving. But we'll try and give you some updates as we go. We may try and strategically stop off in one or two places, and we'll end up tonight in Norfolk, where I'm basically popping over to see my family. My family have gone through an awful lot lately with my younger sister's health. She had, or has got rather, aplastic anemia. Which is a very rare disease, but the treatment is very similar to leukemia. She had to have a bone marrow transplant and chemotherapy and all of that. So she's been very, very unwell for the last little while. And the whole family are still in isolation. So as I'm on this east side of the country, I'm going to pop over and see them and catch up with them very briefly. And we may try and stop off on a beach or two, but then basically we're going to be headed back to the west, towards Derbyshire, because of course tomorrow we've got the Derbyshire Fossil Festival, which I'm hoping to get to. So all good and all fun. Well, as we're travelling south, the weather is definitely changing. It's now pretty dull outside and pretty bleak looking. We've had some rain. It's just amazing on this small island how much variance you can get in the weather. But I know us Brits, we always talk about the weather and everything, but I mean, look at it. We went from so sunny and warm this morning and blinding as I was driving round to now just really horrible looking. But there we are. We're just about to join the A1, so we're sort of out of the
northernmost parts of where we've come from, and we've got about another 4 hours or so to get down to Norfolk. Now, what's the plan for today? Well, at one point I had hoped to leave a bit earlier so that we could do something significant on the way down to Norfolk. Unfortunately, that's a little bit late, and I did promise my family that I would help them out with some pigs on their farm. We're basically moving them from one enclosure to the next, so that'll be fun. We'll definitely show you what's going on with that. But I'm just wondering whether there's enough time to call in somewhere and have a bit of a rummage around somewhere, whether it be, I don't know, Hunstanton or maybe one of the dig sites around Peterborough or something like that. I'm not sure, but we'll keep going on and see what we get. In about an hour or so, I'm going to have a break, so we'll have a little bit of a dig through some of the maps and the like, and see what we can find. So I've just seen a sign on the road as we went past, and it got me thinking, and I think we ought to have a brief little stop off. And remarkably, I hadn't even thought of this place, but it's only about 3 miles off the road, so happy days. Alright folks, this is our little place which I thought I'd bring you. Well, I don't know if you are familiar with Mother Shipton's cave, but I visited once before and I've known about it for years. If you've seen us do anything on the fossil teddy bears, or indeed if there's lots of creation groups have spoken about the fossil teddy bears that are found here, and this is where they're produced. Now the story is there was a witch called Mother Shipton, and she had various healing powers, but she also had a cave which she'd put a curse on, and the curse was that anything that touched the water from the cave would turn to stone. Now, like most myths and legends, there are elements of truth to this story. The truth, of course, is that there is a cave and there is a well. Now, a well in old language doesn't necessarily mean the hole in the ground which you dip to get water out of. It just means a source of the water. So the source of the water here is a spring. It's a spring that comes straight out of the cliff face. In fact, if you look here, you can see the aqueduct, which is carrying water as well. And the spring comes straight out of the cliff face. The cliff around here, because we're back in Yorkshire now, so we're back in the Jurassic, and the cliff all around here is limestone. Limestone has the predominant mineral makeup of calcium carbonate. Calcium carbonate is the main mineral makeup of things like stalactites and stalagmites. A lot of fossils are preserved in calcium carbonate, and if you know about the dinosaur bones and the like, it's also made full of calcium carbonate. Now, calcium carbonate is one of the main minerals used in a process known as permineralization. This is a process of fossilization. You find it with things like bones and dinosaur bones and the like that, and it's where the minerals have permeated the bone, infilled the bone, and one of the common minerals is calcium carbonate. So permineralization is the process of permeating an organism with minerals. It's different from petrification. Petrification is turning something to stone. It's when the entire creature or plant gets replaced by minerals, case in point, petrified wood. You get other types of fossilization, cast fossils, mold fossils, where you're just left with the impression of the creature. But when it comes to permineralization, it's often done with something like bone, because bone is very porous. So you have a very porous material, and the minerals permeate the bone. They literally go into the bone, permeate the bone, and infill all of that porous material. The end result is that much of the original material is still there
It's just preserved in stone. It's permeated with minerals. So with the dinosaur bones and other bones, they're very porous. Minerals like calcium carbonate and calcite, which is a form of calcium carbonate, permeates the bone, and you are left with a preserved bone. But the original bone that was in the dinosaur is still there. Now here at Mother Shipton's, that cave, that petrifying well, has a very unique phenomena, because it will also, well, they call it petrifying, but it's not technically petrifying. It is, however, permineralization. All right, we're just making our way down to the well itself. So the water that you can actually hear is laden full of minerals, calcium carbonate predominantly coming from that limestone. And as it cascades down, it's coming from down there, and there it is over there. You can see it's now cascading down over this little ledge and down into the well. The cave is just around the other side. There it is there. And you can already start to see the calcium carbonate deposits that are there on the side of the cliff edge. Pretty remarkable deposits, really. But then have a look at what they've done here. Fresh batch of teddy bears, look, just lying there. That is remarkable. And as you come along, look, we've got a camera, more teddy bears, fresh teddy bears, slightly older teddy bears. And it takes about 3 months or so to permineralize a teddy bear. Now, this, for all intents and purposes, are fossils. They are preserved in stone. They have been permeated with minerals. They have been encased and entrapped in calcium carbonate. These are all things that are required to make a fossil, and it's exactly the same process as what fossilises a dinosaur bones. It's permineralisation. Now, in this case, it takes about 3 months. And no, we're not saying this is an exact method for how the dinosaur fossils got fossilised, but it is showing you two things. Number one, fossilisation has got nothing to do with time, but everything to do with a process, and the process really is key, and that's really evident here at the petrifying well, because it's a showing of a process, and that process is permineralisation. It is a process, and it's not about time. The second important thing, which it gives an indication of, is it shows you that it can happen very quickly. In fact, you could almost argue it has to happen quickly because, I mean, guess how long those teddy bears would sit there before they'd start to rot? The answer is not very long, right? It would just rot away if it sat there for years, tens of years, certainly hundreds of years. So if you want to actually preserve these teddy bears in minerals, it has to be quick. So number one, fossilisation has got nothing to do with time, everything to do with the process. And number two, that process has to be quick. Pretty amazing place, guys, and we're going to pop down to the gift shop and see if we can grab a fossil teddy bear or two. So there's a whole load of petrifying wells around the world, particularly actually in Europe. But what's interesting is that the petrifying well here has the highest mineral content for the water than any other petrifying well in Europe. So it happens really quick, but it also happens really deep. It actually almost fully penetrates a lot of these objects, depending on the size and the porous and where they're hung. But we did an experiment where we actually took one of these teddy bears and cut them in half. And what we found is that the minerals had not permeated all the way through. There was actually soft tissue inside. And we use that as an example of, well, if you have these dinosaur fossils, and they're preserved using the same process as these teddy bear fossils, then what are the chances of there being soft tissue inside the dinosaur fossils? Quite a lot, actually. That's the research we're doing. And it really does go to show against the idea of millions of years. Now, there's a little museum up here with more examples of these petrified things, and little gift shops, so we'll head up there and see what we can find. Well, there was some fabulous stuff that was permineralised, fossilised in that shop. I did ask about any of the bigger stuff, whether they sell any of the bigger stuff, and they don't sell them specifically, but I'm going to speak to the people in charge and see if we can get a commission of a dinosaur cuddly toy here. I think that would be wonderful. But I did get a fossil teddy bear. They had the final one left, so I've nabbed it, and it's pretty cool. We'll have a quick look at it when we get back to the car. But now it's on to Norfolk. Now we've had our little sort of break. So there we go. Right, so here we go, guys. Quite a heavy one. One fossil teddy bear. Pretty nice looking as well. It's pretty dense as well, so I reckon that's going to be mostly petrified all the way through. So that was a good stop. I'm glad I saw that sign. Good piece of evidence, nice little piece for the road trip, an additional bit of bonus. But now it is actually time to head for Norfolk properly. It's about 4.5 hours there, so it's going to be quite a lot later than I was hoping. We've spent just over an hour here, but that's all right. A lot of that time was because of road work, so you never know, they might actually... oh, the time's gone down a little bit now, that's good. Who knows, we might have hit it just right as a result, so let's go and hit the road and get going. Whew, all that hiking up and down, by the way, because it's not a through route. I didn't realise, I'd forgotten the last time I was here that you could actually park down a bit closer in the actual building itself, but I forgot about that, so I parked here in the public car park and walked on down, and I forgot that you could park there. But unfortunately the park it's like right down the bottoms, and the well is right down near the end, so you have to walk all the way down, and then it's a nice gentle walk down, but it is on a slope, and so you then have to hike back up that slope all the way back. So I'm quite warm actually, so a little bit of air. Now I'll probably need at least one more break before we get there, because I say 4 hours is a long time to drive without toilet or drink or anything of the like. So we'll wait and see how it goes, but we might pull into a services somewhere on the way as well. There's Mother Shipton's just over there. And oh, we're in Knaresborough, by the way. I don't think I've actually said we're in Knaresborough, which is in Yorkshire. It's sort of next to Harrogate, which is slightly further north than York, if you know English geography. But there we go. So yeah, we're not too far away actually from where we were the other day in Yorkshire, a little bit further south. So we could have probably come in the other day, but I'd completely forgotten about it, honestly, completely forgotten, and I've been meaning to come back for ages. I rushed here when we were filming the dinosaur project with Studio Scotland and Truth in Science, because we were cutting up the teddy bear. We wanted to use that as an example of the rapid fossilisation and also the presence of soft tissue inside these permineralised fossils. And the teddy bears are an excellent example of that, because they are permineralised. It's the same process, but when you cut it open, it's got soft tissue inside. I'm almost tempted to cut this one open because I'd like to see, it feels a lot denser than the other one, so I'd like to see how deep the permineralisation has actually gone, but I probably won't do that until I've got at least one or two more specimens. But ultimately, they're great examples of not only permineralisation, but also how soft tissue gets preserved. So we were using that in the dinosaur project. So I ran here and ran down and bought a couple and ran back, and that was basically it. So it's been quite nice to spend a little extra hour just having another look around. The other thing which I also found is at the well, you get these large bits of wood and sticks and whatnot fall in, and they all seem pretty much petrified as well. So I picked up 1 or 2 little bits from the edge, so when we get back to the museum we'll do a few chemical tests on them and break them open, have a little bit of a look, because I think that might be just as important, the fact that you've got this petrified wood happening, and that would be a case of petrification, turning to stone, as the because wood is very, very not just porous, but it's very absorbent, and so it will literally absorb the minerals and end up converting the whole wood to stone. So that might be really interesting to do a few experiments on that. Very similar actually to the kind of fossil wood, which was actually a fence post that we collected at Harper Hill in the Peak District, which we're also actually not going to be too far away from tomorrow. So maybe a trip there. I just thought of that as well. This is a great thing about road trips. You never know where the open road is going to take you. So yeah, fun stuff. Anyway, we're hitting the road back to Norfolk. We'll catch you later, folks. Alright guys, fun times. I was driving along the A17, which is just over there, and then suddenly there was a thud, and then there was a sort of a do, and so I pulled over onto this little side road, which you can see just here, and come and see what the problem was. It's a completely flat tyre. It is completely and totally flat. Oh dear. So there we go. Anyway, I called the AA, which is the Automobile Association, not the Alcoholics Anonymous. And it could be a couple of hours before you come out. Well, that's all right. Then I get another call from them, and we send out a garage to you. Okay. Only problem is that the garage doesn't do tyre repairs. Right, okay. Because I don't have a spare, you see. Okay, so what are my options then? Well, we could recover you. Where would you like to be recovered to? Well, I'm in the middle of a road trip. I could do with getting this fixed. So a garage? Oh, we can't take you to a garage without getting in touch with them first, and nobody's going to get in touch with you at, you're not going to be able to get in touch with them at 10 o'clock at night. All right. What next then? Well, we could recover you home. Well, that's in Shropshire. Oh, that's quite far away. Yeah, it is. Well, the problem is that we have a 4-hour delay on each leg of the journey, and you can only do 50 miles in a leg. Right, so if I was to get recovered home, how long would that take me to get home? Oh, you get there around tomorrow lunchtime. Right, okay, no, don't really want to do that. Well, I have got a hotel that I had booked in Sleaford, just, half an hour drive away. So I could really do with getting some sleep. Okay, well what we'll do then, we'll get the garage that don't do the tyre repairs to recover you to the hotel. Okay, and then tomorrow morning give us a call and we'll sort out a tyre repair for you, whether it's one of our patrols or whether we take you to a garage or whatever. Alright, sounds good. How long will that take? At least 2 hours. So here I am now at 11:15 at night, having broken down about an hour and a half ago. Standing at the side of the road. It's very cold now as well. I don't actually know what the temperature is. I'll go have a look in the car in a minute. Anyway, we had a good day so far. I think it was worth it going to Mother Shipton's. And I got to see the family. Yes, we did go into Norfolk. It was a bit too dark by the time I got there to do any work on the farm, but I got to see the family, which was nice, and I had some stuff to drop off and to pick up. So I got to see them for a couple of hours, and that was really nice. So I got to go and see the family in Norfolk, and then just headed off. And I was, got the hotel booked. Sarah managed to sort all that out. I was on the phone to her while I was driving earlier, and she found the hotel and got it all booked at a really good deal.
and I was hoping to be in bed by now, having edited everything together. But I've just been doing a bit of editing in the car, pulling together the today's programme to try and save some time later. But of course then my battery runs out in the car, so you may be getting today's video tomorrow, but who knows, you maybe will be watching this now anyway. I'm losing my mind, I'm too tired. I came on this holiday for a break. This road trip was supposed to be a break. I put my back out, my hip hurts, I've been lugging fossils around, I've been sleeping in the bottom of the car, and now I'm stuck heading towards midnight outside. Aha! This looks like the recovery van. That's very good timing, folks. Well, we've just been dropped off at the travel lodge, which was an interesting experience getting here, but I'll talk more when we're in the hotel room. I've got to grab my stuff together and get inside. I'm freezing. It is 4 degrees outside again, and so it's pretty cold, especially after we've been standing outside for sort of an hour and a half. Anyway, let's get in and get to bed, folks. Alright folks, we made it. What an ordeal, hey? The recovery man was an interesting character, sort of, you know, swearing every 3 words. He needed to get some kind of, it wasn't fuel, I think it was called AdBlue or something for his van, so he called into a garage on the way and they didn't have any, so he had to blame me and said that if only I'd have stayed local then this wouldn't have happened. He told me to stay local in future if you're going to have a breakdown, because of course that's completely in my hands. Anyway, I tried to share the gospel with him, but he wasn't too interested or anything. I think he wanted to just get home this late at night, which I perfectly understand, because that's what I want to do, or at least get to bed. Anyway, we've made it to the hotel. It's now getting on for 1 o'clock in the morning. Thankfully, during my hour and a half wait, I did a load of the editing, so I've only got 2 main clips to kind of pull together now, and then we are away. So I'm just going to try and edit these last 2 bits, upload this and set it exporting while I go to bed. At least it'll be ready for the morning, when of course we then have to actually work out how to fix said flat tyre. The AA said to give them a call back, which I'll do first thing in the morning, and we'll go from there. And I may end up in the fossil show, or I may not, but God's got it in hand. And I need some sleep. Those are the 2 things that I know. So good night, mates.
Alright folks, well here we go. We're just leaving the hotel. It's fairly early now, and we've got to try and get back out to the car, call the AA, see if we can get this flat tyre sorted. So here we go. Well, we're on our way again, folks. We made it. So yeah, called the AA this morning. Said they'd send somebody out within an hour. He got here in under an hour. Had a look, pumped it up. The whole of the tyre had split. So he reckons I'd gone over a pothole or something. But there was no salvaging it, so we had to go into town to go to the tyre place. Thankfully they had a tyre which was the right size and fit. That was only 10 minutes into town. They got it fixed within 5-10 minutes, got back out, put it on. So basically within 2 hours of waiting, I'm back on the road again. It's one of the quickest and easiest fixes I've ever had, I think. So we can really praise the Lord for that. Had some really good conversations with the repair guy as well, who was very interested in what I was doing with this road trip and the filming and the geology and the creation side of things. So we can be grateful for an opportunity there as well. We've got about an hour and 15 minutes to go. It's a little bit longer this morning, probably because of the traffic, but it means we get there at about 12:30, half past midday. So that's not too bad. I'd have liked to have been there a bit earlier, but you know what, it's not too bad, all things considered. I'm on limited sleep though, so pray for me, folks. But we'll get to the fossil show and see what's there and see what's around. Happy days. Well, we're going through the windy roads of the Peak District now. We're about 5 miles away, so we've not got too much further to go. And we're on going down a very, very steep ravine at the moment. And we'll be there a little tiny bit earlier than estimated, which is good. And hopefully there's still some fossils left for us to see. It started at 10. It's now, well, we're going to be there at about 12:30, so we've missed the first couple of hours. And a lot of times these fossil shows are like, you know, the car boot sales and the antique shows. You really need to be there early to see the best stuff and have the chance of getting the best deals and the best specimens. But unlike a lot of other things, fossil collectors tend to be very specialised. There's very few generalists which have a bit of everything, because most people can't afford everything. And so you'll often find that if you're interested in one very specific aspect of fossil hunting or fossil types, you've got a better chance of picking them up, because the chances are other people aren't interested in that one particular thing that you are. So for us, right, the things we're particularly interested in are the living fossils and examples of living fossils, examples of really good examples of rapid burial, and clear rapid burial. We're also interested in geological things that show process, so things like the stromatolites, things like the stalactites, the stalagmites, any sort of interesting geological things like that. Of course, the big bits of bone and so on and so forth are interesting, and you know, depending on what kind of exhibitions we're pulling together, we'll look at those. But we usually prefer to get our own fossils for those, as in go out and dig up our own fossils. So, you know, that's something to bear in mind when we're going to look at stuff like this. But the next exhibition we're doing at the museum, which we will premiere next year at a homeschoolers conference before it going up in the museum, is dinosaurs. So everything to do with dinosaurs, the size, the feathers, the fossils, the drowning, the soft tissue, everything to do with dinosaurs. So we do actually need to keep an eye out for some good dinosaur specimens that'll be relevant for what we want to do in the exhibition. So lots to look for, lots to keep an eye out for, and see what else we can come up with. Alright folks, well we're here, but it's very, it seems to be very busy, so we might we'll go down and have a look and see if there's some parking. But if not, you can see all the cars parked up alongside here, so it might be something to do with that. We'll see if we can find some parking. There's a few spaces. If not, we'll have to park a little bit further out. Alright, we found somewhere to park, folks. It's just pulled up at the side of the road, that'll do. Let's get going! Well, we've had a pretty good haul so far. As you can see, the majority of the stuff here is actually minerals. But there's an awful lot of fossils as well, and we've done pretty well with the fossils. So I've got a few exciting things. This is an absolutely enormous dinosaur vertebrae. You can see all of the materials. It comes from a private collection, Victorian collected. It's definitely sauropod, probably a Camarasaurus vertebrae, and just look at the detail on that. That's going to be full of soft tissue, as is this one, which is another titanosaurid vertebrae, huge one from the UK. It's been squashed, so look at the amount of pressure that would have had to undergo. But there's also fabulous detail in there, so that's going to be full of soft tissue, perfect for good research. We've got this wonderful coral species from Much Wenlock, which is a very rare location to be able to get to now, but absolutely beautiful. It's where a lot of trilobites and stuff come out of as well. We've also got this, massive fossil. Look at this. Just simply enormous gastropod fossil. So that's a really nice one. And then perhaps our most exciting one, well, I think the dinosaurs are probably the most exciting, but it's actually in this little bag here. But as you can see, it's just started raining heavily, and there's been a lot of thunder coming from over that direction. So I'm going to head into the car and we'll talk about it in the car. Alright, so about 5 minutes ago it started thundering over in that direction. It's now chucking it down, which you can't actually see out of this window too well because it's driving in from this way. You might just be able to see some of the windscreen here. But we've done really well, right? So we've got a giant, great big sauropod vertebrae from the UK, going to be full of soft tissue. We've also got a big limb bone from a titanosaur, one of the big sauropod type, the long-necked creatures, right? Dinosaurs from the UK as well. So that's a really, really nice example. We've got some rare fossils. I also added to some of the minerals. A lady had a half-price deal on all of her minerals, so I've added to some of our mineral collection for the museum. But this is the thing which really got me excited when I saw it. It's actually from Cyprus, and it's a Roman artifact, but it's a rather important Roman artifact. You see, what has happened is we are dealing with a pit prop. So the Romans, it's originally made out of wood. You can see it there. There you can see it's been sliced, right? It's originally made out of wood, and it would have been used to propping up part of the big Roman pits and parts of the houses. But this one is rather special because you see it was in water, boggy water, and that should have rotted it, should have destroyed it, but it's still here today, nearly 2,000 years old. Okay, so
what has actually happened to it? How is it preserved? Well, you might just be able to see it's this beautiful sort of rusty red colour, and you might just be able to spot there's some odd bits of green in it. You see, this is a Roman pit prop made out of wood that they've used, which has actually been replaced by copper. It's actually pretty heavy. You can actually see all the bits of copper inside it, the little shiny bits, as well as all of the little green bits. It's actually really very beautiful. But what it is an example of is petrification. It's an example of fossilization, and it's not calcification either, because oftentimes our critics will say, oh, calcification isn't true fossilization. Well, this isn't calcification, this is copperization, malachization, whatever you want to do. You see, it's referring to the minerals that is being used to replace it. This has been impregnated, this has been infilled, this has been replaced by copper. Effectively, it's a piece of fossil wood. It's a piece of petrified wood, because it's the same process that's going on here. The same process that is found in actual fossil wood. Whether that fossil wood from the real world, right, it can be infilled with calcite, it can be infilled with silica, it can be infilled with opal sometimes, or replaced by opal sometimes. These replacement features are based on the minerals that are around it. So if you go to Jurassic Ark, iron and silica are the main ones. If you go to other places in Australia, it's opal. It's become opalized wood, right? If you come here to the UK, it's mostly calcite, or it might be coalified, so it's undergone so that the carbon comes out. In this case, with this Roman artifact, it is copper. So, question, how quick did this take? Well, we know it's only 2,000 years old, right? Certainly not millions of years, and it's beautifully preserved, but it's one more than that, because you see, even if you have this placed in its position, but if the minerals are not there to do their job, if the process isn't there for it to happen, then you're simply never going to get it, because it's going to rot away very quickly. And we know that in other places the Romans had to regularly, every few years, replace their props. In this case they didn't, because the right process has happened, and you've ended up with a fossilized piece of wood, a piece of wood which is completely encased in copper material. So that, I think, is a really exciting example, not just as a cool artifact, but also as a really good example of petrification, rapid petrification, and also that process that is behind the fossilization of these kinds of plants. So a really, really cool piece, which I'm really very much looking forward to getting on display in the museum. So we've got that, we've got some dinosaur bone, we've got a big set of crocodile jaws. I forgot about that. Have a look at these ones here. Big old set of crocodile jaws from Canada, so that's a really nice example. So we've got those as well, and we've got some minerals, like I said. We've got those big bits of dinosaurs. The big shell I'm really pleased about, because that shell genus, the really big curly shell, that shell genus is still alive today, but it's much, much smaller. And you see, that's an example of not evolution, but devolution. Good to bad to worse, same thing, right? So yeah, really, really good to get out and have a look and meet some old friends that I haven't seen in a while, and have a bit of a chat and share stories, and also really cool to be able to go and actually get some new specimens for the museum. So yeah, worthwhile trip. The question is, what do I do now? Because I need to be home for tomorrow morning, right? So do I stay overnight and travel home early tomorrow, or do I go home now, or what should I do? Because, well, it's a bit dull now and it's raining, but there's actually blue skies over there, so it might clear up. So maybe a Harper Hill visit might be worth a go. Oh, decisions. I'll have a think about it and I'll let you know. Alright, so we're heading further into the Peak District towards Buxton, which will be a... there's quite a lot of geological locations around there, including some very famous limestone deposits that we've done a lot of work at before, places like Harper Hill and the like. We've done a lot of stuff there. I've even written a book about it, so we may try and stop off at one or two places. It just depends on how much time we've got. I've got to decide whether I'm staying another night out
or whether I should, as I've got to be home tomorrow morning, whether I should head home tonight. I think probably head home tonight, because I'll be at church tomorrow, and then beyond that we'll hit the road again tomorrow afternoon. So I think that sounds like our best contending plan so far. But we're definitely going up a pretty steep hill at the moment. Oh, ears have just popped. There we go. Come on, girl. There are masses of quarries around here. We're in the middle of limestone country, right? And so just driving past, there's commercial quarry after commercial quarry. There's another one just outside of that window there now. All of these will be full of fossils, but you need to try and find permission to get in and dig there. But there's one or two little abandoned ones that you can try and find. The only thing is, it's lovely and glorious out outside at the moment, but just over there, literally, you can see all the rain coming down. It's coming down pretty heavy. There's a beautiful rainbow, but I don't really want to get caught out in the rain. So we'll keep going and seeing what we can find. We might be able to get one or two things, or maybe get out of Buxton, have a look around at Buxton or something. But we'll see what we can do. All right, we're headed down. This is the route that the sat-nav is actually taking me down Grinlow Road, and I know Grinlow Road quite well because of the big Harper Hill deposit, the limestone deposit that's growing here. So we're going to go down here and going to have a little investigate. Actually, we'll see if we can park up somewhere and go and have a bit of a wander. But might have a little bit of a drive around and just see what we can find, because I've explored most of the valley itself, but never much of the other area. So we'll go and have a look and see what we can spot. Well, we've couldn't get into Harper Hill itself, to the deposit, and it started absolutely chucking it down as well, though it's cleared up now that I've travelled about half an hour on from there. So we might pop back, or what I might do is try and go up by Castleton, because the last time we were there we found fossil thorns there, famous Mam Tor, famous Blue John mines, and around the back of there you have the Carboniferous deposits. But first, I'm hungry, so I'm just popping into the supermarket here to grab some food and work out a bit of a plan for the rest of the day. Alright folks, well, we've arrived at the place, but as you can see, it's pretty awful with regards to the weather. It's delightful. So I'm just going to try and find somewhere to pull up and park, and then we'll potentially brave the elements, but we'll see. Let's go up here and have a little bit of a look. It's popular for campers, as you can see. It's just camper van after camper van. Can we pull in here? I reckon we can pull in here. Here will do. Alright, so a little bit of geology. We're back in the Carboniferous again. Turn my wipers off. We're back in the Carboniferous, so this is supposed to be around 300 to 310 million years old here at Castleton. Just behind me there are the famous Blue John mines, where the semi-precious crystal Blue John comes out of, and right in front of me, directly in front of me, is Mam Tor. And just around the back of Mam Tor is made up of layers of limestone and layers of shale. A bit similar to the Lias, but not quite the Lias, because the Lias is Jurassic, this is Carboniferous. But you do have a large exposure of that shale just around the corner here. And it's that large shale exposure that you get your fossils out of. Very, very dense, very black, full of carbon, full of oil, and you get plant fossils in it as well as marine creatures. So again, we're definitely dealing with flood, right? There have been reports of some polystrate trees around here, but I've never come across them. I'll have to keep an eye out for them in the future. But The plant material that we get out of here is your classic carboniferous stuff, similar to what we had up at Cresswell, and I have found thorns here as well, so we need to go exploring and see what we can find in terms of the thorns. Pretty nasty looking weather, and I'm probably going to get soaked if I go out now, so I might give it 5 minutes just to see whether it calms down a little bit. If not, we'll go have a little nose and see what we can find, but it probably won't be too long if it carries on the weather being like this. So just the way it goes. Well, there's been a lull in the white rain, and the wind is not particularly ferocious, which is good, and we're heading around the back. You'll get to see what I'm talking about. There we are. Well, it's gone from a lovely quiet lull in the weather to now raining again. But come have a look at where we are just behind. Look how pretty that is. So that's Mam Tor that we're heading towards. And you see all this black stuff here, that's where the fossils are. So it's that stuff there, which is all full of coal and shale and fossils as well. Now, part of the access has been blocked off to it, so we're going the long way round to try and see if we can reach it. But bear in mind, it is getting pretty cold now. Lost my hat. Anyway, you can see all the layers there. You've got layers of limestone, layers of shale, so similar to the lias, but not exactly the same. Alright, so this is the sort of shale area where you can find stuff. As you can see, there's been a lot of wet since the last time I came here, so there's very little good shale that you can get into, and because it's so wet, it's just starting to turn into sludge, as you can see here. So I'm not sure that we're actually going to find very much at all, but there we are. It's just one of those things. It's also now freezing cold. It's telling me in the car that the temperature is only about 3 degrees and the wind is blowing, so the wind chill is going to take that down to another 2 or 3 degrees. So we're sort of edging towards the freezing point with the wind chill. My hands are shaking, so I've only been out here for sort of 15 minutes or so, so I don't think it's worth hanging around and doing much more digging. I don't think we're going to find anything, but it is nice to come and look and see, get up close to Mam Tor there. It looks so beautiful and picturesque like that, you know, it's just horrible rain clouds all around us, but then you're getting a little bit of sun coming from over in that direction, shining down on Mam Tor. It looks pretty spectacular. But anyway, I'm just making my way down the hill now. I'm going to make our way over back towards the car park. There's another 10-minute hike in that direction. So, alright. Not quite as good as I was hoping. I was hoping to have some good shale to scrummage around in, but not quite worth. But you know, we were passing. You never know about these things. We were passing. It was only an extra 15 minutes out of our way to come up here. So it's always nice for the scenery. The scenery was gorgeous when we first got here. It's all horrible now. That's how much has changed in half an hour. You can barely see anything and horrible wet. But, oh well, it's one of those things. Oh, that's just horrible out there now. But, made it back to the car. Wet, very wet. Dried myself off a little bit. So, yeah. I think it's time to start to head for home. It's going to take us a couple of hours from here to get home. And I think probably it's better off heading home tonight and carrying on after church tomorrow. There's no point camping somewhere now and then having to go off, you know, and get up really early in the morning to get to Oswestry on time. So I say we go home, spend a night at home, and then carry on with the road trip over the next couple of days. So, we'll see you at home, folks. Alright folks, well it's getting dark again, and it's actually quite nice that it's getting dark and I'm not down on the beach or in the wild somewhere, but I'm actually on the way back to Oswestry in Shropshire. We've got about an hour and a half left of the journey. I probably won't have another break. I've just pulled over and we got some food from the supermarket and managed to get some hot food in there and a drink. Got my coffee ready to go, and so we'll probably try and make it in one go, because it's only an hour and a half, which is not that great of an ordeal compared to what we have been doing this week, so that'll be fine. So yeah, we're not at the end of the road trip yet though, because we're going to carry on with it tomorrow, even though I've got to get back tomorrow to do stuff with the church that I'm involved in. That'll be in the morning, but we'll do some stuff in the afternoon, and I'm going to carry on after tomorrow as well, and do one or two more days of things which will be included as part of the road trip, so it'll be good to see you then. So that's the plan anyway. Whether we stick to that plan, I don't know. We might call the road trip off early due to necessity, but who knows. It all depends on what it's like when I get home. But yeah, it's been fairly successful, I think, overall. So I'm pretty pleased with that. And yeah, of course, as always, leave some. I know it's not the end of the road trip yet, but leave comments, leave feedback. I'd love to know what you think of how the road trip has gone. I'd love to know what you would like to see me do next. I'd love to know if you'd like me to do this kind of concept as a road trip more often. I'd love to know whether you'd like me to go further afield, do the road trip in other countries. You know, whatever. There's lots and lots of opportunities and potential and ideas, but we'd love to know what some of your feedback is on that. So do let me know. But I will see you guys in a little bit when I get home. Alright folks, we are almost home. We're just coming down through the last part of Wales before we enter England, and basically our village borders Wales, so we are almost there. I am sorry I haven't done any live streams today. It was most of the day on the road and just too noisy and busy inside the fossil show, and I was thinking about doing one when we got out into the Peak District, but there just wasn't enough signal, or it started raining when I came around the corner and there was a bit of signal. It was chucking it down and it just wouldn't work. To be perfectly honest, I'll probably do one live stream tomorrow, but probably not many more. I'd like to do a live stream of going through some of the fossils at the museum, so keep an eye out for that, sort of early afternoon UK time. And we might try and do some more live streams over the next couple of days as I travel and do stuff. If I do travel, if I do carry on the road trip for another day, I might bring it to a close officially on Monday, because I've actually got quite a lot of stuff that I need to do this week in preparation for number one, and our charitable trust's AGM is happening this week. I'm giving a big presentation to do with my academic research, which is really important, so I need to prepare for that. And I've got a whole load of other things I need to do in preparation for Dr. Diane Eager, who will be joining us in the UK, or she's already in the UK. She'll be joining us at the museum in a week or so's time. So there's some preparation that I need to do there as well. So I'll probably bring it to a close perhaps on Monday, and we'll try and go off with a bit of a bang, metaphorically speaking. But yeah, I think it's been pretty good, this whole trip so far. So thank you all for watching, folks, and yeah, we'll do more, hopefully. But I must say, for me who wanted a break, I mean, I love fossil hunting, right? I get so excited. It's been really refreshing for me to do this after a while. But I am exhausted. I have put my back out, my neck is in pain, I've been lugging stuff around, I've put my hip out because of climbing up Paul Mulgrave. I've been editing these videos together until sort of 1 o'clock in the morning most nights. Last night went on for way beyond 1 o'clock in the morning because of the breakdown. You know, it hasn't been a restful time, so, but I enjoy it, and I enjoy bringing you with me. And thank you all so much, everyone, for the positive comments. They really mean a lot, and they help me to know what you want and where you are, and how you're enjoying it, whether it's even worth me doing this. So thank you all very much for all of those comments and your prayers during this journey. So yeah, really appreciate it. Alright, well, good day folks. We're back at the Creation Research Centre here in Oswestry. I had a bit of a break day yesterday on Sunday, not just at church, but also went and visited some friends in the local area and spent a great time with them, and a bit of a relaxation time. But we're back here at the museum. We have the vehicle here and we need to unload. So we're going to do a little unload video and a talk through some of the finds and some of the new acquisitions and so on and so forth, as we sort of bring stuff in and kind of think about wrapping up the road trip, because it's time to sort of bring it to an end. We've got a lot of stuff going on in the next few days, including we have our Creation Research Trust AGM, which is taking place in the building. So we've got to get all prepared and sorted for that, amongst a whole load of other things. I've got a big presentation that I need to make on Wednesday, which is really quite important. So it's sort of about time that we start to bring all of this road trip to an end. It's been, I think, a pretty good success, a pretty decent success overall. The fact that we've found some pretty amazing stuff, which is great. I've had a really good time. It got a little bit cold towards the end, particularly with the camping, but I think we've done pretty well even with that overall. So it's time to sort of sit back and reflect and decide if this is something that we want to carry on doing more regularly. I've seen some of your comments on the last video, and I very much appreciate all of those. I like the idea of doing a more international one. Now, we tried to do a sort of international one in the USA. We had Indiana Jones American road trip, right? And that went pretty well. We sort of did, you know, a few live videos. We did a few sort of recorded videos over a few days and so on and so forth. One of the problems we came across, though, with doing a proper road trip, a bit like what we had done this time, one of the problems we came across with doing that in the USA was very simply that, well, in the USA, when we go there for several, weeks at a time, ultimately we're there to do ministry, to travel and do ministry. And that requires a lot of preparation, it requires a lot of work, it requires a lot of traveling and speaking and so on and so forth. So we really didn't have enough time to fully commit to a day-by-day road trip. Now, I really like this idea of the day-by-day road trip. I think that it works really well. I love being able to take you around with me and showing you what our life is like in terms of digging up fossils and so on and so forth. But it didn't quite work that same way for the USA road trip. So certainly if we go back to the USA or Australia or whatever, we'll definitely do updates like that. and do reports like that, and so on and so forth. But what I think might work is if we are in the States or Australia, doing a sort of a, you know, like a 1 week road trip while we're in there, you know, taking you around for like 1 week or something like that. That might work. Particularly in Australia, I'd love to take you to do an Australian one. I think that'd be great. The other idea that I've thought of is perhaps we could do a more international one, a more, how can we say it, local, international. There was actually plans at the beginning of this year. We had an opportunity, unfortunately it didn't work out, it fell through, but we did have a potential opportunity to go and pick up a dinosaur skeleton, to actually acquire a dinosaur skeleton for creation research in the museum here. There was a potential opportunity, and that would have been in France. And so the idea was to do a road trip to France, me in the car, right? It would be about a week actually going and turning it into sort of like, you know, road trip the movie type of thing, where we travel into France and went and picked up the dinosaur and visited a few geological locations along the way as well. Now, that obviously, as I say, fell through, but the idea is there, and the idea is fairly strong, of doing a more sort of localised international road trip, going a little bit further afield. I think Germany would be a great place, the home of the original Jura Mountains, right? It's moderately well or easily accessible for the UK. We can sort of get there without too much issue or trouble. And that would actually, I think, work out really quite well. Get to the Solnhofen, do some digging, visit some people over there. I think something like that might work really quite well. But there's a lot that would need to be thought through and worked through and developed if we were going to be able to actually do that. So that's why we do need your support. We need you as your supporters to partner with us so that we can afford to do some of these things, because I do think, you know, with a little bit of tweaking, this is our second proper road trip that we've done, and with a little bit of tweaking and a little bit of extra equipment and a little bit of planning, we could make something really, really good program-wise out of this. One of the biggest troubles that I found is the live videos are great, and I like doing the live videos, but I really wanted to get these evening videos out, right? You know, this thing basically, right? The day 1, day 2, day 3. And the problem was I was finding is that when I was out on the road and I was filming it, I like the style of me and my own and so on and so forth. But when I was out on the road filming it, by the time you sit down and edit it, it has to be a very simple edit. I literally just top and tail the clips, effectively run them all together, you know, a little bit of editing here and there with volume or so on and so forth, and then export it. And the problem is, to get the high quality stuff, it takes sometimes an hour and a half to export it. So if I start editing, and it can take a couple of hours to edit it, even if it's simple. So if I start editing at, say, 8 o'clock at night, how I did sometimes, or even 9 o'clock at night, it's then sort of 10, 11 o'clock at night before I export it, midnight before it's finished exporting, and then I set it up loading overnight, and in the morning I set it to go live. So there's a little bit of thinking needing to be done about how we edit and produce these, because I'd like to get it done, you know, on the go. At one point I thought perhaps we could upload the footage, which could go to Sarah Ann, and she could edit it as the day goes along. That would work, perhaps, on the much better equipment that we have in the centre. But the downside to that is I don't always have good signal, right? And we're talking about very high quality clips here, filmed in 4K as we're filming in now. So some of these clips are 4 or 5 gigabytes, you know, long. Some of the entire videos that we put out, the whole episodes are in excess of 20 to 30 gigabytes. So it takes a lot of, you know, internet to be able to upload that and get that across, and it doesn't always work brilliantly if you're on the phone. So there's a few things that we need to think through and work through. So if you are you know, techie people and have any ideas, send us a message, get in touch, let us know what you think. But I think that overall the idea of a road trip and doing more of these is a very good idea. All right, let's work down through then some of the things that we've acquired and got. Some of this obviously we've found, some of this we got from the fossil show. So we'll work down through some of these bit by bit and see what we've actually got, and also talk a little bit about some of the relevance of each of these things that we've found here. So this was actually one that I liked. There was a lady who was doing an offer on minerals. As I sort of said, you know, sometimes with these fossil shows there's a big heavy emphasis on the mineral side of things. So when you go there at the fossil show, Roughly a third of it was fossils, probably 2/3 of it was gems, but even the gems were kind of split into two halves. They were split into the the scientific gem people. So here's this particular crystal, or here's this particular mineral. There was minerals of Derbyshire, right, where they had all the different types of minerals from that area. Minerals of Scotland. They had a guy who came from mines that he'd been to overseas with stalactite formations and so on and so forth. And then probably a small amount, or maybe half of that, were the sort of, how should we put it, the sort of new agey kind of style of things. Things like crystals and wands and carved, so on and so forth, and fertility stones and stuff. But I had a quick look around the crystal stuff, because there are some of those, the scientific more collections, all labelled and everything. There's a lady selling things for half price, so we've got a few interesting things. This is a stilbite, which is from India, actually, from Pune in India. From an old collection. So we're trying to sort of slowly build up the different crystal forms and so on and so forth in our collection. We've got a little crystal collection going on. So as they were sort of cheap and half price, and sometimes we can always go out and collect stuff ourselves, but what are the chances of getting to Pune in India to actually get hold of it? Probably not an awful lot. This is another one from the same from Pune in India. This is prehnite, which is a lovely little crystal there. You can see very, very pretty, and sort of this sort of milky kind of colour. So there's a few little crystals to add to the collection that we can carry on building up. We've got some more of these fossils here. So this is a nice Silurian fossil. We don't actually have very many Silurian fossils, but this is from the Wenlock series. It's a big old coral there, as you can see. Pretty nice. You can see the detail underneath as well. You've got a few other little things, a few little brachiopods and so on and so forth in there. So that's really nice. This is actually from Shropshire, but it's from a quarry which you can't access anymore. So again, this kind of thing is quite valuable in the sense that how many more there are out there that we can get, especially if you can't go to the location and actually dig them up. So the Silurian rocks, by the way, are named after the Siluri tribe, which were a Welsh Celtic tribe, a bit similar to the Ordovician rocks. They're named after the Ordovici tribe. So there's a nice addition to the collection there. This was one of my more favourite ones, actually. There was a French couple who owned a quarry that actually came to the show, and they had a whole range of various fossils, including this one, which I quite like. It's one of the biggest gastropod fossils that I've ever seen. Pretty amazing, really. This is what we call an internal cast. So it is actually a real fossil. It's not a plaster of Paris cast or anything like that. You can tell that because if you have a look at what the rock actually is, you can actually see it's full up of fossils in itself, right, which is pretty cool. But effectively what it is as the fossil gets buried, right, creature inside gets destroyed, and the shell itself gets infilled with another mineral, in this case a limestone. It's very similar to what goes on at the Isle of Portland. You go to the Portland limestone, you find the Portland corkscrew sort of, they're these kind of things where this is actually infilled. So the shell would have been on the outside, the shell has been destroyed or rotted away, either an acid has broken it down or it's just been crushed as the earth has sort of moved around. You end up with this sort of internal structure, but it is a fossil, it is a living fossil. They're quite a bit smaller today, but it's a pretty decent looking. We've not got one of those for the collection before, so it's a nice big gastropod fossil shell for the collection. So that's really nice. Let's carry on through some of these because we got a few different things, as you know. Let's see what this is. Oh yes, this is some more of the minerals. We've got a great big piece of lava. Which is from Iceland. Now, we collected some of the lava from Iceland when we went there. We were limited on sort of what we could come back, and this is actually a really nice, big, lightweight piece. So that's a really nice example for the museum collection there. Let's get that down there and pull out some more bits. What have we got going on here? Ah, yes, so this is actually a piece of mammoth tusk, but it's actually quite a special piece. This is from a place where the very last known mammoths were alive from the last, what they call the last glaciation, which is in biblical terms the end of the ice age, but it's from I'm going to try and pronounce this here, Nabrovrisk Island in Siberia. This is where we know that some of the last mammoths existed, even up to the last sort of couple of thousand years. So that's quite a nice piece of sort of modern, if you like, mammoth bone. Very little, you can see how worn it is, very little preservation going on there. So that's a nice addition to the collection, which we haven't got any of that here before. Let's see what's in here. This is more of the minerals. I can tell because of the label on it. Let's have a look. I think this might be, yes, very nice. So we've got, what have we got here? A form of calcite, but this is from Cardiff in South Wales, from a mine that has, again, closed down now. So you can see the lovely crystalline structure on that. That's really, really pretty. So it's a form of, a bit like a flowstone. So it's in the sort of family of stalactites in the sense that it's formed by flowing water as it's cooling and crystallizing. So that's a nice one. I think we've got one more. Let's see what this is. This might be one more crystal-y type mineral, I believe. Yes, it is. Let me pull this out. Here we are. So this is, celestine, which is really nice. The nice banding colour that you can see on it. There we are. Look at that. Really, really pretty. So we do try and build up some of these mineral collections. I think it's quite important to have a range of these sort of different geological specimens, so that's really nice. All right, now we have a massive fossil here from the Isle of Wight. It's a huge, huge, huge vertebrate. You can see the original rock there. This is Wessex Formation, and you can see this enormous vertebrae with all of those details in there. So this is going to be lovely, probably full of collagen. We'll try and test it at some point, see what kind of soft tissue there is in there, but it's a huge vertebrate, one of the largest I've ever seen. Very, very heavy. It's definitely sauropod. So sauropod was one of those long-necked dinosaurs, but there's a couple of potential candidates. The most likeliest one is going to be the Camarasaurids, or a Camarasaurid of some description. So I'm going to go through some of the dinosaur books of the Isle of Wight and see what we can find in terms of description, see if we can get to a specific description for this. This actually comes from an old collection from the Isle of Wight, one of the big collectors, and he had a museum collection there, and so we've been able to acquire that, and that's a really, really nice, big, chunky dinosaur example, because I think I mentioned in one of the books, we are developing a dinosaur exhibition. So once a year we're trying to develop a new exhibition for the museum. This year it was the Living Fossils exhibition. It was trialled at a big homeschoolers conference. So next year, or end of this year going into next year, it'll be the dinosaur exhibition. And to actually go along with the dinosaur, we've actually got a couple of big crocodile jaws here from Canada. So that's really nice. Let's see if I can pull some of these out for you to have a look at, because there's some nice examples of a pair of crocodile jaws. Also down here, if you just come and have a look at this, this is also a Titanosaurus, I believe. Yes, so it's one of the titanosaurs from Oxford, which I think is really nice, really nice detail in there. It's been crushed at one end, so that's undergone a huge amount of pressure, probably during burial as it's gone through that. So that's more evidence again of your sort of rapid burial and deep burial as well as it's kind of got in. But have a look at these crocodile jaws. So this is really nice big Cretaceous crocodile. So again, crocodile, Cretaceous, these are supposed to be around the sort of 75 million year mark, and they haven't changed. They are living fossils, so this can either go on the living fossil display, it can go in the rapid fossil display, the nice big dinosaur fossil display, and so on and so forth. So there's plenty of potential with those fossils there. All right, if we move on a little bit, because now we start getting into some of the stuff that we've found and dug up while we've been here. This is one I don't think I showed you. You remember we have our, we did our, oh, there's my saucepan, let's put that over there. You remember we did our Mother Shipton's visit. Here's the original bag. Here's the teddy bear that's inside it. Very nice and heavy and dense teddy bear as well. Nice detail on that as well, really good. So again, good evidence of rapid burial. But what we also had, if you remember, you had that sort of cascading water where they hung the teddy bears under. And then down on the floor, there were bits of twigs and wood that had fallen in. So I leant down and had a look at some of them, and this is what I was able to pick up. You can see it's a big old piece of wood that's ended up falling in. And look, I'll bring it up to the... It's actually now solid rock, and so it has actually permineralized, it's petrified. We can break some of this open and test it inside, which is what we're going to do. very, very similar to the stuff that's at Harper Hill, right? We did those experiments a little while back at Harper Hill, which we passed on the way yesterday, but we couldn't get out and go and have a look. But we saw you had these fence posts which had gone into the ground and a few years back, and so we dug one of these out, and you can see it starts off as wood, and as it gradually gets down and starts to get buried, you can see how the minerals have impregnated it. By the time you get all the way down to the bottom and we split it in open, it was petrified all the way through. And so this is a really, really good example of that same concept of something that's fallen in very recently and become petrified all the way through. It's now a proper fossil, even though sometimes some of these teddy bear fossils are not completely petrified all the way through. You do find it in this wood as an example, so that's a really good find there. Well, let's just have a quick recap then on some of the cool fossils that we found, because we have got plenty of them. Again, we've got, oh actually before we do that, let me show you about, yeah, I forgot these. This is what we got from the shop in Robin Hood's Bay, a few of the little gastropods, as you can see, nice gastropod shells. These have been turned into agate, they're agatized, so that's basically a crystal form. What else have we got here? The rolled trilobite, I forgot about that. There's the rolled trilobite, really beautiful example of a rolled trilobite. Again, rapid burial while it's still alive as well. So we know that this creature has been buried while it was alive because it's rolled up. It didn't live there, die there and get buried there. It was died in action. Really good eye example as well. I don't know if you can just about see that. Really good examples of the nice eyes there. And then we have this one which I was really pleased about being able to get hold of, this really unusual fossil echinoid or sea urchin, which you can see just there. You can see where all the spines had gone. There's the base of it there. Really, really nice, really, really pretty. So that's a really nice example. All right, back on, sorry, to the stuff that we've... there's still something in there. Is that the stand? Yes, I think that's the stand. Let's pull that out before I throw that away. There we go. All right, back on the stuff that we found. So remember Whitby, first day. We found these beautiful cycads. You can see them there, pretty nice example. We'll chip away at some more of these and see if we can find anything a little bit deeper down. There's a few little bits and pieces in there. We can sort of clean some of these up and see what we can find, but nice example of a living fossil. You know, they're still alive today. They live in Australia. B, good example of climate change as well. It was warmer in Yorkshire when these were growing, and so on and so forth. There's our beautiful ginkgo fossil slab, full of brilliant detail in all of that, so that's really nice. You can see where we've chipped it and hacked it out until it's split open, so that's a really nice example there. And again, what we've got living fossils, we've got rapid burial, no evolution, change yes, devolution, but no evolution, so that's a really nice example. I'm quite pleased with this, and I'm really pleased that they managed to get home safe as well. Just clear off some of the dust there. So obviously we've got the big ammonites, which you can see on there. Let's get it round into the light a little bit so you can see it a little clearer. So you've got these big ammonites here, which are really nice, but then up here we've got this vertebrae. You can see the vertebrae there. Needs a little bit of a clean off, and that'll go down deeper into there, so get a little Dremel out and clean that up, and that'll be lovely. But really nice example of an ichthyosaur vertebrae next to your ammonites, so that's really nice. Let's see, let's put this down on the table. Let me move this bag off, and we'll unload the bag in a bit as well. Right, what else have we got down here? Move some of this out of the way. Big bit of Whitby. So this is the Port Mulgrave stuff. So we've got a big example of Whitby jet. It's a nice shiny black that you can see there. That'll clean up really, really nicely. And it's obviously next to an ammonite as well. So you have plant and ammonite buried together. And as we've said before, when you get plants and ammonites, you know, plants and sea creatures, land plants, sea creatures buried together, you have evidence of a flood. Water where water shouldn't be. You can actually see as well, if we tip it around, you can see where it's become jet, the really jet black stuff. Hence the name. But you can also see the fossil wood, the kind of browny stuff that hasn't actually turned to jet as well. You can see it under there as well. There's a whole mixture of sort of the fossil wood which hasn't turned to jet. So it's definitely about a process for sure. We've got just a really nice example of some of the layering in the sandstone there. Nice geological specimen, which is from Whitby. We've got some more stuff from Port Mulgrave, so this will go in our ammonites collection. We've actually got a pretty decent ammonites collection. Let's, if we come around here a little bit, Sarah, so we can see on the light a little bit clearer. There we go. So we've got a really nice example of the ammonite there. So this will all need to be sat down, or rather we'll need to sit down and go through it and go through the literature, work out exact species and so on and so forth when it comes to a lot of these ammonites and fossils, and that'll be a bit of fun to do. And we're really building up our ammonite collection in terms of the details and the species and the number, and I think that's really good to have that reference collection as well. What have we got on here? Can't see anything unless it's probably broken off of another piece, but you can see we've got a big old chunk of ammonite there. These are some of the flat ammonites, so they're not always brilliantly preserved, and we came across hundreds of these, so we only brought back a few of the select best ones. So there's a nice one there. What have we got here? There's a nice one, a nice slab on there as well, so that's good. There's a few there, nice ammonites on there. So lots and lots of these big slabs of ammonites. There's some shells in there, full of shells. So we've got big oyster shells and stuff in there, fossil ones. Lovely big horsetail stem. Very, very nice. Again, living fossil, but changed, yes, because they're smaller today. So they've changed, yes, but they haven't evolved at all. We've got a whole bag of little belemnites and little bivalves, little seashells in there. Let's see what we've got. That bit didn't have anything. I think that might just be about it in here. Yes, now I wondered whether this was bone or not. It certainly looked a bit bony to me when I first found it, but looking inside, I think that's all crystalline. So I'm not sure. I think it might just be a crystalline rock, possibly one of the sea defences. You often get these big, heavy crystalline rocks which are used in sea defences, and when they wear down, they can be a little bit deceptive. So, right, big hammer as well. So we'll put that down, and let's just unload the last thing, which is my rucksack. And my rucksack has basically remained pretty much untouched since we went to Cresswell, where the polystrate trees were, because the other days when I went round to Norfolk and I went round the Mamtor and the Peak District, I took my little rucksack with me because this had a rather hefty piece of coal in it. So I'll see if I can get out now. Here we are. That's from that big coal seam that was up the top. Obviously needs a bit of a clean up. It's covered in clay and stuff, but it needs a good old clean up. That's a really nice big chunk of coal, which we'll clean up and it'll go for display again. You've got the for reference for people, as well as for being able to go on display as a good example of some coal. There's my coat. I heard something else clunk in here. Is that another fossil? I asked myself. No, it was my big hammer. So I don't think I've got any other fossils in there. Just a rucksack that's, oh, there's my drink. Just a rucksack that needs a good old clean out by the looks of things. Let's check these side pockets to see if I've missed anything, because I sometimes stick bits in the side pocket. There's just tools in there. Oh, hello, what have we got in here? We've got a few rocky things in here. Let's have a look at what all these are. A whole handful of rocks in here. Okay, let's see. So we've got, oh yes, we've got an ammonite. Yeah, these are the Port Mulgrave ones, right? So we've got the nice ammonite there. That's a bit of crystalline rock that I wasn't sure about. I chipped a bit off. Another bit of an ammonite there. So that's the one thing that we were quite devoid of, was these ammonites. I've been there in the past and there's been hundreds and hundreds of them. We have about 2 whole boxes upstairs in storage. We also sell them, so if you come and have a look down here, these are the sort of the rough Whitby ammonites that you find and you split. We found all of these at Port Mulgrave a couple of years back. Big old chunks, just absolute shed loads of the things which we just didn't seem to have there anymore. These are some of the really nice detailed ones though that we have for sale in our shop. We have a whole load of them obviously upstairs as well in our museum collection, but these are the really nice ones. But we just didn't seem to find that many at the at Port Mulgrave this time, so maybe it just goes through sort of, it comes and goes, it wanes and so on and so forth, so you don't know exactly what you'll find. This is nice though. I'm not sure I pointed this out. It's a big piece of fossil wood, but can you see all the detail? It's actually palm. It's a palm tree fossil. So again, it's Jurassic. This is from that place in Whitby. It's quite crystalline. You can see some of the crystals in it as well. So that's a really nice example there. Living fossil, of course. Let's see what else we've got. Just another ammonite, not a very good one, but it's an ammonite nonetheless. more tools in there. I think I checked that pocket, checked the front pocket. I don't normally put anything in the front pocket. No, check the top. And I think that's just about, there's just one of those wire saws, that's it. So yeah, not a bad haul for the museum. Obviously, we're going to have to sit down and go through all these and catalogue them and organise them, and that's something which we need, volunteers to come and help with the organising and the cataloguing. But the living fossils will go straight up to the living fossil display, as will the dinosaurs go straight up to the dinosaur display. We'll organise some of these and set some of these up around the museum over the next couple of days, and the rest will be packed up, labelled, go into storage until we can properly sit and organise them and catalogue them and so on and so forth. So hopefully you've enjoyed the road trip overall. Again, let us know comments, your thoughts, your ideas about where you'd like us to go next. I like the idea of an international one, but we might have to take some little steps towards that. One of the problems that I found is, again, as I sort of alluded to earlier, is when I'm on the road trip, I get very little chance for anything else. So all the administration that we'd normally have to do at Creation Research has kind of gone on the back shelf, which means that now it's a lot of running around and trying to get organised. And I was thinking at one point perhaps I could extend the road trip until Tuesday or Wednesday, but that's just not going to work because of the amount of administration that we have to do and get caught up now on. So we're working through getting Creation Research better, not so much more productive, but sort of more efficient with regards to the administration side of stuff. So that'll certainly help. You can contact us if you want to help and get involved with that side of things. But ultimately, we would want to carry on doing these road trips. It'd be great to get John involved. It'd be great to get some other people to come along and do some meetups perhaps or something. There's lots of potential things that we could do with these road trips. And certainly going further afield as well to the States and to Australia if we think around and about how to do them. One of the problems with the States and Australia, of course, is it's very far to do anything. Sometimes a road trip, you literally spend the whole week just travelling from one place to another. But there'll be things that we can do and things that we can think about. So do let us know your feedback. Do continue to give us ideas and thoughts and how you enjoyed it or so on and so forth. I'll have a few more shorts that'll go up. I've got a few more shorts that can go up. We might do another live video, which probably have actually come out before this. But we'll go through some of these things. But really, this is wrapping all the road trip up. It's bringing all the road trip to the end. So I would like to say a very heartfelt thank you to everybody who's watched along the journey, everybody who's commented, everybody who's given some donations through the super chat. We really greatly appreciate all of your donations and all of your support. Thank you for the journey that you've joined me on, and continue to like, subscribe, share the journeys around, let people know about Indiana Jones's road trips, as well as, of course, things like Creation Conversations and so on and so forth. And we try and get as much of this content out as possible. I've got one last thing I'd just like to show you very quickly before we wrap this up. So if you want to come upstairs with me, I'd quite like to show you some of the ammonite collection, because we've recently started pulling all the ammonites together that we've got in our museum collection and getting them in an old Victorian cabinet unit, which we've started to catalogue them all in. So these are all of the dinosaur, by the way, the dinosaur fossils that we've just been working on a new exhibition about. And if you come over the back here, switch on some lights. So these are some of our ammonites and stuff, and this whole unit, this is an old Victorian fossil display unit. So we've got some stuff from places like in Germany, these great big beautiful ammonites. This is one from Burton Bradstock in the UK. That's down on the south coast. And actually, I know I briefly we went to the Isle of Wight for the first road trip, right? But we could spend a whole week just on the south coast, the Dorset coast. I know we briefly went there just for one day, I think it was. We were investigating stuff for the convention that we held last year. But that whole south coast of Dorset is fabulous for fossils. Got a few more ammonites here as well. You can see our big sort of diseased, mutated one, the heliocentric ammonite, big old ammonite. This is actually a male and a female. Interestingly enough, this is the male, this is the female, so you can see the female starts very, very thin ridged, and then it gets to about there and it becomes very, very thick ridged, whereas the male is fairly consistently ridged all the way through his shell. So that's how you tell the difference. We've got ones from the Isle of Skye. This is also from the Lias, so that's really nice. But just come have a look at these as we pull down through some of these drawers. All different examples of ammonites from all around the world. Things from obviously the famous Whitby ones that we've seen. More of these examples here, really nice ones. Hematite ammonites, the big cannonball ones, which are really, really nice. We'll go down through a few more of these drawers, and these are all really for reference ultimately, not just for display, which obviously you want to put them on display, not just to teach people about them, but also for reference, building up a library catalogue in a sense. This is a really nice one that I really like that one. That's just fabulous. Some of the big chunky straight-shelled ones as well. More of the ones, there's actually a belemnite, not an ammonite, but never mind. These are the big ones from the UK, from down near Somerset Way. Beautiful, great big ammonites, just absolutely fabulous. We've got one of my favourite ones is this one here, the big green one, really, really beautiful. And that's actually from near Scunthorpe in Lincolnshire. Big ones here, more the Burton Bradstock ones, ones that we've got from overseas as well. We've got some in here from Kenya, from Africa, and all sorts. So more in there. Just really nice examples of big chunky ammonites from all different forms of geology, from all different locations all over the world. And these will be great for students. These will be great for researchers wanting to come. These will be great for creationists wanting to do work on the ammonite kind as well, because ammonites are a really good example of after their kind, because they exist on the earth for a supposed just over 300 million years, and in that time they don't change one little bit, they stay ammonites. So they're really good examples of that sort of after their kind concept, and I think it'd be great if we could do some more work on this kind of after their kind concept when it comes to ammonites. So these are all very, very useful catalogues, and we've got a few other box loads of stuff which we need to sort out. This is the living fossils display, which some of those fossils will come up and go on display very shortly. But anyway, I'm waffling on. Thank you so much for... Sarah's nodding behind the camera. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for all of your support. I will let you know when the next road trip will come along. Who knows? May even try another winter one, a January one, like we did down to the Isle of Wight. But yeah, thank you so much, folks. Hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you next time. Goodbye and God bless, folks. Indiana Joe out.